Hi everyone, welcome back to Gavin Reads It All, and today I will finally be reading it all. What is it, you ask? It is Fear Street by R.L. Stine. Now this vlog has been in the works for 2 years. 2 years I got all of the original Fear Street books from eBay, and I said, okay, 2023 is the year that this happens. 2023 happened and the Fear Street vlog didn't. So this is where I corrected. This is where I finally get to reading all of the 51 original Fear Street books in this video for my Vlogs of Halloween event. So if you are new to my channel, please do give this video a like if you enjoy, subscribe if you haven't already. In the past, I have covered every main Goosebumps series by R.L. Stine. I have done other series like Animorphs, Pretty Little Liars, Vampire Diaries, Lord of the Rings, like loads of different things I have done on my channel if you enjoy something like this. So yes, in today's video I will be going through every single original Fear Street book, and I am only doing the 51 original Fear Street books. I'm saying original over and over again because I just know someone will comment down below being like, oh, these aren't all the Fear Street books. No, they are not. These are the original Fear Street books. There are so many different spin-off series like New Fear Street, a Fear Street novel, Return to Fear Street Super Chiller, Fear Street Cheerleaders, The Fear Street Saga, 99 Fear Street, The House of Evil, Fear Street, The Cat Luna Chronicles, Fear Street, Fear Park, Ghost of Fear Street Sagas, Fear Street Seniors, and Fear Street Nights. That's a lot of books. And do you even know how hard these were to get hold of? So I will keep an eye out for the other spin-off Fear Street books, and if this vlog goes well, if I end up enjoying it, if you end up enjoying it, then I will try and do the spin-off books like I did with the Goosebumps series. I will have everything timestamped below, so if you have read these Fear Street books and you want to know my thoughts on them with all of the spoilers included, then do click on any timestamp you want. As a disclaimer, I will be reading all of these for the very first time except the first 4. So 3 years ago when the Fear Street trilogy came out on Netflix, I ended up reading the very first 4 Fear Street books for the very first time. I can't really remember too much about them, so I will be rereading them for this video, but those are the only 4 that I have read. All of the other 47 I've never read before. So the 51 books that I'm reading in this video are The New Girl, The Surprise Party, The Overnight, Missing, The Wrong Number, The Sleepwalker, Haunted, Halloween Party, The Stepsister, Scary Weekend, The Fire Game, Lights Out, The Secret Bedroom, The Knife, The Prom Queen, First Date, The Best Friend, The Cheetah, Sunburn, The New Boy, The Dare, Bad Dreams, Double Date, The Thrill Club, One Evil Summer, The Mind Reader, Wrong Number 2, Truth or Dare, Dead End, Final Grade, Switched, College Weekend, The Stepsister 2, What Holly Heard, The Face, Secret Admirer, The Perfect Date, The Confession, The Boy Next Door, Night Games, Runaway, Killer's Kiss, All Night Party, The Rich Girl, Cat, Fear Hall The Beginning, Fear Hall The Conclusion, Who Killed the Homecoming Queen, Into the Dark, The Best Friend 2, and finally Trapped. Please do let me know in the comments if you've read any of these and which ones are your favourites. If you have any memories about Fear Street whatsoever, then please do tell me everything in the comments. I cannot wait to begin reading. So what are we waiting for? Let's dive in. I am so glad that I reread the first 4 books, and I'm very excited to actually start the next 47 books for the very first time, and I had forgotten so much about them, but as soon as I started reading, everything was just flooding back to me, for better or worse, because there were some things that I must have blocked out of my memory with these books. And I do want to quickly say as well, before I start getting into reviewing these books, is that I might be a little bit negative on the majority of these, maybe, but I do want you to know first and foremost, I love R.L. Stine. He's one of my favourite authors of all time. He shaped my childhood, but all of these are just my opinions now as a 21st century reader in 2024, reading these books for predominantly the first time. But my opinions might come across as a little bit negative sometimes, and I don't think we have the best start of the series. I do think and hope that some of the better books are coming, but I just want to make clear I'm not taking a shot at R.L. Stine, and I'm not taking a shot at you if you enjoy these books. I really do want to love them, and I'm still very excited to read them. But yeah, I've reread the first 4. Let's get into it. So The New Girl I don't think is the best start of a series called Fear Street, where I do like when you hear little stories about, like, say, the Fear Street woods, where, you know, people have died or gone missing. I think my cat has literally just started to go into the cat litter tray. So I guess we've got my cat's opinion on this book. I wouldn't say this was, like, outwardly terrible. I do think it's a good introduction to the writing style of R.L. Stine. But this one, it follows Corey. He is the main character. There is a new girl called Anna who has just joined his school, and she seems a little ghost-like. it looks like she's floating sometimes. She's ghostly white. Some people don't even know that she's there, so it's kind of set up that she is a ghost. In the prologue, there is a prologue at the start, and we do get confirmation that Anna is dead. Someone is looking at her. Bye, Anna. She was always so neat. She wouldn't like the blood so dark and messy. Always so perfect, Anna. My diamond, Mom always said. Well, you're perfect now, you're perfectly dead. Haha, I shouldn't laugh, but it was so easy. So, like, you get from the very first page, you know that Anna's sibling has killed Anna. So Anna's dead, and yet we have Anna at school, so it seems like she might be a ghost. And Corey is obsessed with her for genuinely no reason. Like, by the end of this book, you will realise there is no reason for him to be as obsessed and as in love with Anna as he becomes. He has a best friend called Lisa, who I do like. She loves Corey. Like, she has grown up with Corey. She's kind of obsessed with him, but not in an unhealthy way that Corey is with Anna. But she does want to go out with Corey, and so she gets jealous and a little bit mad every time Corey mentions Anna to her. And just to show you just how obsessed Corey is, so like back in the day, you know, you would be able to call the operator or the information person, and they will let you know someone's number if you ask for it. And I think if they have someone's address on a public record, I think they can share that. However, this operator, so he gives Corey Anna's number, and then Corey says, and what's the address on Fear Street? And the operator says, we're not supposed to give that out, sir. So in this scenario, they're not supposed to give out Anna's address. I think I'm changing between Anna and Anna when I'm talking about her. I apologise. But yeah, then Corey says, come on, I promise I won't tell anybody. Surprisingly, the operator laughed too. I guess it's okay. It's my last night anyway. It's 444 Fear Street. Like, why? The operator just said, I'm not allowed to give that out. And then Corey's like, oh, come on. He's like, oh, well, you know what, it's my last day, why not? Corey could have been a serial killer or something. You know, like, that is so bad. But it made me chuckle. I was like, I can't believe it's my last night. Why not? Oh my god. So you do get a little bit of an exploration of Fear Street. You do get it being called a cursed street. And I honestly hope that we get more of that. The 4 stories that have happened so far, there's going to be spoilers for all these books anyway, but like, there's nothing that's supernatural or scary that's happened yet. You get these ideas of these monsters in the woods and like, you know, these serial killers and stuff like that, but the stories so far have kind of showed the opposite of that. It's been a lot more like normal, or at least like a little bit more normal than you would expect for something called Fear Street. So Corey calls the house and they say that Anna doesn't live there, and then later on a woman says, why are you doing this, why are you doing this, when Corey rings again. So it's like obvious to us, the reader, that Anna is dead, and Corey asking for Anna is kind of traumatizing this family. But there is a girl called Anna at the school, and you know, she comes up to Corey. They kiss in a car to like prove that she's real. She's like, I am real, look at this, and then she kisses him. So like, she is real. But she does tell Corey that her brother, Brad, is the dangerous one. And there's a really weird moment in this when Corey comes to the house and Brad drags him inside, and then as soon as he's dragged, you know, Corey into the living room, Brad says, get out of here. I'm like, why would you drag him into the living room if all you're going to do is tell him to get away and to get out? Like, what was the point of that? There is a turnaround dance, and Lisa asks Corey to go with her, and Corey says yes, even though he's been like snogging Anna, and he's kind of leading. Like, Corey is a terrible character, by the way. He's an awful main character. He has no, what's the word, awareness of like the people around him, especially with girls, which I guess you could argue, you know, he's a teenager, he's a boy, like sometimes they don't do the best things, but he's literally snogging Anna in her car, and then he's going to this dance with Lisa and he's kissing Lisa, and then he's going back to Anna and he's kissing her as well. It's honestly so infuriating to see the way he acts, and like even Lisa is like fed up with his behavior, and Lisa doesn't know that he's kissing Anna, but like just the way he goes on is just so stupid. Like, he's failing at school as well now. Like, he was so good, but because he's thinking about Anna constantly and obsessively, you would think maybe there was some kind of supernatural thing there. Maybe like he is becoming obsessed with her because she wants him to, and it's like some kind of supernatural thing going on, but it's actually not. So it turns out, I might as well just tell you how it ends and stuff. It turns out that Anna is actually Willa, and Willa killed Anna. So Willa and Anna were sisters, and Willa was apparently jealous of Anna, so Willa pushed Anna down the stairs and killed her. And now Willa has taken Anna's place, like outside of the house, and she does try to kill Brad, and Corey gets in the way, so she like tries to kill Corey, and it was like the quickest turnaround I've ever seen. Like, she was like, oh, Corey, look after me, protect me from Brad, I love you, I need to be with you forever. And then the next minute she's like attacking him with a letter opener and pushing him out a window. So I'm like, that kind of quick turnaround right there, I'm like, what was the point in all of that? What was the point in all of that, Willa? So yeah, the whole thing about Willa killing her sister and taking her place, she isn't a ghost, there's nothing supernatural going on there. I will say there were some scenes of the turnaround dance that were kind of scary, like a little bit suspenseful. So Brad does push Lisa downstairs thinking that she is Willa, and Lisa and Corey are kind of trapped in a room that Brad locks them in, and then Corey climbs out the window, tries to get Lisa out and stuff. Like, that all was suspenseful and pretty good. Like, there were some like good moments in this, but I would only give this book a 2 out of 5. It wasn't the strongest stuff for Fear Street. I think it could have been a lot stronger, and it was like very predictable, especially after you read the prologue. It's like everything is pretty much spelled out to you in the prologue, so it does take away a lot of that mystery. But yeah, it was my second time reading it. I might have liked it a little bit more than the first time I read it, but not by much. The surprise party isn't much of an improvement over the first book, and I would still give this one a 2 out of 5. The plot does get a little bit convoluted, and there's actually a prologue at the start of this that is pretty much exactly the same as New Girl. So in the New Girl, you know, we do have Willa. She's looking at Anna's dead body, and she's saying like how easy it was to kill Anna, and like she's laughing and she's doing all this, that, and the other. And in this one, we have, again, someone, we don't know who at this time, how easy it was and how quick. Bye bye, Evan. And yeah, there's literally the exact same wording in this one, essentially. Bye, Anna. I shouldn't laugh, but it was so easy. We have two characters just killed someone, and they're saying how easy it was, and they're saying goodbye to them. It was like the exact same formula. So I was already a little bit like, I mean, R.L. Stine is very infamous for me personally when I'm reading through the Goosebumps books, how much he recycles and reuses and just copies and pastes a lot of things. And you can really see that when you're binging the series, how much of Goosebumps is just like copied from a different Goosebumps book. So I was like, we're on book 2 of Fear Street, and he's already, you know, pulling out the Control-C, Control-V. But what's funny about this as well is that the narrator is said twice, she was so bad. She was so bad. The bad, it sounds like a sheep. The way that there's like more A's, it sounds like a sheep, and it just comes across as so ridiculous. But this one, we follow Meg, and we hear about someone called Evan who died a year ago. He was killed in the woods by a shotgun, and Ellen was his girlfriend at the time, and she was found by the body, like she was crying, and she also moved away afterwards. So Meg used to be best friends with Ellen, and they like lost touch when Ellen went away. And also Shannon is another best friend, and she is the sister of Evan, the guy who got killed. I'm going to try so hard to keep all the characters straight, by the way. There are so many different character names. Sometimes the names are the same as other characters in previous books, so I think they're the same character. I think there are some crossovers there, which is pretty interesting, pretty cool, because I think Lisa from the first book is mentioned in this. But yeah, Evan was shot and killed in the woods. Ellen was his girlfriend at the time. Meg was best friends with Ellen, so she's the main character now. And Meg, now knowing that Ellen's coming back, she wants to throw her a surprise party. This one was making me a little bit angry, I'm not gonna lie, because Meg is, again, a terrible main character. So Meg herself, like, she's trying so hard to get this surprise party for Ellen for coming back. And Tony, who is Meg's boyfriend, is telling her not to do it. Please don't do the surprise party. And then she starts getting threatening messages and things like, you know, almost getting ran over or invitations being cut up to stop her from doing this surprise party. And Meg is still like, oh, but this is principle, I'm going to do it. Even though people's lives are in danger, people's lives are at stake, she's still like, well, I'm going to do this surprise party, I'm doing it. It's a matter of principle now. And yet we find out from Meg herself that Ellen is a suspect in this case, because Ellen doesn't like parties. She doesn't like surprise parties. So then why is Meg arranging this massive surprise party for Ellen when she doesn't like them? You know what I mean? It's like, why would you do that for someone who was apparently your best friend, by the way? Why would you do that when you know how much they despise them? And not even just that, but the location where they want to do this party is a house in the woods. The same woods where Evan got killed. And I'm like, are we really being serious right now? Can you imagine going away because your boyfriend got killed, and you come back and your best friend throws you a surprise party that you hate in the place where your boyfriend died? Like, So anyway, yeah, Meg was rubbing me up the wrong way. Everyone was telling her, don't do the surprise party because, you know, people's lives are at stake at this point. And Meg's like, no, I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to do it. There is a creepy guy called Dwayne who we meet during this book, and he is the one who turns out to be the killer of Evan. Although, to begin with, you think it might be Tony because he is trying to stop this. Before I tell you, like, who did it and everything, we meet a guy called Dwayne, and Dwayne tells Tony about how Evan hated his guts. And then Dwayne says, you know something, man? When they found Evan shot dead in the woods, that was good news to me. I was glad. That meant I could go get his sister. And, like, just what an absolute creep. There's a lot of creepy, cringy male characters so far in these Fear Street books. There's a guy called Ricky in the next one that, honestly, oh, so cringy. But yeah, we have this guy called Dwayne, right? He's a creep, right? He's a creep, but we don't really focus too much on him. Tony ends up becoming the main suspect, and he thinks that he killed Evan. So you get Tony's POV, and he's like, I need to stop this party. I don't want people to know that I killed Evan by accident. And so he plans to kill Meg. So he's going to take her to like this ridge, and he was going to like push her off. But then as he's talking to her, he kind of gets cold feet. And then he realizes that Brian, who is Meg's cousin, and who also was like, he kind of saw what happened. Like after the gunshot with Evan, he kind of went into the woods to see what happened. He realizes that Brian is the problem, really. So he wants to try and kill Brian. So anyway, Ellen's back. They do the surprise party in the woods. Ellen is horrified, absolutely horrified, but she still goes along with it. And then it turns out, I think it was Brian and Ellen, I think they were working together to try and get Tony to confess to killing Evan, because they got Shannon's half-brother Mike, who kind of looks like Evan, to come, which kind of scares Tony. Tony's like, oh my god, you are dead, you have to be dead, I know you're dead because I killed you, kind of thing. So like it was kind of a way of getting a confession out of him. However, for some weird reason, Dwayne, he comes into this and he shoots Tony, and then he kidnaps Meg and Ellen, and he's like, oh, I've always wanted two girlfriends, ha ha ha, creep. And then he confesses to actually killing Evan. So when the death day happened, when Evan was killed, Ellen and Tony were together because they were having an affair behind Meg's back. Ellen was cheating on her boyfriend Evan with Tony, and then Tony was cheating on his girlfriend Meg with Ellen. And like, that was messy. That was so messy. Like, that was a plot twist I didn't see coming. But anyway, Tony and Evan were fighting with a rifle, and then the rifle goes off, Evan falls, and he falls unconscious, so they think he's dead. So when they go off, that's when Dwayne came. Dwayne heard the shot and he came, and he actually killed Evan himself. And I'm like, why in the world did Dwayne confess to that? Because we had a confession out with Tony. Tony admitted killing Evan. He could have just left it at that. He genuinely could have left it at that. He did not need to reveal that he actually was the one to kill Evan. He could have got away with murder. Like, why did he do that? I don't understand why he would confess to a murder that was confessed by someone else who genuinely thought that they had killed them. Why would you do that? There's just like no logic to it whatsoever. This is another thing with these Fear Street books. Sometimes there is just no logic. You kind of just have to go with it. And I'm trying so hard to just do that. But yeah, I just found that such a weird, bizarre turn of events. And yeah, I just really wasn't the biggest fan of this overall, honestly. It's still a 2 out of 5, so like same rating as New Girl. They're both like not that good because they're not really that scary. And again, like, what is the connection with like Fear Street? How is Fear Street like really involved in this? I genuinely don't know. So it was like very random, and I just ended up not really liking it all that much. Although the scenes at the ridge between Meg and Tony, when he's like in his head and he's like, I should kill her, like she needs to be killed, that was pretty creepy. That's one of the reasons why like this isn't a 1 star. I do think there are some creepy moments, but they always kind of like fall flat by the end because it's the most like human of things to happen by the end of it. When are we going to put the fear in Fear Street? When are we going to see like these cursed woods and these cursed houses and these cursed streets? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it so far. Not all is negative though, because I did actually really enjoy The Overnight. This is another one where it is like a kind of normal sort of scenario, but it was actually genuinely quite creepy and scary. So this follows like the Outdoors Club. The main character is Della. Other members of the club are Gary, Mia, Pete, and Ricky. So there's like the 5 of them. And Ricky is the weird one. He's the cringy one. The one who was like, oh, I have a tent and I have a sleeping bag that's big enough for 2, wink, wink. wink. It's just like absolutely fucking gross. But in the overnight, yeah, so they're part of the outdoors club and they're supposed to go on an overnight on Fear Island. Again, like, why would you do an overnight on an island called Fear Island? Then again, isn't it in the Scooby-Doo movie where it's like Fear... Isn't that the Scooby-Doo movie? Is it actually called Fear Island? Oh, Spooky Island. Okay, it's near enough, I guess, near enough. But like, why, when you hear these stories about Fear Island itself, even Della's mother's like, but why Fear Island is such a creepy place? So Fear Island was a small uninhabited island covered with pine trees in the centre of the lake behind the Fear Street woods. Even though it was a perfect spot for picnics and camping, only a few minutes boat ride across the lake, few people ventured there because of the dreadful stories about it. So there are apparently like strange animal mutations, hideous dangerous creatures that didn't exist anywhere else roamed the woods, poisonous snakes. Like, it sounds like a health and safety hazard. So why is, Mr. Abner, this teacher, advocating for spending an overnight trip on this island where obviously something bad is going to happen? I mean, it sounds like a lot of fun at the same time, but I mean, I'm not a one for camping. I hate camping. I'm scared of it. But like, I can see the appeal. But like, if it's something called Fear Island, like, come on. But anyway, Mr. Abner tells the Outdoors Club that he has to postpone that coming overnight stay on the island because he has like a family emergency or whatever. So the kids are like kind of heartbroken. They're like, oh, we were so excited. But then Suki's another person in the Outdoor Club actually. Suki, she says, why don't we just go without him? And so that's what they do. They go to this island without the teacher. And I must admit, I kind of low-key love it because it's such a great setting. I do think R.L. Stine does a good job at like building up the atmosphere here. He does make Fear Island sound quite creepy and scary, but it's obviously not a great idea. So they do get over there in canoes and like pretty much immediately Della gets lost. Like, it's insane like how quickly she gets lost. But yeah, she gets lost and a random man appears, and I was, a little bit hesitant at first because I couldn't quite remember this part of the story when I first read it. But R.L. Stine sometimes has a knack of, saying something is one thing and then it turns out to be absolutely nothing. But it does turn out that there's a random man on this island and he's talking to Della and he's being so weird and he ends up chasing her, which was scary. And then he ends up falling, and I love the description of his body, actually. He was lying at the bottom, his body twisted, his head in such a weird position, as if it had come off and been carelessly replaced by someone who didn't know which way a head was supposed to fit. Like, that sounds like they're supposed to be dead, right? I'm going to spoil this right away. He's not actually dead. So I'm like, that description doesn't really match up, because if it looks like somebody had put his head on the wrong way around, there is no way he could have survived that, right? However, he does. He does survive that. But anyway, Della tries to hide the body because she doesn't want it to ruin her life, kind of thing. But the other members see her do this, and so she can't just get away with it. And so they all make a pact to themselves that they're just going to not tell anyone about this body. They'll continue the overnight as planned, so nobody at home is suspicious, and like they'll leave the island in the morning. And so I kind of love that because I was like, oh, this is such I know what you did last summer. But like, sat on an island, I was like, you know what, I'm living for this. So what was scary as well is during the night, Della hears something outside the tent. And again, like, it's so creepy because I hate camping so much. But yeah, she does realise that some of the backpacks have been rifled in. She goes back to sleep somehow, and then the next day the canoes are missing. However, it turned out to be fucking Ricky. He just hid them. Why Ricky? He's just so annoying. And they do get home, and at this point I was like, oh, I'm kind of sad because I wanted to like stay on this island. The island is such a good set and let's stay on there. But we do get back to it like by the end. But anyway, they are back home, and then Della starts to get like, I know what you did kind of messages. So she realizes that she can't just get away with murder, and so like all the other members of the group are like, oh crap, we can't get away with it. They get chased as well. I think Della and Gary, they go on a date, and then they get chased in a car, and then that car crashes, and then they realize the car is empty. Like, creepy stuff like that happens, and it's pretty good. But anyway, what's so funny is that, back at school, Mr. Abner goes, oh, I'm so sad that we couldn't do the overnight, so I've rescheduled it for this Saturday. And everyone's like, what? Like, that was so funny. But they obviously can't say, oh, we can't go, because they were so excited for it before. So I kind of love that. So they do end up going back to the island, and actually before that, they come across a newspaper article about two robbers who have killed someone, and it turns out the robbers, or like the burglars, one of them was the man who Della had killed on the island, and so they assume that the partner of that person is, coming after them in trying to get revenge or blackmail. So anyway, they go back to the island, they realise that the body is gone, and the man is actually still alive. He just says, oh yeah, my pulse is really weak, and my doctors can't really hear it themselves. But I'm like, but how can you explain your head being the wrong way around? Like, how do you survive that? You can't. So as much as I love the description of the body, it really does contradict him being alive by the end of it. But it was like a good little twist, I guess. I guess R.L. Stine just wanted us to be surprised. And I definitely was surprised because, again, there was no way that man could have survived that fall. But I digress. The police come and it's pretty much over. So, like, this is like one of those ones where, I'm giving it a 3.5 out of 5 because my expectations at this point were a little bit low. And I do remember enjoying this the first time I read it. And I do love the island setting. I love how creepy it is. And I thought it was a pretty good plot. But yeah, it gets wrapped up way too quickly. Characters are still awful. I'm like, where are the likable characters in this series? Can we please introduce me to one? But the plot was great. Like, I can't really fault the plot too much. It was like just highly entertaining, despite the easy conclusion, like the easy wrap up of it. And after reading this, I was like, thank God. Because I didn't want to be reading 51 bad books, you know what I mean? But no, this actually made me quite hopeful for the rest of the series. And then we get to Missing, which again, I didn't really love this one, and I had forgotten the like twists of this one after the first time I read it. I will say this has a great opening line. The first night Mum and Dad didn't come home, Mark and I weren't terribly upset about it. In fact, we had a party. I kind of like that because yeah, in this book we follow Cara and Mark. They are brother and sister and their parents have gone missing. Like they wake up one day, they're not there, as you heard, they throw a party, but then they're still not home the next day and stuff. And it's like very weird, like where have our parents gone? And there is a guy called Roger who lives with them, who is apparently their mum's distant cousin, and he seems a little bit suspicious, a little bit weird. There's a weird moment when they're in their parents' bedroom and they see some shoes behind the curtain and they realize Roger is just standing there. And he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. And they were like, we've just been talking for like the last 20 minutes. What do you mean? He's like, oh, the curtains must be so thick. I couldn't hear you. I'm like, what are you talking about? So like, it was so weird and so suspicious. But yeah, they end up trying to like call the parents, but you know, the phone's dead or something. And then they go to where they're supposed to work because, sorry, I should also explain this, but Cara and Mark and the parents, they move around constantly for the parents' job. So they do like a lot of IT stuff apparently. And so they've just moved to Fear Street, to Shadyside. So yeah, the parents work at something called Cranford Industries, and Cara and Mark are like, oh, let's go see if they're at work, because maybe they just overworked, maybe they just haven't realised that they spent a couple of days there and they need to see us. And they get there and they're like, oh, we don't have your parents working here, like they're not in our system, we don't have anyone called Burroughs as part of our staff, so don't know what to tell you. So at this point Cara and Mark are like, well, what the hell, have our parents been lying to us, like what's going on here? And then yeah, they get back home. This is disgusting, and I would leave them for this too, but they have some cornflakes. This is really random, but Cara and Mark have some cornflakes and they don't have milk, so they use Coca-Cola instead. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. If I was their parents, I would also leave them because that is just absolutely unacceptable. Look, just eat it the way it is. Like, you don't have to put liquid on it to eat the cereal. Just eat the cereal. You did not have to put Coca bloody Cola on it. That's disgusting. There's someone called Captain Faraday who he's introduced pretty early on. He's very suspicious, but he gives Cara his number, and Cara thinks that he's about to tell him something about the parents, but she's like, you didn't come and tell me about the parents. And he says, no, I'm investigating a burglary in this neighborhood. A burglary? He just seems like quite questioning and a little bit weird. So I've kept my eyes on Captain Faraday. I was like, I can't quite remember what happened with him. So anyway, it turns out that he was a bad cop. And yeah, it is revealed after Roger gets killed that Faraday is also looking for their parents. And what's weird as well is these kids, they came to Captain Faraday being like, oh my god, we don't know where our parents are, they're missing, can you please help us? And now Captain Faraday has them hostage, and he's like, tell me where your parents are right now or I'll kill you. And they're like, we don't know where they are. And he's like, I don't believe you. I'm like, they've just spent the last couple of days desperately trying to find their parents and they've come to you for help. What makes you think they actually know where they are in the first place? You know what I mean? Mark has a girlfriend called Gina who breaks up with him. Anyway, she's the one who ends up saving them and takes them to like this meeting place like in the woods. So earlier, I'm jumping all over the place here. Earlier in the book, Mark came across a clearing behind Gina's house and he falls into a trap. I'm caught in a trap. But a dog comes and Mark kills this dog. He actually, it's kind of described as well how he kills it. I'll not say it, I'll not repeat it. He kills this dog. And I know this dog seemed like he was maybe attacking him. Fair enough, he wanted to like protect himself. But the way that he does it, nah, I can't get on board with that. We had a dead cat in The New Girl as well. Anna put a dead cat in Lisa's locker. R.L. Stine loves dead animals. He actually does. There's so many dead animals in the Goosebumps series, so I'm starting to see a recurring pattern here. But anyway, yeah, he kills a dog in this clearing. So I like the fact that we came back to this clearing, like it actually had a purpose. So yeah, there's a meeting, and there are people in these like hooded robes, and yeah, they find their parents. Cora and Mark are like, oh my god, our parents are leaders of a cult. But it turns out that they're actually about to be sacrificed by this cult. And it's so funny because Mark throws, well, he finds these like weird little monkey heads, like these white monkey heads with like crystal eyes and stuff. He throws one of them at Marcus, the leader, and it misses completely, which is hilarious. But it does allow for the mum and dad to take control of the situation. And we find out that the mum and the dad are FBI agents and they've been after this cult. And I'm like, okay. Okay, FBI agents. Okay. We don't really get too much about this cult at all. I would have loved it actually if we had to focus a little bit more on the cult and this was more of a cult book, more so than Cora and Mark just like buzzing around trying to find their parents and it being like a really boring, repetitive thing. And it did turn out that Roger was also an FBI agent, but he was a terrible FBI agent, let's be honest. Because otherwise this does sound like a pretty exciting book, right? Like I think that plot where they save their parents from a cult, that actually is so incredibly interesting. The plot sounds great, but this was a little bit meandering. It was very repetitive, rather boring for the majority of this book. That, yeah, it's still going to get a 2 out of 5 stars as well. It just really couldn't capture my attention all the way through. And yeah, them turned out to be FBI agents and stuff. It came across as a little bit ridiculous by the end, so I didn't love that. And yeah, it was another book where it turned out like a lot of it was just like very normal. And Faraday was after the parents because the parents put him in jail. So I kind of liked how that tied into it a little bit too. Like there were some good plot points, but not a great execution, unfortunately. Before I properly get started on talking about the next Fear Street book, I want to go back and retroactively change the overnight rating from a 3.5 to a 4 star after reading the next couple of books. And like, they are getting better. Like, the Fear Street books are getting better. I'm really enjoying them. I've already read 2 more at the minute, but I am going to change the overnight to a 4 star. Definitely my favourite one so far. And now let's get into talking about the next book, which is called The Wrong Number. This is like kind of a perfect sort of murder mystery detective book. I mean, I say like murder mystery, you do pretty much know who it is straight away, but I love the way that the main characters try to solve it, like try to get evidence and all of that. It was actually quite exciting. So I'm going to give this one 3.5 stars. That's why I decided to bump the overnight up to a 4, because I do think I prefer the overnight over this one. The Wrong Number is very, very good though, except for one thing, and I will point these things out when I get to reading these books. I know these were written in a totally different time. These were from the 90s, 80s, 90s, whatever. In me calling this out isn't me like trying to cancel anyone or anything like that. R.L. Stine is still one of my favourite writers of all time. I'm still giving this book a 3.5. But whenever I come across instances of things like fat phobia, I will say something, because the Goosebumps series is just rife with fat phobia. And whenever a Fear Street book also does something a bit problematic, then I am also going to say something too. So feel free to argue with me in the comments. I still get comments to this day, 3 years after my Goosebumps video, being like, oh, fat phobia isn't even real. Shut up. But feel free to add engagement to the video. So yeah, we follow Dina and Jade, and there's like this random moment when they're in school when they're talking about a couple, Bruce Kipnis and Sherry Murdoch. And Dina's surprised that they're together. She's like, really? Dina said. Bruce and Sherry were the 2 fattest kids in the school. And then Jade says, yeah, probably no one else would want to go out with either of them. So like, there's no point in this. Like, there's genuinely no point in this whatsoever. These characters are never brought up again. I just wanted to say that. I just want to get that off my chest because I didn't love that. It was completely unnecessary. Anyway, let's get into talking about this book. So this one does follow Dina. She gets a phone off her dad, and you know, it's one of those like really old school phones that they would get in the 90s or even the 80s, where it's like this big block and it has the receiver or something and the long cord, and you can overhear people as well when you're like, because I think it's all on the same landline, so when you pick up a phone you can overhear what someone is saying on the same kind of landline kind of thing. Anyway, yeah, Dina gets this phone and Jade wants to do some like prank calls on it. So they do have some like innocent prank calls from some people at school. And then Chuck, who is Dina's half brother, he has come to stay with them for his senior year because he got expelled from his last school. And he decides that he's going to kick it up a notch and he is going to prank call a bowling alley and make a bomb threat. What's weird as well though is that when we first get introduced to Chuck, they're picking him up from the airport, I think it was, and there's like a kind of car accident around them, and then Chuck goes out of the car to save a dog from a burning car. So like he's painted to be this like hero to begin with, and then he makes this bomb threat, and then he goes back to being like, oh, he brings a knife to school, and he says he's the Phantom of Fear Street kind of thing. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just a stupid thing. But like it's so weird. Like I don't know how R.L. Stine wanted to portray Chuck. Like, is he a hero or is he like, yeah, I don't get it. But anyway, moving on from that, they do end up making this prank call to a random number in Fear Street, and Chuck calls it. And then on the other side of this phone call, there is a woman being murdered. And that's kind of like an exciting plot line. I was like, oh god, that's so interesting. And instead of phoning the police, I don't know why they don't phone the police. I mean, they have this conversation like, oh, we should phone the police. And then Chuck's like, oh, but like, how are we going to explain that way over here, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Just like put in an anonymous thing. Like, be like, oh, I'm a neighbour in Fear Street and I can hear the woman screaming and I think she's being murdered, send help. They could have literally done anything except go there themselves as this woman is being murdered. Obviously, they're not going to make it in time, right? So they get inside the house, like they get through the back door because it's like broken and stuff. So they get in and yeah, they find her dead on the floor. And it's like, they could have saved her life if they had have just sucked it up and just phoned the police. Like, so what if they made a prank call? Like, it was just a prank call, like, oh, we were just trying random numbers and you know what I mean? It's like, oh my god. Anyway, the guy who killed her is still in the house, which is scary, terrifying. And the guy in this ski mask comes and he's kind of threatening. And for some reason, I don't know why this happened again, Jade and Dina, even though they're by the back door, which is open, they run into the house past the guy in the ski mask to get out the front door. Even though the back door they've just come in is still open because it's broke. So I don't know why they did that. I guess Orelstein just wanted a little bit more tension, but like he's sacrificing character logic by making them go through all of that for no reason. So yeah, they do that and then they do like Runaway. And then the police come, they get Chuck, they arrest Chuck because the wife's husband, the murdered wife's husband, he phoned the police saying that, oh, he saw them run away. And then you kind of know from that point that, oh, he is the guy in the ski mask because there was no one else around. So how was the husband in the house not hearing all of this commotion, not hearing his wife screaming and being on the phone and screaming for help and stuff? Like, you know what I mean? You kind of figure it out straight away. But I don't think R.L. Stine wanted you to figure it out yet because there's a later cliffhanger when they see Mr. Faberson, the husband, on TV and they're like, oh my god, his voice is so familiar. Oh my god, he is the guy in the ski mask. And I'm like, literally you can tell from like the very start that it's the bloody husband. But I'm not going to penalise it too much for like a lot of the logic stuff because there's a lot of things that don't really fully make sense, but at this point I just want to be entertained, and this book bloody entertained me. So now Chuck's been arrested, Dina and Jade try to tell their parents everything, which is great. Like, I love main characters who do the right thing by just tell an adult. But at the same time, because they also tell the detectives, and the detectives are like, oh, you're making this up, like this is imaginary kind of thing, and you know, they're just gonna lock Chuck up. They said, oh, we found his fingerprints on the murder weapon, because like he does pick up the knife when they're in the house. I'm like, how in the world did they get that result back straight away? You know what I mean? Like, that was way too quick, because it's the same night. Like, they've just gotten home pretty much, and then the police come, and then it's too quick. Like, there's no logic to it. So yeah, Chuck's locked up now, which leaves Jade and Dina to get him out. And like, it doesn't sound like the most like scariest of plot lines, which is what I want from the Fear Street books, but this was actually like quite creepy at times. So and really smart as well, because like the main characters, Jade and Dina, they go to Mr. Faberson's workplace and they pretend to apply for a job as an assistant because the previous assistant had just left, and then they have this idea of going to see the previous assistant, and then they find out that the husband who murdered his wife, he was in a relationship with that assistant and they're planning on running away together, and the reason why he killed his wife is because she had money and she was going to leave him. It's so juicy. Like, it's kind of juicy and scandalous and like just not what I expected from this, but like so enjoyable at the same time. So you do have a tense scene when they're at the assistant's house and the assistant phones the husband and she's like, you have to get out of the house. I don't want the house anymore. And Jade and Dina are like over hearing it on the phone too. And yeah, Mr. Faberson is coming to the assistant's house and Jade and Dina are like, shit, we need to get out of here. And then they spy on them, see them kiss, and also him take whatever out of the assistant's house, and it turns out to be a dead cat. Like, that's all it was. It was a dead cat, and I'm like, it was her cat. She loved that cat so much, and like she just puts it in a box and he throws it in a dumpster. Like, that's not how you treat cats. But also, what's weird is that R.L. Stine just absolutely loves dead cats. He loves them so much. But I think the best part of this is when Jade and Dina go to Mr. Faberson's house and like he's not in at the moment, so they're like trying to find proof and stuff, and then he comes back and then he's like asleep downstairs and they're like trying to sneak out, but then they knock over a wastebasket which alerts him. Then they run upstairs into like the closet and he finds them straight away. Like, he opens the closet door and he's like looking straight at them. Oh my god, like that was quite scary. He locks them in, they get out the window, and he has a chainsaw. Like, he comes out with a freaking chainsaw, like he's demented, and it was just like so fun and exciting. And then yeah, out of nowhere the police come. Which is like the one thing that lets down the Fear Street books, is that you can just tell there's going to be some kind of out of nowhere moment where the characters are saved. Because the same thing happened in The Overnight. The police come out of nowhere and it's the end of the story essentially. So in this one, yeah, he's got this chainsaw and the police come, and the police are like, well, the detectives who brushed Jade and Dina off this entire time, they were like, oh yeah, Mr. Ferguson was our number one suspect. And they're like, but what about Chuck? Like, why in the hell did you lock Chuck up? Like, you saw Chuck, he was like mortified of being inside the prison. Like, he needed out. He was like pulling his hair out. He was like so upset and depressed. And then they're like, oh, but we needed Mr. Faberson to think that he isn't a suspect. So yeah, we locked Chuck up. You didn't actually have to like lock him up if you didn't think he actually did it. You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, the way that the detectives treated Jade and Dina the entire time when they were telling them, oh, Mr. Faberson did it, he killed his wife. And they're like, you're making this, the gaslighting. That's what they were doing. The detectives were gaslighting the main characters to the point where they felt that they had to take matters into their own hands. And look what happened. Like, they almost died because of their, you know, what's the word? Ineptness? Like, their inability to be good detectives. So that did piss me off. And they even have the cheek to say, you took an awful chance, don't you think that was a job for the police? And Dina said, of course it was, but you wouldn't listen to anything we said. And I'm like, yes, tell them, drag those bastards. Like, I'm starting to realise now that the police and detectives in the Fear Street books are not going to be great. And like, I think Orelstein just wants us to believe that they will never be able to go to the police or the detectives in any of the stories. So like, he needs this like kind of excuse, which is fine, but it's a little bit annoying when there like is a workaround and you're just like, okay, I have to like suspend so much of my disbelief in order to believe that these characters would act this way. So overall, I actually really enjoyed this. Like, this was quite exciting. Love the whole like trying to find the evidence and stuff like that. So yeah, pretty good. 3.5. The Sleepwalker isn't as great as the previous one, but definitely better than the ones that I read like earlier on, apart from The Overnight. That one is still my favourite. It's weird because this one gives me like a little bit of Chicken vibes, but not from Goosebumps. I'm probably going to make a lot of Goosebumps comparisons, I'm sorry. In this one we follow Mira, and she is looking after Mrs. Kotler, who lives on Fear Street. And Mrs. Kotler, people say she's a witch. And you get these kind of instances where you think that she is, because at one point Mrs. Cutler's neighbour, who she was disagreeing with, ends up having an accident, and Mrs. Cutler seems to be like the main suspect. Like, maybe she is casting some kind of spell or something. And at the same time as well, we have Mira, who is our main character. She has a boyfriend called Walker. Well, they're a pretty new couple, and Mira broke up with someone called Link only a few weeks ago. And Link, oh my gosh, Link and Samantha. So Samantha is Link's sister. The pair of them, I could literally shake them so hard and drop them off into a lake. The amount of times they annoyed me. So Mira's like, Link, I don't want to talk to you. Like, we broke up. I have nothing else to say. And the way that Link just stalks her and continues to like harass her and hound her. And Samantha as well, she's like, well, coming up to Mira and being like, you're gonna regret it. Like, please take him back and all this and the other. Like, give him a chance and stuff. I'm like, get out of their relationship. If Mira wanted to break up with him, then that's her prerogative. Leave her the fuck alone. And then later on, Link is like, oh, do you want to lift home? And like Mira's like, I don't really want to, but like he kind of backs her in a corner, so she's like, okay, I'll take the lift. And then he forces himself on her and gives her a kiss. And she's like, I literally said no funny business, please don't do that. And Link is just, oh, he's like so creepy and so awful. And I hate the ending of this, the way that Link and Mira do get together by the end of it. It's like Link just like broke her down and down and down until he took her back, kind of thing. That's what it feels like to me, and that's not a good look. Back to Mira and the actual plotline. Mira starts to go sleepwalking, and she's never sleepwalked before. Yeah, I think that's right. And Mrs. Cutler is the prime suspect. She thinks that she's casting a spell on her, and each time that Mira is sleepwalking, she's having this dream, and then she wakes up somewhere, and she gets closer and closer to like Fear Street, and then at one point she's actually in the lake. She wakes up in the lake, she's drowning. Thank God someone was randomly in a boat nearby and saved her. But like her mother, Mira's mother, was not taken seriously. Mother, I nearly walked into the street. What if I hadn't woken up? And her mother says, but you did wake up. Look, I'm a nurse, and I can guarantee you that no one has ever come into our hospital because they walked into a truck while walking in their sleep. You're going to be fine. Are you kidding me? Literally, like, sleepwalking is one of the most dangerous things, especially in this book, where she literally is drowning. She freaking like, almost drowns at one point, and her mother's like, oh, you'll be fine. No one's ever come into the hospital before complaining about this. Like, what are you talking about? Look, I'm a nurse. You need to get checked. You need your license revoked. Not taking it seriously enough. It's your daughter you're talking about. And even after the moment where Mira is drowning and she tells her mum that she was found in the lake, Mrs. Bond says, Dr. Stern can see you in the morning. Would you like another bowl of tomato soup? In the morning, which means that she's going to have another night's sleep where anything worse could happen. Like, she almost died. Your daughter almost died. She said, oh yeah, the doctor will see you in the morning. Are you kidding? Anyway, yes, that was infuriating, but it was kind of scary. The amounts of times that Mira was sleepwalking. And I think I hear a nice scream truck outside, which can be quite creepy as well, so I hope you love the ambience if you can hear it. But yeah, also, one of my patrons, when I was reading this, said, this kind of looks like A Nightmare on Elm Street. And I kind of wish we had more of those vibes. I really do. Because yeah, sometimes the dreams were a little bit creepy. But yeah, that was scary. And then Mrs. Collar is going away for a few days. So Mira says to Walker, her boyfriend, who loves magic tricks, by the way. He even talks about hypnotizing things at one point, so remember that. They go into Mrs. Cutler's house while she's not there. They find books on the occult. They find sleepwalking books. And then they also find out that Link and Stephanie are Mrs. Cutler's niece and nephew. So the whole thing seems to be connected, right? Like, they're trying to do this to fuck with Mira for breaking up with Link, which is pathetic. It's a pathetic excuse, pathetic reason, but I will tell you that is not what is going on here. So I loved that that wasn't what was going on. It actually did surprise me how it actually unfolded. Like, this is probably like one of the most surprising endings of a Fear Street book so far. So Mira, she ends up getting her memory back because it seems like the reason why she's sleepwalking is because she's suppressing trauma. And what actually happened was Walker, her boyfriend, stole a car with her inside it, and they caused an accident where this yellow car went into the lake, and it was two people inside, like two brothers. One was called Cal. Cal got out, but his brother drowned, and Cal was asking them for help as Walker dragged Mira into the car and drove away. Walker caused a death, and then he hypnotized Mira to keep the secret so that his life wouldn't be ruined because he wanted to be a famous magician. The little scumbag. So we have this confrontation between Walker and Mira, where Mira's pretending that she wants to be hypnotized. So he tries to hypnotize her, and she's like, I knew you could do it. I knew that's what you did to me, you little shit. So then he tries to kill Mira by drowning her, but Hazel, who is the black cat that Mrs. Cutler owns, who I haven't mentioned yet, I do apologize, but Hazel actually saves Mira from being drowned by Walker and like scratches his face up and stuff. It's great. Then she runs to Mrs. Cutler's house, and there's like the confrontation there, and then Cal comes out of nowhere and he's like, you killed my brother, and he's like saves Mira from Walker, and then Walker's arrested. So like, again, we have the police swooping in, saving the day. But I will actually give it to Hazel, the cat, and Cal for saving the day. There was some clever misdirection in this because you focus so much on Mrs. Cutler potentially being a witch, and the fact that Link is trying to get Mira back, and all this like seems to connect, but actually the real villain is Walker. Also, Walker is going out with Suki behind Mira's back, but everyone knows that. apart from Mira, because Mira has been brainwashed and hypnotized. So Suki is from the Overnight. She is one of the characters from the Overnight, and she is said to be the trashiest girl in school. So again, I'm loving the connections between all the people. I also love the fact that Simon Fear's mansion, burnt down mansion on Fear Street, keeps getting brought up every now and then. I'm like, that's so intriguing. Like, I want to know more about this mansion. But yeah, I love the misdirection of the fact that it was actually Walker all along who had suppressed her memory, and like the sleepwalker thing was actually a normal response to her trauma and her trying to, you know, uncover the truth about what she was forced to suppress. But again, I do hate the end and the fact that Link and Mira become a couple again, considering how creepy Link is and how forceful he is. Oh, and one thing I want to say about this book as well before I wrap up, did I tell you my rating of this book as well? Anyway, before that, I love when we talk about gravestones and Mira says something about like, oh, someone told me that any gravestones that are crooked are the bodies of the people underneath trying to push their way out. So the gravestones are like crooked because of that. Like, that was so cool. I kind of love that. It's kind of terrifying. But yeah, I did give this book 3 stars. I don't think it was as good as The Wrong Number because I found the characters more likable in The Wrong Number, but it was definitely another good step in the right direction for the Fear Street books. I recently finished 4 more Fear Street books, and 2 of them were pretty much duds, and the other 2, I mean, I might have found a new favourite so far in one of them. But starting off with Haunted, I like the idea of this, but I don't think the execution of it like really stuck the landing, because we follow Melissa and there is like this Fear Street prowler, and it really was very reminiscent of like some true crime cases I think from around this time. You know, like you had like the Night Stalker and stuff like that. So I thought that the vibes of this were quite immaculate to begin with. And so yeah, there are rumors of this like Fear Street prowler who is going around breaking into people's houses, and you know, the level of paranoia is quite high, but I don't think you really get a good glimpse into that too much. And so we start off this book with Melissa, who thought she saw the Fear Street prowler outside her window. Turns out to be just a tree branch. But like, she lives with her mum and dad, and like her dad has like this gun in his bedside table, which is very important later on. And the parents in this just don't really take it that seriously. Even though there is like a break-in in the house just further down the road, they're still a little bit like, oh, let's not bring it up, you know, like we don't need to talk about it. I'm like, and they're off to a lawyers convention as well in Las Vegas, I think it was. So like, they're going to be leaving their daughter alone on a street where the Fear Street prowler was. You know, it's like the parents in the Fear Street books and the parents in Goosebumps are just outright awful. I wonder if this is R.L. Stine trying to tell us something about his own parents. I do not know, but the amount of times we have terrible parents is rather eye-opening. And the amount of times as well Melissa's like, oh my god, I saw someone. And like, she does end up seeing someone in her room, and like her parents run in and no one's there. And I think the mum says, call the police. And the dad is like, why should I call the police for? No one's here. It's like, what, they couldn't have jumped out the window? Like, your daughter's screaming because she said there was a man in her room. There are rumours of the Fear Street prowler in the area. Like, what? Like, he's not gonna, oh, I can't see him, so I guess it didn't happen. And the way he, like, tries to gaslight his daughter into thinking that she didn't see anything, and it was just her imagination, was so annoying. Anyway, the main story of this really is that the man who appears in her room turns out to be a boy called... Oh my god, I got all of their names so mixed up. The amount of names we have to remember in the Fear Street books. There's like 20 odd characters in every book. Paul, he appears to her and he's a ghost. And he tells her, I'm going to kill you because you killed me. And Melissa's like, killed you? I haven't killed you. I haven't killed no one. And Paul is like, you killed me, so I'm going to kill you. And he appears to her. She can see him. He is around her age. He's wearing double denim. I will probably kill him too. I'm kidding. But yeah, he doesn't really have his memory or anything. He can't really remember where he came from or like what actually happened to him. He just knows that she killed him. So now Melissa is trying to find out what happened, and she ends up seeing him, like an actual alive Paul, and she goes up to him and she's like, what are you doing here? And then Paul's like, who are you? So it's like really weird that we have this ghost of Paul who's like, you killed me, and then she sees Paul alive and well and he doesn't know who she is. Alive Paul is extremely creepy and disgusting. The amount of creepy, disgusting guys in the series too, pretty much 9 times out of 10, the guys are like trying to cop a feel of the female characters, or they're like forcing themselves on the female characters by kissing them. Melissa ends up coming to the conclusion that Paul isn't dead yet. Like, he is a ghost from the future, and is trying to like warn himself that he's about to die to prevent it from happening. And I kind of love that. Like, I thought that was a nice little twist, and it was a pretty good thing. And it does turn out that Paul is the Fiesta Prowler. He is the one who is breaking into people's houses, trying to steal from them. He's been awful with Melissa, so he like breaks into her house. She ends up shooting him dead. The ghost Paul, he was going to try and stop himself, but when he saw that the human real Paul is about to kill Melissa, he's like, oh, I can't kill Melissa, and so I'm gonna have to let myself die, kind of thing. It was a nice little kind of twist. And then Ghost Paul is like, oh, Melissa, you're the only person who ever cared for me, I can move on now, and then goes. And it's so weird because there was never any kind of romance or anything really leading up to this point, because like, I mean, Ghost Paul was trying to kill her from the beginning. He tried to make her crash her car, and this, that, and the other. Like, he was trying to kill her before she killed him. And then Alive Paul was, you know, being really creepy and possessive and being like, hey, sweet cheeks, I'm gonna, like, touch you and stuff like that. Like, there was never any romantic connection there. And then Paul is dead, and his ghost is like, yeah, I would have rather me die than you. It just felt like it came out of nowhere, so I didn't love that. It was portrayed in a way that it was supposed to be an emotional ending, but I just didn't really feel it. And the entire book is kind of repetitive and a little bit boring. You do get at the start of it, Melissa being haunted and not really knowing what's going on, and she's coming across as quite crazy to her relatives, her parents, her boyfriend. And so it just felt like something we'd already done before. It's been there, done that. Wasn't anything new. I wasn't really taken by the whole twist that Paul was the Fiesta Prowler, considering we pretty much knew that from the beginning. So when R.L. Stine is trying to make it seem like a twist, it really isn't, because we kind of knew it from the start. The only time I was ever really scared was before Paul was revealed, and there was that kind of faceless man in her room who does turn out to be Paul. But like, before we knew who he was, that was kind of scary, but that's about it. The rest of it is just a mission of Melissa trying to find out who Paul is, and that's pretty much it. She goes on little quests and little side journeys to find out. She looks in newspapers, she talks to people. It isn't really that interesting. So unfortunately, this one is 2 stars. I seem to be rating a lot of these books 2 stars because I don't think they're really that bad or anything. It would have to be like pretty bad for me to give it a 1 star, but like 2 stars is more like a meh. And this felt very meh, like a few of them have. I will give props to Melissa though, because she is a rich girl and her parents are rich, her friends are rich and quite snobbish, but Melissa actually tells her friends off for looking down on people. Her friend Chrissy says, being poor is in bad taste, Chrissy said, and then laughed at her own joke. And then Melissa said, not funny, I don't ever want to be a rich snob who turns her nose up at people. We're so lucky that our parents are well off, but it's just luck. You and I didn't do anything, we didn't earn it. And I was like, oh my god, Melissa, you actually have morals? You're actually a good character? Wow, like, I actually really liked her. But unfortunately, I think she was in the wrong book, because I think she would have been so much better off with a book with a much more of an interesting plot than in this one. So I did recently just put a post on my community page on YouTube, and I will say, if you want to, please do subscribe. I do have a lot of community run posts and things that I get a lot of opinions from other people, and I recently did put a community post out asking what everyone's favourite original Fiesta book is, and a few people said Halloween Party, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, I'm very excited to get to this. But did I agree? Did I disagree with that? We'll find out in a second. I, again, loved some of the characters in this. We follow mainly Terry and his girlfriend Nikki. And Nikki is deaf. Nikki is a great character as well. Like, I love Nikki. She is very headstrong. She's very smart. And yeah, she's in a relationship with Terry. And they're actually a pretty good couple. I really do like them. I think they have good chemistry. But what I don't like is Terry's nickname for Nikki, which is Funny Face. He calls her Funny Face all the time. And I'm like, that isn't even a cute nickname. It's a terrible nickname. And he calls her it pretty much all the time. It's quite annoying. But apart from that, I think they're a great couple and I like them as characters. So this one is about a Halloween party that's coming up in Justine's mansion. So Justine is a schoolmate and she has given out 9 invitations to only 9 people in school. And there's like this kind of mystery, like, why is she only inviting us? We don't really know Justine. So like the fact that she's given us this really cool looking envelope and this really cool looking Halloween party invitation, but like, why? Why would she do that? And Nikki, she lip reads Justine's mouth and she finds out that Justine says they're going to pay. So at this point, I'm like, look, this bitch is suspicious. Do not go to the Halloween party. But does anyone listen to me? No, they do not. We also have Terry's ex-best friend, Alex. In Terry and Alex, they love pulling pranks on one another, and there's kind of like a competition between them. And that's the kind of stuff I do not enjoy. I do not enjoy pranks whatsoever. I got inundated with them in the Goosebumps series, which I've read like 150 of them. And at this point, I've read about 160 to 170 R.L. Stine books, and I'm just done with pranks. I'm done with things being fake. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of fakery in this book, which I didn't love. I will give credit, though, to this Halloween party itself. It's very atmospheric. Love the vibes of it. This is definitely perfect to read around Halloween. So if you want just like a random Fear Street book to read, this is actually a pretty good one to just like read on its own. Although there is mention of the overnight. So Ricky from the overnight is in this, and he's also invited to this party. And he talks about the overnight a little bit, but he doesn't really spoil anything from it. So that's the only thing really to take note of. And then unfortunately, it just takes so long to get into the story that it's almost over by the time things actually start happening. By page 93, there were 2 fake body scares, and Justine falls through a banister. The banister's been cut through and it looks sabotaged, and that's pretty much it before like the 92, 93 page mark, which by that point there's only 40 to 50 pages left of the book. And even before that as well, 2 of the school bullies have crashed the party with their motorcycles, and they do get ran out, but like that was the only other really like interesting thing that happened at the party. There's lots of like talk about dancing until you die kind of thing and stuff like that, like a lot of good talk, but that's all there is until about page 92, 93 is just talk and fake scares. Like we had 2 fake bodies in a row essentially. There was one by the fireplace that turned out to be fake, and then Alex, he put his costume up on the ceiling bit and pretended that he had been hanged, and then he comes out saying gotcha, which again, PTSD from Goosebumps. So that was like just really annoying because I was like, I just want something scary to happen at this Halloween party, come on. But then we do come across a 3rd dead body, but this dead body is actually real, and it's Les Whittle, who was also invited, one of their schoolmates. He is actually dead. So I was like, okay, finally. But this is around about, again, 90 pages in. And then Nikki finds out, because she is one of the most proactive protagonists we've had so far, love her, she finds out that the couple who previously owned the mansion that Justine is living in were her parents, and they died in an accident, like a car accident, and Les Whittle's dad was the one who drove the car, and it turns out that all of the people who were invited, their parents were also in that car, and that car killed Justine's parents, as I said. And so Justine, because her parents died in that car crash and none of the teens did, she has decided to take her revenge on the kids of the people who ended up killing her parents. And it turns out as well that Justine is like a 30-year-old woman when they previously thought that she was like one of their classmates. So that was kind of a cool little twist. I will give it that. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but not the most surprising outside of that. I liked Justine's plan to like lock them all in a room and try and like burn them all alive. That was a good plan. However, she's been planning this for years, and she locks them in a room where there is a dumbwaiter. So that's exactly how Nikki escapes and gets them out. I'm like, how in the world do you plan this revenge where you're going to kill all of the kids of the parents who killed your parents? Yeah. How are you going to go through with this plan after 2 years of cooking it up with your uncle? Although actually Justine's uncle wasn't fully in it. He just wanted to scare them, not kill them, but Justine wanted to kill them. Anyway, yeah, how do you lock them in a room with an easy escape? That's how they escape. Well, Nikki goes down the dumbwaiter, she lets them out. How do you plan for 2 years and lock them in a room with a dumbwaiter where they can escape? Like, it was the stupidest plan. You could have at least locked them in a room with no exit. If you wanted to burn them all alive and make them listen to car crash sounds, then put them in a room without a window, put them in a room without a dumbwaiter, put them in a room where they're going to stay. So dumb. So yeah, the police end up coming and they're saved. So like, it was a really anticlimactic ending to a book where nothing really happened, or at least nothing outwardly scary happened for 2/3 of the book. And the last third of the book, it just happened so quickly, and then it's over because of stupidity. I did have high hopes for this book because a lot of people said that this is one of their favourites, and I can see why in terms of atmosphere and ambience, but it just took too long for the story to get going for my personal tastes. And there were too many fake outs before that too, that by the time the real stuff started happening, it was over. So unfortunately, I'm going to give this one 2 stars as well. But yeah, quite underwhelming, unfortunately. So sorry to everyone who said that this is their favourite. I do apologise. Please take my ratings with a grain of salt, because I do think I probably would have loved these a lot more had I read them when I was the age demographic that the Fiesta books are targeting. Again, I'm just reading all of these for the first time with a 2024 lens as a 32-year-old man. And in case you are thinking I'm just going to be negative, I'm really not, because the next 2 books I do really enjoy, and they both had twists that left me floored. Starting with the stepsister. Oh my god, I was not expecting the twist in this book. So in the stepsister, we follow Emily. She has an older sister called Nancy, and their mum has just gotten married to a guy called Hugh, who has 2 kids of his own, Jesse and Rich. And so Emily has to share rooms with Jesse, and straight away Jesse is being weird. She pulls the head off of Emily's teddy bear. She wants Emily's side of the room. She wants this, she wants that. She takes Emily's sweater, and then when Emily's like, oh, you took my sweater, Jesse's like, no, this is mine. This isn't your sweater, this is my sweater. So I'm like, already I was getting pissed off with this new stepsister. I was like, but you know what's even worse is the dog that Emily has is called Tiger, and Jessie like keeps calling Tiger disgusting, and a couple of times she's like kicked at the dog, and so she's not a nice character. I do not trust people who are outwardly nasty and violent to animals. Just absolutely not. So Jessie is the prime suspect when it comes to all of the things that are happening to Emily. So someone's put peroxide in Emily's shampoo. Someone locks Emily in the toilets at school and sets it on fire. I know, extreme. Someone pushes Emily down the stairs at a concert. Like, there is someone pretty much trying to kill Emily. And Emily is thinking it's Jessie because Jessie has done a lot of outwardly weird stuff. She also reads Jessie's diary, and apparently she is being blamed for the death of someone called Jolie from a previous school. So that is so incredibly weird. One thing I will say that is just so annoying to me at this point, Mr. Stine, I hope you're taking notes, is that Mr. Stine likes to throw in a dead animal pretty much nearly every single book at this point. It happens so much in Goosebumps. You randomly come across a dead animal. There's been dead animals left, right, and centre. In bloody this one, Tiger, the dog, gets killed with a knife, and Emily comes across the corpse and everything. It's awful. It's shocking. It's nasty. It's brutal. It's awful. You know what I mean? It's just nasty. But R.L. Stine loves to use the dead animal thing constantly. It's constant at this point. I'm so fed up with it. So I didn't love the fact that we had yet another instance of animal abuse in the Fiesta books. But you know what? It is personal preference. I just don't like it, and that's fine. If you don't mind it, then that's great. The kicker is that Emily sees who she thinks is Jessie kissing Josh, her boyfriend, in the car. And I want to tell you as well, this is so messy, but Josh, who is Emily's boyfriend, actually used to date Nancy, Emily's sister. So the fact that Emily is seeing her sister's ex-boyfriend is incredibly weird. And it doesn't really paint Emily in a good light, in all honesty. It really doesn't. But I was entirely gagged, gooped, flabbered, gasted, all of the surprise words you can think of, when it turns out that the person who's been trying to kill Emily all along is Nancy. And I should have seen the clues. I should have seen the clues all along. So it turns out that Emily was with her dad when their dad died. They were in a boat, and the boat capsized, and Emily survived, but her dad didn't. There was a really cool scene. Well, I say cool, it was kind of horrifying, and I was like, oh my god, R.L. Stine went there? But like, Emily's in the water, and her dad, who has just died by drowning, he like floats up, and his head is like still under the water and stuff. It's very gnarly, and I was like, okay, this is like kind of really atmospheric and really great. R.L. Stine, you got this. You got this, girl. And Nancy has blamed her sister for her dad dying. She also says to Emily, you took away the 2 men who meant the most to me, which was the dad, but also Josh, Emily's boyfriend, Nancy's ex-boyfriend. So I'm like, not that I'm advocating trying to kill your sibling, but Emily, taking someone's boyfriend is not really a good look. I'm just saying. But I obviously don't blame Emily for her dad's death. That was just like an unfortunate accident. But Nancy obviously does blame Emily. So I did really like that twist because I was not expecting it to be Nancy. Hugh, who is the mum's new husband, their stepdad, has suggested going to a camping trip, and that's when we find out Emily falls into an open grave. Someone is trying to kill her with a shovel. Emily thinks it's Jessie. Turns out it's Nancy. And Nancy's like, I'm going to kill you. You took away the 2 men who meant the most to me. And Nancy also reveals that she's the one who killed Tiger, the family dog. Oh my god, like, it was Nancy all along, and she killed Tiger too. I had to pick my jaw off the ground at that point because I really wasn't expecting. I was like, you know what, R.L. Stine, bravo. Probably one of the best twists, actually, I've read so far in a Fear Street book, and even a Goosebumps book. And poor Jessie, like, this entire book I have been against Jessie because I was like, yeah, it's definitely Jessie who's been messing with her stepsister. But actually, yeah, Nancy's just been pitting everything on Jessie. And there were some times when Nancy did stir the pot, so I should have been suspicious earlier. Such as when Nancy says, after the peroxide incident, she says, oh yeah, Jessie was in the bathroom for a long time. So she was purposefully trying to make it look like all of this was Jessie. And I just didn't really suspect her before though. Like, it got me. I am gonna give this one 3 stars. It's still not my favorite one so far. And again, like the majority of the book is just incidents that happened with Emily. It got quite repetitive by the end. Like by the time she got pushed down the stairs of the concert, I was like, okay, I've had enough of this now. I'm a little bit bored by the constant like, oh my god, something's happening to Emily. She's being assaulted again and again and again and again and again. So I was getting a little bit bored. But it did save itself with a twist at the end. So 3 stars, not too bad, not too shabby. And there were some things that just didn't really amount to much by the end of this. Like, for instance, Rich, who is Jesse's brother, and so Emily's stepbrother. He loves Stephen King. He reads like Pet Sematary, so like sometimes the suspicion was on him because of the whole dead dog thing, and he also got caught shoplifting. But all of that stuff just really didn't amount to anything. I mean, of course, you can have red herrings in books, that's fine. And sometimes I did suspect Rich, and I thought, oh, maybe Jesse is covering for Rich. Once or twice, I did think that. But at the end of the day, there was a lot of like wasted potential with some of this. It could have been a lot creepier. But no, I thought it was really good. So 3 stars. Going back to that community post I made about people's favourite Fiestre books, this was mentioned a few times as well. So I went into this with some high expectations, and I'm happy to say I do think this is my favourite Fiestre book so far. But I'm still going to give it 4 stars. Who knows, maybe by the end of this video and I've read all the Fiestre books, like I'm still finding my feet with the Fiestre books, so I don't really know what I want to give 5 stars and be like, this is definitely like one of the best ones. I might wait until the very end of this video and at the end of reading all 51 of the books to really see if I would go back and change some of them to 5 stars, like my favourite ones. But this is definitely my favourite one so far. It just edges the overnight for me. The atmosphere in this one is just perfect. So we do follow Ariel and her friends. They've just been away for a ski weekend at a ski lodge, and they're on their way home, but there is this massive snowstorm, and it's like preventing them from getting very far in the car, and they end up like breaking down. The people in the car is also Doug, Shannon, and someone called Red. And Red is more like new to the group. And he says, oh, I think I saw a house. Let's go check it out, you know, for warmth and comfort and stuff like that. Because they can't stay out in the snowstorm or anything. So they do go to this house. It turns out to be a ski lodge. And it's ran by 2 people, Lou and Eva. It's so strange, like pretty much straight away. Firstly, Lou. Lou is creepy as fuck. Shannon has red hair and he's like, oh, I love redheads. And then like on the next page, he's like, did I mention I love redheads? He's so creepy. And he's like a little bit almost touchy-feely. He drinks a lot and he has a lot of guns. I was like, you know what? I'd rather be in the car. I know it's freezing out there, but I'd rather take the snow over this creep. And it's strange as well because Eva, she is in the kitchen and Ariel is asking, oh, can I have like a hot chocolate or a tea or something? And Eva's like, oh yeah, sure. And she doesn't really know where anything is. And Ariel's like, that's strange. Like, if she runs a place, like, shouldn't she know where things are? And it's the same with Lou. Lou puts on this coat that is apparently his, but it's too short for him. So, you know, there are different things that just don't add up. There's also a picture of a couple that was put in Red's drawer in that room. And Red shows him, he's like, oh my god, like this couple, why did they put the photos in there? Like, are they trying to hide something? So it does look like Lou and Eva have maybe gotten rid of or disposed of the previous couple who owned the place and have like taken over it, which is terrifying. Like, can you imagine being stranded in snow and you get to the ski lodge and the 2 people who are running it are like probably not even the right people to be running it, and what are they hiding kind of thing? So something was really odd there, and it just added even more to it, the fact that they were trapped there. They couldn't get anywhere because of the snow, and they tried to go out in the Jeep, but you know, it was like dying and stuff. So Red was like, okay, I'll have a look at it, and this, that, and the other. But it felt like they were closed off. It felt like they couldn't get anywhere else. There was a really creepy moment when Ariel sees a man outside with this like blue ski mask on his face, and she has no idea who he is. He does run off, and they're like, oh my god, like, did you actually see something? And Red also tells them that he overheard Lou and Eva say that they're gonna rob them. So the stakes are high. It's intense. It is intense. So one night they take a gun and they're trying to get out into the barn where the Jeep is, and Red has the keys for it. He actually fixed it. He says he fixed it, but he told them that he didn't so that they wouldn't suspect that they could get away. And then they get to the barn and there's like someone leaning against a post, and Doug accidentally ends up shooting this figure and they think it's Lou and that he has a gun, but it turns out that's not Lou, it's the man from the photographs. And then Lou actually comes in and he's like, oh my god, what did you do to Jake? That's Eva's brother you just killed. And Eva has been like trying to stop Lou from his plan, and she does seem to be like on the side of the kids, and you know, she even tries to warn Ariel like, you shouldn't be here kind of thing. So my heart was in my mouth there. I was like, oh my god, they just killed Eva's brother, the only person who seemed to be on their side, really. Like, damn, that's juicy. That is terrible. And Doug is beside himself. He's like, oh my god, I can't believe I just killed someone. But Ariel finds it a little bit suspicious. So Ariel, she wants to be a scientist. She wants to see Jake's body. So it's in the basement. She sneaks down into the basement, which was kind of scary. She looks at the body and she realizes there's not much blood. And the fact that the body is frozen solid. So she concludes that Jake had been dead a while, his body had pretty much frozen over, and Lou had made it look like they had killed him, probably to pin his murder on them. And he was only just leaning against the post, he wasn't like standing there, he was leaning against it. And that was really interesting, so I was like, oh my god, smart girl, Ariel, smart girl. And so they're trying to escape again, and you know, Ariel tells like Red, Doug and Shannon, like, you know, you didn't kill that guy, you didn't kill Jake, Doug, it wasn't you. He was already dead. Lou's probably just trying to pin it on us. So let's try and escape again. Let's try to get to the Jeep and go. And so like Red's like, okay, I'm going to grab a gun. Let's go. Red grabs a gun, points it at Ariel, and he's like, sorry, you're nice guys, but Lou and I worked too hard to set this whole thing up. I can't let you go now. Again, I was on the floor. I was like, Red's in on it? And again, I should have known, because Red was the one who pretty much got them to that house. And he was the one who was kind of leading them to the Jeep where the body of Jake was, leading to the gun going off and stuff like that. So like, Red was orchestrating some things. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's good. He's good. This is the second twist in a row, Mr. Stine, that you have completely gasted my flabbers. You are too good at this, Mr. Stine, right now. I mean, he has his hits and misses, but he's had 2 hits in a row. So amazing. So yeah, it does turn out that Red, Lou and Eva are all siblings, and Jake was their sibling as well, but Jake stole their inheritance and he'd been living off the inheritance, and so they wanted to get it back off him. They killed him and wanted to make it look like somebody else had done it so that they could get away with the money. And so it isn't really like too clear exactly how Red did it, but Red did come across, you know, the group, and he managed to convince them to get there and all this, that and the other. So it was pretty clever. It was a pretty clever plan, but it does fall apart. Eva does call the police because she feels bad about it. And there was like this really intense chase where Ariel's on a snowmobile and Red and Lou are chasing after her. Red does get her and he tries to hold her hostage, but the ice cracks and Red falls into it. Ariel tries to save him, but she can't, and he like drowns. He doesn't like come back up again, which is like so, again, terrifying to think about in a teen book. And yeah, they're pretty much saved by the police and it's all good in the end. But I'm not going to follow too much for, again, like the quick wrap up at the end and the police just like swanning in yet again. This was great. Yeah, 4 stars. I thought the atmosphere was great. The plot twist was amazing. It did get quite creepy. Like when they're trying to sneak out the ski lodge when Lou was asleep, that was quite creepy. The isolated setting, everything was great. I loved the story too. Fantastic. Clever little plan, and I love how everything was pretty much explained in terms of like, oh, the person who Ariel saw with the blue ski mask was actually just Red in the ski mask, making it look like Jake was alive at that time. So the plan was good. They just weren't expecting Ariel to figure out that the body had been dead for longer than they were trying to let on. Everyone who left comments on that Fear Street post, you are right. Ski Weekend is one of the good ones. I am hoping that there will be more plot twists in future Fear Street books that leave me just as wigless. I need to get better at updating this vlog because I've now finished 7 more Fear Street books, so I have 7 book reviews to do back to back. So let's start off with the fire game then, and unfortunately this one is the first 1 star of the series. This one I just found incredibly boring. It wasn't really scary, and it was just incredibly frustrating because this book follows a group of kids who seem to just love setting fires, and well, not all of them, but this is predominantly what this book is about. It's the fire game. They are just setting fires willy-nilly until they are faced with like some consequences. So we follow Jill, her friend Andrea, and her other friend Diane. Diane. They also have two male friends in the group too, Max and Nick. Diane, she is terrified of fire. Like, she doesn't want to be anywhere near it, and she freaks out whenever there is fire nearby. And for some reason, some of them think setting fires is cool, which again, I totally understand. Like, they're teens, so I'm not going to hold it too much against them. But one of them sets a fire in the library, and Jill, she puts the folder in the wastebasket in the library, thinking that will put it out, except it sets off the fire alarm and stuff like that. So they get out of class. They get to miss a test, and so they're like, I wonder if this would happen more often. Like, can we get out tests if we, set more fires and stuff? But Diane's like, no, fires are awful, please don't do this. At the same time, Diane's friend from childhood, Gabe, is moving back to Shadyside, and he loves fires as well. Oh my god, who knew? And he's like egging them on. He starts pushing them to set fires. He's like, oh, we're taking turns, and like, Nick, it's your turn kind of thing. It's really bizarre. It's just like not even a good plot to follow. One of them sets off a fire in the bathroom, and it makes an explosion because they set off the fire right next to some cleaning solution. And so even after that, they still decide, oh, let's, set more fires. It's so insane. And I read this on the train as well. I was on the way to Edinburgh for an event, and it was funny as well because there's a quote in here that says, who even writes the train anymore? And I was like reading it on a train, trying to hide myself, like, maybe me. But there was a weird moment where Gabe was touching a flame and he wasn't even reacting, so I was thinking maybe some kind of like fire starter, maybe there was some kind of supernatural element here that's going to make it a lot better. But no, like, nothing like that happens. What ends up happening is Jill ends up following Nick and Max, and she follows them to this abandoned house, and then before she knows that this abandoned house has gone up in flames, they're running out and they drive away. And so Jill thinks that they've set the fire, and the fire killed a homeless man. And it turns out that they actually got a note saying, oh, if you want some real action, come to this house. And then the fire happened, so they didn't actually set it. Gabe seems to be the prime suspect because he is the person who just absolutely loves setting fires, peer pressuring the rest of them to set fires. Andrea was really annoying in this too because Diane was like, please, like, let's not do any more fires. And Andrea's like, oh, just because Diane doesn't think it's fun means that the rest of us can't do it. I'm like, please grow up. But I can't tell you how frustrated I was with these kids for like the majority of it. I'm frustrated with a lot of the characters in the Fear Street books, I must admit. Especially since I do hate the way that R.L. Stine writes teen romances, because there is romance in every single Fear Street book. In every single time there is cheating going on, and it's usually like the girls are chasing after the boys and the boys are like sleeping around and going with other girls, and it's like this never-ending cycle. And the same thing pretty much happens in here. Pretty much everyone seems to be dating Gabe at the minute, apart from Diane, because Diane is his childhood friend. And Jill says to Gabe, oh, I don't know if you're actually like into me. And he's like, why? Is it because of Andrea? Because she was like all over me? That isn't my fault. She came on to me and stuff like that. I'm just like, every single guy in this series is scum. I'm just telling you now. But anyway, we do find out that Diane, the one who is like terrified of fires, is the one who's setting the fires. Which again, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense, because I think R.L. Stine has like sacrificed characterization in order to make this like twist ending where it turns out to be the person who's scared of it the most. And Diane had a kerosene accident when she was a child, and Gabe was there. Gabe helped her through that, and for some reason Gabe comes back all these years later, inciting this fire game, knowing full well that Diane has scars all over her body because of a fire. And I'm like, it's the most like ignorant thing he could have done. And at the end he's like, oh, I didn't realise that Diane would be so affected by all the fires. And I'm like, she was nearly burnt to death as a child. What do you expect? We find out that Diane is the one who was like setting the fires when she invites Jill to a cabin, just the two of them. That was when I started to suspect her, because it was really odd and bizarre that she would just like randomly suggest a getaway. And I kind of see through R.L. Stine's tricks now, because it happens again a little bit later on, actually in the next book, where if you have a random character come up to the main character and offers to take them somewhere that's very isolating, and especially when it's near in the end, you know that that person is the one who did it. So yeah, Diane takes her to a cabin, and Andrea phones, and she's like, Diane, you pushed me, you caused me to have an accident. And then Jill's like, you're talking to Jill, I'm not Diane. And then Andrea's like, oh my god, get out of there now, Diane's crazy. So Jill tries to escape, but she can't. Diane finds her and brings her back. Turns out that Diane has been madly in love with Gabe. And what she says about fire is just like totally bullshit. It's just for a twist ending. So Jill says, how can you have done that? You're terrified of fire. And Diane says, that used to be true, but did you ever hear of a love-hate relationship? For a long time, I thought fire was my enemy, but now that I know what it can do, fire is my friend. And like, that would have been fine, but I'm telling you, Diane would freak out so much before this point, whenever there would be any kind of fire anywhere. So I'm just like, how do you get from that to her being the one setting the fires. You know, it's just, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And she is attacking everyone because if she can't have Gabe, then neither can anyone else. And keep this in mind, especially for the Prom Queen review I'm going to do, keep this in mind that we have a female character wanting revenge because one of the guys is sleeping around and going with other girls. Instead of making him face the consequences, she decides to make the girls pay. And this happens so often in Fear Street. So yeah, I'll give them this 1 star. It just wasn't even scary. The whole plot of it, of them setting fires and stuff, was just not even intriguing or remotely exciting. The end part was exciting with the chase between Diane and Jill, but other than that, it was just so boring. Oh, and there's a dream of a dead pet, because R.L. Stine has to have the dead animals in, remember. Okay, the next one, Lights Out, is a lot better than the previous one. I'm going to give this one 3 stars. I thought it was a good little camping story and definitely a precursor to Camp Nightmare. Camp Nightmare is even mentioned in this. You know, the famous Goosebumps story, like one of the most iconic Goosebumps stories. This was obviously written before Goosebumps, but yeah, we have Camp Nightwing, but we have these letters to someone called Chief, and someone is writing them vowing to get revenge, and this person calls Camp Nightwing Camp Nightmare, and I'm like, oh my god, like my Goosebumps heart is like very happy right now. So we follow Holly, and she is becoming a camp counselor for her uncle's summer camp. Holly, she hates camping, she's scared of it, but you know, she's quite a good character. Like, she wants to do this for her uncle. The year before, there was a boating accident that left someone dead, and so like the camp's reputation is a little bit in shatters, so she's trying to like help her uncle and stuff. So she becomes the assistant to someone called Deborah. And Deborah is friends with Jerry, who is Holly's arch nemesis from years ago. And we see that there is some sabotage going on in the camp. And every time something happens, a red feather is left behind. So say if a shelf falls, there's like a red feather. And Holly, she's looking after some girls, like a group of girls. And one of the bunk beds like collapses. And there's like a red feather attached to it. So someone is definitely out to sabotage this camp. We have a guy called Mick who is interested in Holly, but Holly's like a little bit hesitant. In the way that Mick acts when Holly doesn't really want to like jump onto Mick straight away, like he's just so creepy and just so mean, you know what I mean? It's like anytime a guy doesn't get what he wants in Fear Street, they act like little creeps. Like when he says, what's the matter? Are you afraid to be alone with me? And Holly says, of course not, it's why I told you, I want to check to make sure those girls got to their cabin. And he's like, yeah, sure. And he's sounding angry and hurt. You got a boyfriend back home, is that it? And she says, that doesn't have anything to do with it. Now, please, Mick, go back to your cabin. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And he's like, maybe he'll talk to me tonight. And his voice gets rougher. He grabs her arm. And she's like, let go of me. And he said, I said. And then he abruptly lets go. Ah, what's the use? Like, the amount of times guys are violent towards the girls in Fear Street is really concerning at this point. It's like R.L. Stine doesn't know how to change up the character dynamics. And at this point, I think we've had like a million female male characters. And I think we've only really had maybe 1 or 2 male main characters in this. I really want them to change it up a little bit. And I would love for these relationships as well, any kind of romance that goes on, to stop getting creepy and violent and all to do with cheating as well. Like, I just need R.L. Stine to maybe realize that teenage romance isn't the same. So poor Holly, like, she is trying her best to do her best, but Deborah is making her life hell. Jerry is making her life hell. I felt so bad for Holly when Jerry, Mick, and there's this other guy, I think he's called Kit. Yeah, Kit, sorry. Like, all their names are blending into one. But they corner Holly outside. They throw leeches on her and then push her into a creek and throw more leeches on her. And, like, it's so traumatizing. And all because Holly, when she used to be friends with Jerry, Jerry asked her to cover for her if her mum rang because Jerry was off going out with this boy who was too old for her. Another thing that happens a lot in Fear Street is like boys going out with teenage girls who are like 15, 14 and the guys are like 18 plus. But Jerry asked Holly to cover for her and Holly can't lie, so when Jerry's mum rings, she doesn't exactly lie and so it gets Jerry into trouble, and ever since then Jerry's hated her guts. So all of this is happening because of that, and I just felt so bad for Holly. And Mick, oh, like he makes my blood boil. Holly does say to him, I'd like to know you better, and he says that makes 2 of us, and then he tries to like touch her and she's like, really Mick, I do want to get to know you better but more slowly, and he says, hey, what is this? First you stare at me all day, then you say you want to get to know me better. And Holly says, but I do, just not quite the way you have in mind. And he says, you know something, Holly? I don't think you have any idea what you want. He grabbed for her and pulled her close, bringing his face very near to hers. And like he tries to kiss her, and she's like, let me go. And it's just like, can these guys learn boundaries? Mick is, ugh. And what's even worse is that by the end of the book, it does look like Mick and Holly get together. I know, but I will get there. Anyway, so Holly goes to the craft cabin, and in there, Deborah is dead. And what I love about this is that R.L. Stine doesn't shy away from the gore. Spatters of blood was flying from the spinning electric potter's wheel, and she sees like Deborah has like, her faces must have gone into the spinning potter's wheel. The thing that she saw had once been a human face, but was now a bloody massive raw pulp. And it looked like she was fighting for her life as well. And so Deborah, yeah, even though she made Holly's life hell, Holly was like, oh my god, I'm so sad that she's dead. I was like, that might make me a bitch, but I was like, So the police come and they're like, oh, we're going to rule it as an accident. Holly tries to tell them, oh, but there's been sabotage and like I found a red feather near her body and all this has been happening so far. And they're like, oh, we're not going to say it's murder because we don't want to jump to conclusions. However, they've just jumped to the conclusion that it was an accident. So how can they say they're not going to jump to conclusions if they've just concluded it was an accident without actually properly investigating, you know what I mean? And for some reason the police leave and I'm like, there's just been like a brutal death at this camp. Shut it down. Shut it down. Even if it was so obvious it was an accident, a death would send everyone home, wouldn't it? Like, I don't know because I don't know American camps very well. I am terrified of camping, as I've mentioned loads of times in other videos. But I imagine if someone dies at a camp, they would send all the children home. However, no, that's not what happens here. There is a random guy called Sandy who I haven't mentioned yet. So you know how I mentioned in the review for the fire game, if somebody offers to take you to a remote location near the end of the book, they're the one. Well, Sandy wakes Holly up and is like, oh, we need to go scout the rapids together before everyone wakes up. So she goes along with him. They're in a canoe and he starts to say, oh, it was your first mistake that you didn't tell anyone you were coming. And like, even though it was predictable, I was kind of loving it. I was loving it because it was very exciting. They're in the water and they're far away from everyone else. And he's saying, my brother died here a year ago in that boating accident. It was Deborah's fault, so I had to kill her. And now you're going to pay as well because everyone who's associated with Camp Nightwing is going to die. And he wants to shut it down. So like there is a bit of a scuffle. They fall into the water. There is like this log that comes and Holly has to dodge it. And then she runs out onto the bank and she finds a cave of snakes. It's very exciting. Sandy catches up and she actually overcomes her fear of snakes to grab one of them and throw it in his face. And that was actually such a great way of ending this story. Mick comes along, he's like, oh, I followed you and I was worried about you, I wanted to apologize. Just get in the bed. Like, he was violent and pushy, don't get with him. But I love the fact that Holly saved herself. And bravo. Bravo. This was actually really decent. Even though there was a lot of predictability and a lot of repetition, especially with a lot of the camp pranks that were happening, and Kit was getting on my fucking nerves. But other than that, I did very much enjoy this. Also, her uncle needs to apologize to her too. The amount of times Holly went to her uncle and was like, someone's trying to sabotage this place, like, people's lives are in danger. Her uncle was just brushing her aside, like, oh, will you please, like, get serious, like, you're making things up. The amount of gaslighting was insane. And then at the very end, when Holly's, you know, safe and sound, her uncle is like, now Camp Nightwing can get back to normal. And I'm like, where's the apology? Holly was the one trying to investigate everything. Holly was the one who nearly died. Holly's the one who was only here to help you out. Where is the apology, Uncle Bill? Not one sorry. And that pisses me off. He needs to get in the bin as well. The Secret Bedroom I also really enjoyed. It had a really good ghost story in it. And it also has probably like one of my least favourite main characters. So again, we follow Leah, another female, and she has just moved to Fear Street. And in her attic, there is this room that's boarded up. And the real estate agent, who turns out to be Suki's mother from The Overnight, and Suki's in a lot of different books, usually is the tramp who is trying to get with everyone's boyfriend, even though every single female at this school is trying to get with everyone else's boyfriend, just saying. Her mother is a real estate agent and she tells Leah and her family that there was a murder 100 years ago and the room was boarded up ever since. And I'm like, as a real estate agent, why would you tell someone that? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Leah starts like hearing breathing from behind the door and like footsteps upstairs, like above her bedroom, and a lot of creepy things happen. And I was actually really enjoying that. I thought, honestly, this is some good writing. There is some really good tension and suspense. But one of the reasons why I really don't like this main character, not only does she make dumb decisions, but at school, she bumps into a girl called Marcy. She makes her spill her stuff. And then Marcy's boyfriend comes up to Leah and is like, oh, like, can I take you out? And Leah's like, oh yeah, even though Leah knows that Don and Marcy are a couple. And so Leah is trying to get with Don despite him being taken. So Don was supposed to pick Leah up for like a date and he doesn't show up. So Leah tries to ring him. Turns out Marcy was like, oh, I dared him to do it. Stay away from my boyfriend. And Leah's like, oh, she has to pay and stuff. I'm like, but Marcy has a point, you know, like, you know they're a couple. Why would you want to get with someone who's in a relationship? And she still tries. Like, Dawn comes up to her and is like, oh, I want to apologize and make it up to you that all of that happened. So, like, can you come to the mall with me, meet me there? And so Leah's like, yeah, sure. And then she's like hoping to get with him. She gets there, Marcy is there, and she's like, can you please leave me and Don alone? And Leah's like, oh, like, what have I ever done to Marcy to deserve this? I'm like, you've been trying to get with her boyfriend. That's why. Leah gets no sympathy from me whatsoever. So back to the actual like bedroom upstairs. Leah decides to open the door and get inside it because she does hear voices from behind it and it's like driving her crazy. So after, well, actually a couple of times it's like someone is trying to keep her away from it because there's like blood pouring down the door. There are spikes that come out of the door. But eventually Leah gets inside and she sees this girl. This girl is Catherine. She's a little bit creepy. The first time she sees her, she's like, I'm being so lonely and so hungry. Can I touch your hair? And it scares Leah. But Leah comes back anyway because Leah wants to use Catherine. So Catherine, she's been dead for 100 years. She tells Leah that she was killed by her parents because her parents had her before they were married and they were ashamed and so they locked her up in the room and eventually murdered her, which is terrible. Like, that's awful. Quite a scary backstory. And she keeps wanting to try to touch Leah's hair. So Leah goes to Catherine and she's like, can you do me a favour? I will let you out of this room if you help me to scare Marcy. And Catherine agrees. Catherine agrees. She wants to be out of that room. She's like, I've never been outside before. So in order for her to come out of the room, she has to sort of possess Leah or like use her body as a sort of vehicle so that she can move outside. So Leah allows her to do that and they go to Marcy's house where Catherine is able to leave Leah's body and move things around to make it look like Leah has magical powers and that she's about to terrify Marcy. So Marcy, she's terrified, she screams, she runs upstairs to get her mother and Marcy ends up tripping and falling over the railing and dying. So Leah's prank to scare Marcy has ended up with Marcy dying. Bear in mind, the only thing Marcy did wrong was protect her relationship. So again, like with Leah, I'm like, obviously she didn't want Marcy to die, but you don't just let this really creepy ghost that's been locked in the bedroom for 100 years possess your body to then scare an innocent girl to death. So that was on Leah. I'm sorry, but that was the dumbest decision to let a 100-year-old ghost out of a room. It just, oh my god, I was so frustrated with her. I was like, but you know what, Leah? You provide me with a lot of entertainment right now, so I'll give you that. But yeah, Catherine is now, oh, now you owe me one, Leah, so now I'm going to have to live in your body and be alive forever. So she does take over Leah for a while and tries to kill Don, Marcy's boyfriend, but like it never happens. And then when Leah tries to show everyone the secret bedroom and actually let out a ghost, when she goes upstairs, nothing's been moved. All of the boards that was locking up the secret bedroom is still there. It's never been moved. And Leah's confused because she's like, I let Catherine out of there. And then Catherine reveals that the secret bedroom is actually Leah's bedroom now. And she was just making Leah have visions that she did go upstairs and opened that room, even though she never did. And so Leah's like, then what are you hiding in that room? So Leah goes upstairs, she manages to get the boards off, and inside are the bodies of a man and a woman who are Catherine's parents. And Catherine actually ended up killing her parents. And I thought that was pretty good. I thought that was a really good twist. They're calling her an evil child, and like the reanimated skeletons end up like pulling Catherine's like ghost body apart, like they take off her hand and stuff, and then they all disappear, and like that's pretty much the end, which I found so exciting actually. I found that like really good. I don't love the fact that Don was calling Leah being concerned, because now it implies that Don and Leah get together, and I'm like, please no. Marcy's just died, and everything Leah did to try and get him, disgusting. I hate 99% of the relationships in Fear Street. But other than that, 3.5. Like, I genuinely did love the whole ghost story angle of it. I love ghost stories in general, and I thought the creepy ghost element was great. I just wish Leah wasn't such an infuriating main character and somebody who I just had no sympathy for. She got on my wick. But good story. Very good story. Okay, we are back to the bottom of the barrel here because this is a 1.5 star. I did not like the knife that much. I found it had such wasted potential, and I love the setting of a hospital. I thought that could have really provided some great scares, but instead it just like was really wasted potential. We follow Laurie, and she is a volunteer, like a school volunteer nurse. So she's helping in the children's ward, and there is a boy called Toby. Toby, he doesn't really speak much. He always seems very upset. And there is a nurse called Nurse Wilton, who seems to be a little bit strange, and when he is left with her, he seems to be crying and stuff. And then Toby is getting discharged, and his mother comes to pick him up. And when Laurie talks to Toby, she's like, oh, are you glad you're going home with your mum? Toby turns around and says, she's not my mummy. And that was terrifying. Like, that did get me. I was very scared at that point. There is another student nurse person called Rick, and he steals a whole lot of surgical knives, which was quite random. And Laurie now sets off on a mission to find out where Toby lives, so she goes to the records to see if she can find out to try and save him. But she ends up in like this like anatomy lab or some kind of morgue lab thing, because yeah, she runs away when someone catches her trying to find the records, and there is like a severed head on a shelf in the morgue slash anatomy lab, and I'm like, why would there be a severed head on a shelf? That was why I thought, oh, this would be brilliant if there was like some kind of horror at the hospital angle to this. Maybe someone was like dismembering people or like taking their bodies or killing people on purpose to take body parts and stuff. That would have been very exciting. However, nothing like that happens. Nothing to do with the severed head ever comes about. It just seems to be the way that this hospital works. In the anatomy lab, they just have severed heads on shelves for some reason. Laurie does find out where Toby lives. She manages to get in the house and she talks to him. She's like, oh my god, like you look worse than before. And this boy doesn't recognize her. So at this point I was like, maybe it's not Toby. Maybe he has a twin brother. He does turn out to have a twin brother called Tony. No, Terry. Sorry, there's so many T's. So many T's. So he has a twin brother called Terry. And I'm like, okay, so what is like the actual story here? Back at the hospital, Nurse Wilton goes into the construction floor because there are construction works happening, and she goes on this floor and she's followed in by Rick, and then Laurie ends up following them in, and then she finds Nurse Wilton's body and she has a surgical knife in her back. She's been killed. She goes to tell someone, but then the body ends up disappearing, so nobody really believes her, and she goes to Dr. Price, who I think was the director of the hospital or something, and he's like, oh, don't worry about it, like I'll help sort it out and stuff. Like, he seemed very nice, and that he actually believed her, because a lot of the times the adult characters don't really believe the teenage characters, which happens a lot, which is fine. It creates a lot of drama, but Dr. Price actually does believe her, and he's like very helpful. But anyway, Rick is her main suspect, and after a scuffle with the Mrs. Dean, who is the mother of Toby, when Laurie breaks into the house again, Mrs. Dean throws her into the cellar, which Toby helps to get Laurie out. She goes to the hospital to report it. She sees Rick, so this infuriates me too. Laurie, instead of staying in a public area where there are lots of people around, she runs onto the construction floor, which is private and nobody is around, with Rick following her. So answer me this, people at home, answer me this. If you were in a busy hospital with loads of people around and somebody was following you who wanted to kill you, would you then run into a place where nobody is, or would you stay where there are lots of people? She runs on the construction floor, Rick follows her, but Rick ends up saving her from falling through a floor, and then Dr. Price comes, and it turns out that Dr. Price is the one who killed Nurse Wilton. He killed her because she was blackmailing him, because she found out that he is running an illegal adoption thing from the hospital, which is, you know, very interesting. It's very mortifying as well. It's horrifying, because Toby was like involved in all of that. So like it all does make sense now, everything, you know, put together. But yeah, that's pretty much how it ends. Like there isn't really much of a scuffle. It just turns out that there is an illegal business going on, and that's it. I was really hoping there would be some kind of like mass murder at the hospital kind of thing with the severed heads on the shelves, but no. It was an illegal business happening, and that's the end of it. That's the end of it. Just really not a whole lot of scary stuff happening in this one. 1.5 stars. Not as bad as the Fire Game because that one was like just infuriating through and through. This one, I was just like frustrated, but I was more frustrated of the wasted potential and the wasted setting. The hospital could have been such a great setting and it just was so underutilized. The Prom Queen, I didn't realize this when I started reading it, but this is going to be the next Netflix film adaptation. I was doing some reading sprints and I was reading this on there and someone did mention it. Oh, is that the one that Netflix is adapting? And yes, it is. And I can see the potential for this to be a really good standalone Fear Street movie. I think it has a great plot. Maybe not the most original or unique plot, where there is somebody who's seemingly trying to kill off the prom queen candidates. But I can definitely see the murder mystery story element kind of coming through on screen and working really well. I imagine they're going to change up who did it by the end too, because I do hate who did it. I really enjoyed this book. I gave it 3.5 stars. I think it's a very good book, but I hate the reveal. I hate the motivation why, you know, the things were happening, why the prom queens were getting killed. I genuinely despise it, but I do think all up until that point, this was a very exciting book. Really enjoyed the atmosphere and the scares in this one. So we have 5 people nominated for Prom Queen. Lizzie is our main character. Then we also have Dawn, Simone, Elena, and Rachel. We also have a side story where there are these girls getting murdered by someone, and the most recent body was found in the Fear Street woods, and this poor girl was stabbed 16 times. So the principal of the school has a chat with the girls, or the school in general, and he's like, okay, all girls now need to be careful. Oh, but prom is going to be held at this manor in the Fear Street woods. He's telling them, oh, be careful because a girl was just stabbed 16 times and her body was found in the woods. Oh, guess what? Prom's also going to be held in the woods. Are you kidding me? It's the most stupidest thing. And at the time as well, I thought, oh, maybe the principal, maybe he is the person who was behind this. So that's why he's sitting in the woods. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just a very ignorant principle. Just stupid. The first person to kind of die is Simone. We don't see her body, we just see a pool of blood. And it's like 2 weeks later, she's still missing. And then Dawn is attacked at a cinema, but she survives. And she's like, oh, the killer did it before they ran away. And Dawn had just gone out with Justin. And Justin is Simone's boyfriend. Justin, by the way, is pretty much seeing everyone. Again, we have more of the cheating, more of the guy going behind the girl's back, and even the girls knowing about this, because even Rachel is like, oh yeah, Justin asked me out as well. Even though they all know that Simone, their friend, is in a relationship with Justin, even before she goes missing. Rachel's like, oh yeah, he asked me out, I've been out with him. Dawn, oh yeah, I went on a date with him. Why? And then Justin's like off with Suki, and he's doing like this, and you know, he's asking every single girl. He's just so frustrating because it's not even the first time in a Fear Street book that this has happened. So there's another guy called Lucas who pulls pranks. He was like, oh, I killed it, I killed her. He was joking, but he like takes things too far. When he found out that his family needed to put down his dog, he hangs the dog himself from his garden. Again, like with the freaking pet deaths and the animal deaths, I'm getting so frustrated. It's the worst thing. It is the worst thing because I know R.L. Stine is just doing it to be scary. He just wants us to be scared. So he's like, oh, let's throw in an animal death because that's going to be scary. And it gets even worse in the next book. I'm going to go on a rant in the next book. Just you wait. But anyway, Lucas, he is again a prime suspect too. So who dies next again? I think it was Rachel. Rachel dies next. Lizzie, who, again, our main character, she went to see Rachel and she was the last one to see her alive. And Gideon had broken up with her. But now Rachel's dead. And then Elena dies as well. She had gone out with Justin too. So can you see a pattern here? Can you see a pattern? Now 3 prom queens have died. All of them have went on dates with Justin. The only person who rejects Justin is Lizzie. And honestly, I was rooting for her. I was like, you go girl. Justin even gets into Lizzie's house and he's like, oh, your mum let me in. Like, I think you should go out with me. I know you're interested in me. And Lizzie's like, whatever. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my god, like he's infuriating. So infuriating. Justin literally calls Lizzie in the middle of the night. He's like, can you come meet me? It's like 11 o'clock at night. And she's like, no. What do you think you're doing? And he asked her to go to prom and she's like, no. Like, I freaking love Lizzie, okay? Lizzie's great. And I love this thing as well. So it's just Dawn and Lizzie left as like the 2 remaining prom queens. And at this point as well, we still haven't seen Simone's body. So I was very suspicious of that. I'm like, why is it that everyone else have died? We've seen their body, but Simone, we haven't. So I was like, fishy. So anyway, I love when Dawn said to Lizzie, it was great to be nominated for prom, but it seems like we've been nominated to die. And I love that. Like, there were so many good moments and so many good quotes in this that I thought, this is like so good. And even Lizzie is like, oh, where are we going to hold the prom? At the funeral parlor? It felt a little bit like, almost like Scream-esque kind of story, which I can again see why they're now adapting it for Netflix. It does have the characters and it has the plot for it, 100%. So at school in the theatre, Lizzie catches someone trying to kill Dawn on the stage. Turns out it's Simone. And yeah, like, I kind of suspected that when we didn't see her body and we saw everyone else's. But then Simone's reason for doing it. She wanted to kill everyone who Justin went out with, her boyfriend. So instead of punishing Justin, she's decided to punish all of the girls instead. Like, that is some misogynistic bullshit right there. And so reminiscent of the fire game when Diane was trying to kill the people who went out with Gabe. You know what I mean? With the fire. So I'm like, this is genuinely one of the worst reasons you could have had. Punish Justin. Kill Justin. Why are you killing all of these girls instead? I did love that Lizzie brought down a sandbag on Simone's foot and Simone couldn't handle the pain. That's essentially how she takes her down. She just can't handle the pain of it. I'm like, okay, so you're big enough and strong enough to like kill all these girls, but you can't handle a little pain on her foot. You know? So it was a little bit of a pathetic ending, in my opinion, but I did end up really enjoying the rest of it. So 3.5 stars, not quite my favourite. If this had a stronger finish, if this had stuck the landing, this could have been my favourite one so far. This could have beat Skate Weekend, it could have beat The Wrong Number, it could have beat The Overnight, but unfortunately, the end, it was bullshit. It was essentially bullshit. But the rest of it, great. I cannot wait to see the film for this now. Okay, First Date. I do think this is my least favourite Fiesta book so far. It's just so... like, the plot is really thin and I just hate it. Like, there's no suspense whatsoever. In the first chapter, we have this guy who's like, pretending he's someone called Joe, and he kills a girl called Candy. And we get out of his POV, and we have Chelsea, our main character, and she's never been on a date before. And so she works at her dad's cafe, and a guy called Tim Sparks is new to town, and he comes in and he asks her to the movies. And he seems older than her. I'm not sure how much older or anything. But she doesn't really know how to respond. And her dad interrupts and like he leaves quite angry. And again, like whenever there are guys in this who are angry because a girl doesn't go out with them, Tim ends up smashing up his apartment later because he didn't get a chance to go out with Chelsea. If a guy is willing to smash up their place in a fit of rage because of that, please do not go out with them. They need help. But it was an obvious way of R.L. Stine to make you think that he is a suspect. And we also have a guy called Will, and he is new to Shady Side too, and he asks Chelsea out on a date. He's very shy, and he's the perfect match for Chelsea actually. And you know what, it started out quite cute, them both saying, oh, this is going to be our first date and stuff, and it's very cute. But as soon as they do go on that first date, you know that Will is the person who is gonna try and kill Chelsea. And this is like very early on in the book as well. So there isn't even that suspense of like who is actually the person who wants to kill her. The reason why I want to go on a rant now is because very randomly in one of the chapters, again, because R.L. Stine loves to feature animal deaths, just randomly, because he realizes, oh, the story's getting boring right now. How can I spice up this scene? I know. A white kitten suddenly appeared at the edges of the trees. Here, kitty, he called. Like, we don't know at this point that it's Will, but you know it's somebody who wants to kill girls. And yeah, we just have a random kitten. A kitten! Just randomly, suddenly, walk onto the scene. He picked up the kitten by the neck and strangled it. Animal abuse, animal deaths, animal cruelty is not scary, R.L. Stine. It just pisses me off at this point. Again, I wouldn't mind as much if it wasn't so obvious how it just comes out of nowhere. Again, the white kitten just suddenly walked into the scene as we are trying to hype up this killer. And because the animal deaths, animal cruelty and stuff has happened so many times by this point, it's just, it makes me want to rage quit this entire series. And again, he does it all the time in Goosebumps too. That is why I'm so pissed off. This has to be like the 200th book by R.L. Stine that I've read, and at least half of them have had some random ass animal deaths and murders in because R.L. Stine just wanted something scary to randomly happen. Anyway, Will keeps trying to kill Chelsea, and it's quite comical, the fact that the attempts to kill her keep getting thwarted somehow. So like he will be at her house for a date and they're kissing. He has this like twine or like this string thing that he wants to strangle her with, or a cord. And then she's suddenly like, oh, do you want some hot chocolate? Then she leaves. And then he tries it again. And then suddenly the doorbell rings. It's just very funny. And so because Will knows that Chelsea's friend Nina knows about them, he has to kill her too. At the same time, the FBI are after someone. And the FBI say, oh, they're new to town, this is their description, and Chelsea tells them, oh, that sounds like Tim Sparks. And Tim Sparks one day comes into the cafe, which had been robbed as well, and her dad is now in hospital. I forgot to mention that. But Tim Sparks comes into the cafe one night, he's drunk, and he gets a little bit handsy and stuff, again, like a creep, and she gets the police on him and takes him away. They think he is the person that the FBI is after. But it turns out the FBI calls Chelsea while Will is with her and says, oh, Tim Sparks is not the guy we're after. And the description fits Will. And Chelsea's like, oh, shit, he's the killer. So Chelsea tries to escape. Will strangles her and Will thinks that she is dead. And at this point, Nina has come over too. And so Will tries to kill Nina. Chelsea saves Nina from Will, and Will's like, I killed you, but Chelsea's like, I just pretended to die. You know, I pretended so that you would stop strangling me, which was very small. It was a very small thing to do. And then, yeah, Will is taken away. That is pretty much the frickin' book. It's just Will going on a date with Chelsea, and he just keeps trying to kill her. So shit. And then at the end as well, Tim Sparks finally asks Chelsea out on a date, and I'm like, still don't go out with him. He might not have been the guy the FBI was after, but he still trashed his apartment. He's still a violent person. Absolutely not. I will not be rooting for that relationship. So 1 star, definitely the worst one so far. The most boring and thinnest of plots so far. And then The Best Friend, which, you know, I'm going to change my rating for this one. I was going to give it a 2 star, but I'm actually going to give it a 2.5. The more I think about it, the more it's stuck with me. So this one is extremely strange. So we follow Becca, and she has 2 friends, Trish and Lila. And then one day, this girl moves in next door called Honey. And Honey, she comes over to Becca's and she's like, oh my god, like, I've missed you. And like, we were best friends, like, back in like 3rd and 4th grade. And Becca was like, I have never seen this person in my life. And it does turn out that Honey was in their class like years ago, but Honey was not liked by anyone, and she was very quiet, and she definitely wasn't Becca's best friend. But Honey is acting as if they were the best of friends, and when they were separated as kids, they were both crying, and some random person was driving past taking a photo of them crying, and it was like the most saddest day of their lives. But Becca was like, I do not remember any of this. Like, this does not ring a bell whatsoever. I really do not know what you're talking about. But she doesn't tell Honey that. She doesn't tell Honey that. Becca's like, oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. She goes along with Honey, even though she knows that her and Honey were never friends. And Honey is weird as well. Like, she takes a parrot pin off Becca, and then Becca's like, did you take my parrot pin? Honey's like, you gave it to me. You gave it to me, and it's now my most prized possession. And Becca's like, I never did that. Like, Honey is a master gaslighter. She is so good at manipulating. It was actually kind of impressive. Like, the way that she was going on, she was like very friendly, overtly friendly. And Becca was like, I don't want to hurt her feelings, so like, I have to go along with this. And yeah, sometimes Honey would just randomly appear in her bedroom. She'll be like, oh yeah, your mum let me in. And she's like trying on Becca's clothes. And then Becca asks her mum later, oh, did you let Honey in? And Becca's mum is like, I wasn't even here today. Like, I couldn't have let anyone in. It's like, Honey is strange. Like, Honey is very strange. She cuts her hair to look like Becca's as well. She starts wearing the same clothes. And then it gets to the point where it seems like Honey is sabotaging Becca's actual friends, and I think it was Trish. I think her brakes were tampered with, and obviously Becca thinks it's Honey. And so finally Becca is at her wit's end. Like, she's been getting driven crazy by Honey, that she blows up in Honey's face, and she's like, you're not my best friend, leave me alone, please. And then she goes away. Oh, there's a really random moment as well when Honey just starts choking Becca, and then she lets go and she's like, ah, gotcha. Because that used to be the gotcha game that they played as a kid. And again, if you know me from Goosebumps, I have PTSD from so many pranks and so many gotcha moments in Goosebumps that turned into nothing, that it just, like, I get triggered by it. I really do. So I didn't like any of that, because the pranks that they pull is not even really pranks. Like, how is choking someone almost to death a prank? The Lion Game by Sarah Shepard, that series, I have a full video reading all of those books. It happens in that book too. They almost kill someone by choking them, and then they're like, oh, gotcha, you know, like, it was just a joke, it was just a prank. What? That's stupid. That's so stupid. So we had that in this as well, which is why it's not higher as well, because I do think this is quite a unique story in Fear Street, because it just gets under your skin a little bit, the way that Honey is around Becca. And it has, like, I think one of the more creepy endings of Fear Street, but also one that like kind of like I'm frustrated by as well. But anyway, Honey, it seems like she pushed Trish down the stairs at one point, and it seems like Bill, he is Becca's boyfriend, and Honey calls Becca up. And it's like, oh, Bill's here, like, come over, we have a surprise for you, kind of thing. Becca goes over, and this is after she's, like, been driven crazy by Honey. She goes in, she sees Bill there, so Becca grabs a knife and she wants to stab Honey. Like, she's been driven to this point by Honey, except Becca collapses. And then Honey, she ends up stabbing and killing Bill. And then she puts the knife in Becca's hands so that when Becca comes to, Honey is like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe you killed Bill. But don't worry, I will be your alibi. I will tell them that he attacked you. And then Becca's like, thank you, Honey. And that's how the book ends. So it seems like Honey's, gaslighting, her manipulation has worked by the end. And I'm like, oh my god, that's kind of sinister. Like, that is so sinister. Honey killed Bill, and now she's made Becca believe that Becca killed Bill. And that Honey is like doing her a favour by being like, don't worry, I will tell the police that he attacked you and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, like, that was kind of clever. Like, that was kind of good. But frustrating at the same time, because that is how the book ends. And I'm like, okay, but like, what is the story with Honey? Like, why is she so obsessed with Becca? Like, can you explain a little bit more? Because there's just so much open-endedness to this that I'm just confused. And I just need to know more. But I do think there is a sequel to this one called The Best Friend 2. I don't know if it's the same characters. All of my Fear Street books are obsessed. I'm too lazy to go obsessed to check. Oh my god, it does follow the same characters. Oh, good. Because, yeah, it's got Becca and Honey. Yes, I'm so glad. I'm looking forward to The Best Friend 2. I'm hoping that it will answer some of the questions that this one raised. Also, I'm looking as well. The Best Friend 2 is £60 on its own online. Jeez. So a lot of these books are very rare, and I feel bad that I've been like highlighting and marking and annotating my Fear Street books, even though they're going to be worth like a lot of money, but they're going to be mine forever. So even though I'm annotating and highlighting my books, I'm never going to get rid of them. They're going to be mine for all time. But anyway, yeah, The Best Friend, I gave it 2.5. It wasn't one of the best ones. It was like scary in a different way. It wasn't outwardly scary. It was just kind of bizarre and very memorable. So I think I'm going to give it props for it being memorable and a little bit different too. So your boy took about a month off from reading Fear Street books, so maybe I'm a little bit behind on this, but you know what, that's just typical of me, isn't it? But I did actually do a Fear Street movie marathon with my patrons only a few days ago, and it was so good. It really put me back in the Fear Street mood, even though the movies are just like leaps and bounds better than any of the books in my opinion, especially so far, but it still inspired me to pick up the next 6 books, so I have read 6 more Fear Street books, and I'm ready to talk about them. So the first book I'm going to talk about today is The Cheater, and this one, the thing that I'm struggling with Fear Street at the minute is that R.L. Stine is writing a whole lot of like teen drama and like relationships and guys being creepy with girls. Like, this is the kind of vibe that you get with every single Fear Street book so far. That the idea that this is like set around Fear Street, it's set in Shadyside, there are weird things going on, all of that is essentially forgotten about, especially in the next string of books I'm about to talk about. Because yeah, all these books have been reduced to just really frivolous teen drama, relationships and romance, and it's just so not what I want to read in Fear Street. Like, there's nothing scary about it. In this one, we follow Carter, and her dad is pressuring her to get better grade results, especially in her maths test. So she needs to retake her maths test to get into Princeton, and there's a guy called Adam. He is like, oh, I'll take the test for you. And then Carter's like, you know what, actually I'll take you up on that offer. Absolutely. Because Adam's also like, but I'll only do it if you go on a date with me. I totally get it though in this one, because Carter is definitely pressured and I feel so awful for her. She really just wants to make her dad proud. And one thing that this book does well is that the father and daughter dynamic is very well explored actually. You see the pressure that her father puts on her, and he's a judge, so he has high expectations. But what I don't love is that she has a boyfriend, Carter has a boyfriend called Dan, and in every single Fear Street book, all of these characters and relationships, and they cheat on their partner, they cheat on their boyfriend and girlfriend. It happens in every single one. Like, I'm not blaming Carter at all for it in this one, because she is pressured. She just wants to make her dad proud, and you can actually relate and understand Carter. But it's just like a problem in general in the Fear Street books is every single teen character is cheating on one another. And I read all of the Gossip Girl books. The cheating was terrible in those books, but it's even worse in the Fear Street books. And anyway, Adam also has a girlfriend in Sheila, and Sheila is now like very jealous of Carter and Adam. So we also have every single time, not only are all the main characters female at this point, there is one in this batch that I read that has a male protagonist, but we also get the jealous girlfriend stereotype now as well. Like every single book there's a jealous girlfriend, and they always take it out on the other girl rather than the boy who was like cheating on her and like sleeping with everyone essentially. So we have Sheila, who is also giving Carter some grief, and the demands that Adam asks for gets worse and worse. Like he wants money at one point, he wants Carter to get her best friend Jill to go on a date with his friend while Jill is also in a relationship. And there's like this really awful scene where Adam takes like Jill and Carter to this like seedy underground club place, and everyone surrounds the girls and like starts like laughing at them and like touching them. And even the band, like there's a live band, when they see what's going on, this live band, all guys, stop playing so that they can also circle the girls and just prod and probe at them. And it's just so weird. R.L. Stine goes out of his way to make every single guy in the series the creepiest pigs that you've ever seen. It's very, very hard to get like really likable characters in the series because they do these really weird things. Like, why would a live band stop playing just to like circle these girls and just like laugh at them and make them feel uncomfortable? There's nothing really to explain that kind of behaviour. I mean, this is a really seedy, weird, awful place, but I don't know, it was so weird, it was so bizarre. Dan, who is Carter's boyfriend, figures out that Adam is blackmailing Carter and that he took the test for her, and then Adam turns up dead. So someone has shot Adam, and Sheila calls Carter and is like, I know you did it and I've got proof. You have to give me money and I will give you that proof. And Carter's like, wait, what? So Carter goes and meets her, and the proof turns out to be a locket which has for Carter engraved in the necklace. It's like a gold locket with her name inscribed in it. And then Carter's like, oh. So the next scene is, and I kind of like this a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, even though like this entire book is just like not that great. It's just like not what I'm reading Fear Street for. But Carter gets Dan to come to her house, and she goes into her dad's study. So it's Carter, Dan, and the dad. And Carter goes to her dad, Dad, I have to confess, I killed Adam. And then even I was a little bit like bamboozled. I was like, wait, did you actually do that? Like, that would be a great twist if you did. And Dan's like confused, like, wait, you didn't kill Adam, I did. So it turns out that Dan did kill Adam, and Carter and her dad kind of orchestrated this like little confession. And then what I do like about this book is that it ends with the judge telling his daughter, I'm so sorry I put you under so much pressure, I didn't realise. And like, that was a really nice touching moment. In a lot of these Fear Street books, they come to such an abrupt end that it felt nice to have an ending that was not really as abrupt as the other ones. So this wasn't like terrible by any means. I gave it 2 stars, but like, I'm not reading Fear Street for all of this petty teenage drama. And I feel like maybe the publishers were pressuring R.L. Stine to make as many of his main protagonists female, but you can tell that R.L. Stine only takes like the shallow parts of like what it means to be a teenager without actually delving into anything else. And he's just forgetting totally the entire premise of this being Fear Street, about this being Shadyside, where bad things, I mean, yes, of course a bad thing happened because Dan killed Adam, but like all of these like random little teen deaths that are like thrown into these books aren't scary, and it's usually for like the most silliest of reasons too. So yeah, I So yeah, lots of plot holes in this one. In this one, we have a girl called Marla. She invites her friends who she met the previous summer at camp to her house. The main character in this one, she is called Claudia, and the other girls are called Sophie and Joy. So it's Marla, Claudia, Sophie, and Joy. Marla's like, oh, this is our first annual reunion of Bunk 12 of Camp Full Moon, I think it was called. So this one is set in Summerhaven at the Drexel Mansion, which is a cool setting, but again, it has like absolutely nothing to do with Fear Street or Shadyside. Claudia, she has been buried like in the sand, and her friends have like left her to bake under the sun at the private beach that Marla has. And when Claudia goes up to the mansion, Joy and Sophie tell her, oh, Marla told us that you had like gone up to the house, like we didn't realise you were still down there. And you also hear about an accident that happened at camp, so automatically you think, oh, maybe Marla's invited them here to like torture them for one reason or another. And we don't actually know. And I was pretty intrigued by, oh, what happened last summer, because there was mention of an accident, and then Marla doesn't want to talk about her sister Alison, which if you're a Pretty Little Liars fan, I feel like you can kind of guess where the story is going. But actually, even then, I don't think you're going to guess where it's going, actually. There is this random guy called Daniel who, like, saves Claudia from the sand. Like, he gets her out, but then he vanishes. And then Marla tells, like, this 4-page story about a ghost boy. And then at the end of all of that, Marla just turns around and goes, oh, just kidding. Ah, the fake cliffhangers, the fakeness, the pages upon pages of fakeness. I hate it. But anyway, when they're down on the beach, two boys come along. One is called Carl and one is called Dean. And then Claudia recognizes one of them as the guy who called himself Daniel. And then R.L. Stine totally forgets this because then when they're all at the boardwalk and there's like this whole Ferris wheel thing, we have Dean and Carl. And then Claudia is like off doing her own thing. And then Daniel, the ghost boy, comes up. So like somehow, even though Dean and Carl, like one of them was supposed to be Daniel, there's actually is a Daniel. And like Orelsan totally forgot that because one of those boys, Carl or Dean, was supposed to be Daniel when Claudia recognized him at the beach. So I'm like, and then yeah, Claudia is getting like closer to Daniel. She's like kissing him. And then we find out in flashbacks that Alison, Marla's sister, so she is 1 year younger than Marla. Remember that, right? She's 1 year younger than Marla. And at this camp, Marla and Claudia and Sophie and Joy, they don't like Alison and they find her annoying. And then one day they dare her to cross Grizzly Gorge under the full moon, which is extremely dangerous. And then like they're telling her to cross this thing, and then Marla is caught by a camp counselor and taken away before they even get to the gorge. So it's really just Claudia, Joy and Sophie. So you think, oh, Marla's getting revenge on them because Alison actually falls into the water and her body is never found, like just her bloody t-shirt. So now it seems like, oh, Marla's invited them to get revenge for her sister. Weird things happen again, like Joy gets these like, leeches put on her skin during the night. Sophie is like doing water skiing and Marla's driving the boat and the rope is being cut, so Sophie falls under the water. I mean, none of them die, even though Claudia absolutely should. So there's a scene where Claudia is on the private beach by herself and then she sees Marla, but also sees the guard dog that Marla has, and the guard dog's been let off its leash and the dog bites Claudia's ankle. So Claudia jumps into the water with this dog following her and she's got all of this blood pouring out of her ankle, and then a shark comes and she's like, oh, well, she's not going to get eaten by the shark. The shark totally ignores the girl who's bleeding out and goes for the dog instead. So in this book, we have a scene, a dog death scene, where the shark is eating this dog and there's like parts of this dog floating in the water and comes up to, you know, the girl who's bleeding out. Why? Why? You know how I feel about the fact that R.L. Stine loves to have animal cruelty and animal deaths in his books, but like, why? That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Claudia does get herself caught in a riptide and taken to safety. And then, yeah, she realizes, oh, Marla's trying to kill them. And so the three girls, they end up finding Marla's body dead in a shed, and she's been dead for a week. So Marla's actually been dead for a week. And then it turns out that Marla, who's been doing all of this, isn't Marla, it's Alison. How in the world is that even possible? These girls, they knew Alison, like they met her younger sister before. They met Marla's younger sister before. They don't look alike. They are not twins. How did they spend that time with Marla this past few days and not know it was Alison this entire time? They've been out in broad daylight. They aren't twins. They aren't twins. How is that even going to work? I don't get it. I don't get it. Either these girls are so incredibly dumb, or like, again, like this was just another one of those out of nowhere plot twists that R.L. Stine was like, oh, I need something to spice the story up. Let's just ignore the rules and do this. Like, they knew Alison. They found Alison annoying. And then one of the reasons why Alison did this and killed her sister was because when Alison was falling into the water, she looked up and she saw her sister smiling down at her and laughing at her as she was falling. But that's impossible because Marla was taken away by the camp counselor before they even got to the Grizzly Gorge place. So unless the camp counselor let her go, which she wouldn't have done, then that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And maybe even if the path was, like, you could see the Grizzly Gorge, if that camp counselor was with Marla at that time, the camp counselor would have seen what happened and would have prevented it and see, like, you know what? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And then Daniel, the ghost boy, who, you know, I don't know why they kept calling him that because he wasn't a ghost boy. Turns out he is Alfred's son, and Alfred is the servant of Marla, and he's been living in the guest house. He, like, saves the girls, and then Alison runs away. And even though she knows the fence is electric and stuff, Alison touches the electric fence and, like, gets shocked, which is something that happened to Sophie earlier on in the book. So I'm like, why in the world would you do something that you saw someone else do? So that's how the book ends. Like, she gets shocked. Oh my god, like, this was so infuriating, like, how badly written this was. And I kind of like the idea of the girls being taken to this mansion and getting maimed one by one, essentially. And that shark scene was like, I mean, it's very memorable, I'll give it that, it's very memorable, but that jumped the shark. This book jumps the shark way too high. So yeah, unfortunately this is a 1 star. It just didn't make sense, terribly written, plot holes bigger than my asshole. Sorry, not a good book. And I really wanted to like it as well. I really wanted to like it. The next one is called The New Boy, and I thought this one might have been like a little sequel to The New Girl, which was the very first book in the series, but it's not. It's like totally different. This one also has terrible writing because we follow Janie and her friends we get introduced to, Corky and Kimmy. However, Corky, her name randomly changes to Eve on like page 6 or 7. Like, it's not even her nickname, she's just called Eve. Anyway, Janie doesn't have a boyfriend, but the others do. And then there's this new guy called Ross Gabriel. Oh, and Kimmy's name is changed to Faith as well. Oh my gosh, I just realised. So, yeah, we're introduced to Janie, Corky, and Kimmy. However, the characters are actually Janie, Faith, and Eve. So anyway, yeah, Faith and Eve, they have boyfriends, and Janie doesn't. And when they see this new guy, they're all like, oh, let's place a bet, like, who can date him first? So again, we have, you know, Eve and Faith willing to cheat on their boyfriends to do this, like, dare, this little whole bet thing. There's also, like, the side storyline of some dance money that Faith, Eve, and Janie are in charge of. And the money goes missing. We don't know where it's gone. And Eve ends up winning the bet, so she ends up getting a date with Ross first. However, by the end of this date, Eve's dead. She goes missing for a couple of hours, and the police can't find her at all. And then Ian, who is Eve's boyfriend, and Janie, they find Eve straight away. They find her body, and it's like opposite like Ross's house at the edge of the Fear Street woods. All these police couldn't find her, however these two teenagers could. Okay, so obviously like Ross is the prime suspect, like, oh, Ross must have killed Eve. And then straight away Ross goes on a date with Janie. So Janie starts to like kiss him and like starts loving him and starts to defend him, like, oh, he never would have killed Eve. Blah, blah, blah. Ian also confides in Janie that Eve was the one to steal the dance money, so that probably has something to do with her death. Janie also catches Paul and Faith arguing, and later on Faith actually ends up dead as well. So Janie finds Faith dead in her room. She's like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are my friends dying? And Ross is again the prime suspect. There's also a girl called Jordan who is like followed the new boy. She comes from the same place that Ross came from, and she tells Janie that Ross changed his name. Like, his name used to be Robert, and he also killed his old girlfriend. This is a plot point that never comes up again, by the way. Never comes up again. So obviously like Janie now kind of like really heavily suspects Ross, and Ian is like, oh my god, I found evidence that it's Ross. So Janie follows Ian to the middle of the woods. He shows her this bloody bat. It's like, here's the evidence, I killed Eve and Faith. So it turned out Ian killed them because Eve stole the dance money for Ian so he could go to college. However, Eve was getting doubts about that, so she was gonna like confess and come clean about it. So Ian killed Eve, and then Faith found out about it, so he killed Faith, and Janie ends up knocking him over, and the police come, and that's the end. That is pretty much it. That's what this one is about. I give this one 2 stars. There was definitely less plot holes than the previous one, which is like a very low bar to like get over at this point. And, you know, there were a couple of grisly murders. I love that Janie, when she knocks down Ian, she's like, this is for Eve and for Faith. And I love the fact that she was actually remorseful about her friends. So I have to try and find positives somewhere. Oh, and another thing before I move on as well, in every single Fiesta book, we have a random character just being like, oh, I could kill them, I could kill them. And like, that's used against that character's, oh, they're suspicious, because like, they're like, oh, I could kill that person, oh, I could kill you. Like, at one point, Ross goes to Janie, oh, I could kill you for not believing me. Even though like Ross is innocent and like he isn't the killer or anything. And again, we never find out what actually happened to his old girlfriend. Why do the characters always say that? Oh, I could kill you, oh, I could kill this person. Again, like, get a new writing style, R.L. Stine. The next one, The Dare. The Dare, okay, I hate, again, novels where it's just one big prank, one big dare. And this one has one of the worst main characters. Again, like, honestly, there are so many. Like, they keep getting worse and worse. This one follows Joanna, and she really wants to be part of the cool kids at the school, and Dennis is like the ringleader of these cool kids, and she like loves Dennis, but Dennis is seeing Caitlin. So Dennis is in a relationship with Caitlin. Again, there's a lot of cheating involved. Joanna also lives next to Mr. Northwood on Fear Street, and Mr. Northwood like records all of his conversations in class, and like he's got this tape recorder, and they find it weird. So Mr. Northwood is just doing his job, by the way. Dennis and his spoiled rich friends are like awful students, and he won't give them a break. like Dennis is like failing like his tests and stuff, and he's like, oh, but if I don't pass my test, then I'm not gonna make track star or whatever. And Mr. North was like, well, not my problem. You should like be a better student, kind of thing. And so like Dennis is like, oh, I could kill him. I could kill him. And Joanna's like, oh, I would do anything to be part of Dennis's group. Joanna has these like really violent fantasies and stuff. Like the amount of times there's been a fake cliffhanger. So at one point, Caitlin is in her car and in driving, and Dennis is like, oh, I would invite you in, but like there's no room for you. And Joanna's like, oh, that's fine, I'll make room. And then she drags Caitlin out of the car and like throws her to the curb and then drives out with Dennis. And then in the next chapter, the start of the next chapter, it says, of course I didn't do that. That was just one of my fantasies. And then later on, when Dennis brings back a shell from the Bahamas and he gives it to Joanna, Caitlin comes up to him and she's like, that's my shell, give me that shell. So Joanna smashes the shell in her face. And then the next chapter, it's like, of course I didn't smash that shell in her face. And then later on, when she's talking to her mum, there is a gun because her dad has this gun. And she gets the gun out the drawer and she points it to Mr. Northwood across the way. And like she shoots. And then the next chapter starts with, of course it wasn't loaded. Oh! And what's even worse is because like Joanna does agree to kill Mr. Northwood for Dennis, there is this whole 3-page story of Joanna killing Mr. Northwood with these logs, and she like breaks into his home and like gets him killed with these logs. The start of the next chapter, that was another of my frightening fantasies. If only it were true, I thought. There's like 4 times. 4 times, actually no, a 5th time, because she's also in a closet at school and she feels something wet and dead on her. Like she actually says it was wet and it was dead. And then the next chapter, it was a mop. It was a mop. So yeah, Joanna agrees to kill Mr. Northwood for Dennis. And then Dennis comes over and he's like, okay, you're supposed to be doing it. Like, are you going to do it? And Joanna leaves the room. She hears this like car backfire. And then Dennis leaves. And then Joanna goes next door. She sees Mr. Northwood like slumped over his logs. And she's about to shoot him in the back. And then she realizes that he's already dead. And then Dennis comes over and he's like, oh my god, you killed him. Amazing, yay. But Dennis looks like he's hiding something. And then Caitlin comes. And then it turns out that Dennis has called the police and said that Joanna has like killed Mr. Northwood. And Dennis and Caitlin are setting Joanna up. And like he wasn't actually dating Joanna because they wanted to get her to kill Mr. Northwood, which he agreed to. And again, like Joanna deserves that because she is an awful character to even agree to kill someone for someone else. Like, oh my god, like she was the most frustrating character I've ever read. But then we also get some karma because it turns out Mr. Northwood isn't actually dead and he has a tape recording which has Dennis's and Caitlin's confession about setting Joanna up. So Dennis and Caitlin get arrested and Joanna is fine. Although Joanna should still get arrested for attempted murder because she was going to do it. That whole thing was just like so unbelievably infuriating. The fact that Joanna was just like this awful character to begin with anyway. She was literally going to kill a teacher to fit in. 1 star. 1 awful star. But before I move on, actually, there is one scene that again infuriated the life I made. Like it just shows you like how terrible these kids are. Like, are we supposed to be rooting for these kids? So the cool kids include like Zach and Dennis and them and Caitlin, and they go to Joanna's house and Dennis gets Joanna's dad's gun and he accidentally shoots Zach in the shoulder and he's bleeding everywhere. And then Dennis gets this idea where he's going to put Zach on Mr. Northwood's lawn and then throw the gun up at Mr. Northwood's porch and then say that Mr. Northwood did it. So Zach is like bleeding out and he's like getting blood all over the floor in Joanna's house and like all across, you know, the garden from Joanna's house to Mr. Northwood's house. And, you know, they throw the pistol in Mr. Northwood. He picks it up out of confusion. The police come. They say, oh, Mr. Northwood shot Zach. It's immediately debunked because you have a blood trail from Joanna's house to Mr. Northwood's and the gun is registered to Joanna's dad. And even then they're still like, oh my god, Mr. Northwood is the worst. Like, he's treating us like shit. Like, do you blame him? Do you blame him? I want Fear Street characters that I can really root for, you know what I mean? Like, I want to fall in love with the main characters and want them to survive and like be invested in their story, but oh my gosh, like they're getting so much worse. And this one, like number 20, 21 or something of the Fear Street books. I'm like, please. Okay, the next one, Bad Dreams. This one wasn't as bad, but again, it's only getting a 2-star from me. This one follows Maggie and her sister Andrea. They move into a house on Fear Street, and there is like this really old-fashioned canopy bed that is in the bedroom, and it's Maggie's. She claims it, so she starts like sleeping in this bed, and this bed is giving her nightmares. Like, she's seeing this girl. The girl is called Miranda, and she sees her getting murdered in her dreams. And then Maggie later finds out from her old neighbours that the previous tenants, this was like years and years and years ago. It sounds like decades. It sounds like decades have passed since this happened. But yeah, Miranda was killed in her bed and murdered, and the bed still happens to be that canopy bed that Maggie is sleeping in, and Maggie still decides to sleep in that bed, by the way. So she's getting these awful nightmares of getting killed. Arsene keeps trying to make us think that Andrea, her sister, is the one who was like gonna kill her or something. So like Andrea keeps like appearing in her room, which again like never really gets explained that much. It's just like so random. Like one time Maggie's like, oh my god, I see the silver blade of a knife coming toward me, but it turns out to just be a curling iron that her sister is wanting to borrow and stuff like that. And it's just like, there is one moment where like a knife is stabbed into the pillow and then it goes, which was kind of scary, and I kind of like that. And like the nightmares themselves were kind of scary, but there's like so much like nothingness to this book for a good chunk of it. We have some girls at school who are trying out for like the swimming team, and Andrea comes forth, Maggie comes first, Maggie's the best, and one of the girls gets stabbed, and that means that Andrea, Maggie's sister, means that she can actually be part of like the all-state championship thingamabobby. There was another moment where a girl called Dawn, Maggie sees her lying face down in the pool, and she's like, oh my god, she's dead, there's a dead body, but it's just Dawn, learning breathing exercises and breathing techniques. There's also a random school trip to some caves, and the teacher's like, okay, let's split up without adult supervision. All of you kids split up and just explore these caves. Maggie obviously gets lost, but like that added like nothing to the story. It was just like the most randomest of moments. And then so yeah, Maggie is home. Her mum has put the bed in the attic because it's been giving her nightmares and she needs to get rid of it. But Maggie's like, okay, but I need like more of these nightmares so I can figure out what's going on. Like, am I being haunted and stuff like that? So Maggie ends up going into the attic, and this part was scary. Like, this is one of the reasons why I gave it 2 stars. But there is actually a girl who's alive sleeping upstairs in the bed, and she's called Gina. She is the sister of Miranda, the girl who was murdered. And Gina turned out to have murdered her sister because her sister was mean, and now she's like trying to murder Maggie because she's mean to Andrea. And so like she's the one who like stabbed the girl at school because that meant Andrea could make the team and stuff like that, which I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, but I was like, oh, an actual like home intruder, like someone actually like living in the house while they're living there is like one of my biggest fears. Like, that terrifies me so much. But what lets this down is that it was supposed to be decades since like this murder happened, and yet this girl is alive and well. Like, she's real. She's been like locked up this entire time, but she escaped, and she looks exactly the same as before. Like, she is still that young girl who murdered her sister, even decades later, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it, Mr. Stine? That doesn't add up, does it? Oh my god, and when Tiffany, the girl who gets stabbed at school, when they see she's, like, been stabbed and there's, like, the knife on the floor and all the blood, Maggie picks the knife up. Why are you stupid? Why are all of these characters stupid? So yeah, despite all of the stupidness that happens in this one, I do think 2 stars at this point is a good rating for a Fear Street book, if you ask me. 2 star is all I can ask for at this point. And then finally, Double Date. One of the worst Fear Street books so far, honestly. Hated this one so much. And this is why we don't get male protagonists in the Fear Street series. Because Bobby, the main character of this, oh my god, the most misogynistic, disgusting creep of a teenage boy you will ever meet. Also, I love the fact that this has like 3 temporary tattoos inside on the cover. There isn't. My copy doesn't have 3 temporary tattoos. But I love the idea of that, because there is actually a storyline thread of one of the characters having like this butterfly tattoo on her shoulder. So I imagine that's what the temporary tattoo looked like. So if you owned this book when you were younger and you got a temporary tattoo, let me know. But yeah, Bobby is a creep. He's disgusting. He goes out with all the cheerleaders to like tick them off a list. He calls himself Bobby the Man. His friend Jerry goes, hey man, can I have your rejects? Sure, babe, I guess. So like they're passing these girls around as if they're nothing, as if they're like possessions and like just people that they can just sleep with and get with and break their hearts and like just move on and share them around and stuff. Oh my god, it was so vomit inducing. Kimmy comes up to Bobby and is like, what happened to our date last night? You were supposed to come over for our date. And Bobby's like, I got a better offer. He grinned at her. Oh my god, like, oh, he's so disgusting. He recognizes Brie and Samantha Wade. They are twins, and he's never asked them out before. They've been there for around about a year. And like, he now wants to do this thing where he dates both of them without each other knowing about each other. That's his like new kind of mission. Because obviously, like, he's scumbag, he's a lowlife, he has nothing else going for him. Even Arnie is like, you're really gonna do it? And Bobby's like, you can have them when I'm done. Now we meet Melanie, who dated him for 3 months, his longest relationship. Previous spring, he had gone out with Melanie for nearly 3 months, a record for him. But Melanie stopped smiling at him when she discovered he was dating other girls behind her back. So again, like, we have all of this cheating going on. Why did she have to cry the night she broke up with me, he wondered. Was she trying to make me feel bad? This is why we don't get male main characters. I'm so glad we get female main characters. I mean, sure, they do dumb stuff sometimes, but they are not like this. And this actually made me want to throw up. And when he talks about Melanie, if she'd lose a few pounds, I might even ask her out again. I mean, when Arnie's finished with her. Oh my god, like, I'm getting so angry again just reading this. And again, you're probably like, oh my god, that's a bit of an overreaction. You know, there are so many like kids who were like that, especially in the 90s and stuff. Like, sure, but why is it every single guy in the series is a creep? Every guy is a creep. So much cheating going on, so much frivolous teenage drama romance bullshit going on in every single book. I just want to be scared. Is this not supposed to be called Fear Street? Where's the fear? So Bobby does end up going out with Brie on the Friday night, and then he rings Samantha. He's like, oh, like, are you gonna come out with me? And Samantha's like, but didn't you like ask my sister? Do you think I would really do that to my sister? And he's like, yeah, have you seen me? Yeah, she says, do you think I'd really do that to my sister? Sure you would, Bobby urged. Sure you would. You know you're dying to go out with me, right? And then I was a little bit like sickened by the fact that Samantha was like, you're so conceited, but I like conceited boys, let's do it. And I was hoping upon hope that Samantha and Brie were pulling this big prank on Bobby. I was so hoping that. Like, I hate stories like that in Fear Street, Goosebumps, whatever, but like, this was going to be the only exception for me, because I was like, please do not let him get away with this. Do not let him get away with this. So yeah, he starts dating both of them, and Samantha's like pretty wild. Like, she steals things from shops and runs away with Bobby, and like, she drives his car like really wildly, and she's kissing him on River's Ridge or whatever it's called, and you know, there's just like so much like, again, teenage romance going on. And then Samantha's like, oh, you have to break up with Brie. She's crazy, like, she'll do something if she finds out. And Bobby's like, yeah, sure, whatever. He doesn't really have any intention of doing so. He says it was so easy to control girls, Bobby decided. A piece of cake. And so he wants to keep up this charade, being this absolute pig moron who is just like so in love with himself, he doesn't actually see what's going on around him. There is a moment in this where he opens up his locker door and there's like a monkey's head in there, and there's like blood everywhere, and then it turns out to just be a plastic monkey head, and it was all fake, which I was very glad about, because again, like, I hate all of this animal death just to be scary in terms of R.L. Stine's world. So that didn't turn out to be real. Bobby's tires end up getting slashed. He gets electrocuted when he's like doing his band thing, because he's in a band. He's shit. He's in this band, he's shit. And then, yeah, Samantha's like, oh, in order to tell us apart, I have a butterfly tattoo and Brie doesn't. And then later on, he sees Samantha again and she's like, I don't have a tattoo. And neither does Brie. So then it turns out, well, Brie tells Bobby, oh, we're actually not twins, we're triplets. We have a crazy third sister called Jenilyn. Yeah, Jenilyn. Jenilyn is crazy. Like, she actually, you know, when we were younger, she locked us in a house and set it on fire. And so she had to get, like, locked up. And now she, like, lives with our aunt and uncle somewhere else. And it sounds like she's back. And then Samantha, Jenilyn, Brie, you just don't really know who's who at this point, goes to Bobby, oh, we need to kill Brie. We need to kill Brie, like, she has to go. And he's like, yeah, sure, we'll kill Brie. And then Bobby accompanies who he thinks is Samantha to a family cabin. And it turns out it's Jenilyn. And she ties Bobby up, and I was like, I'm rooting for this. Like, I'm actually rooting for this person to maim Bobby, kill him, you know, do what you need to do. She pours honey on him and gets like these red ants to crawl over his skin, and that was great. There was a moment where she's like, oh, try screaming will help, and he actually just like starts screaming. I was like, okay, queen, I love you. So like, she leaves, Melanie comes by and sees what's happened, so Melanie gets him into her car and drives to the Wade house. And when he gets to the Wade house, Brie and Samantha are there, and so are like other people from school, including like Kimmy, and they're all laughing at him. It was all a big prank. Samantha and Brie knew all about him trying to date both of them at the same time, so everything they made up. They made up Jenilyn. They just wanted to make him look like a fool, and I was honestly loving that, because yes, make him look like a fool. He was a misogynistic sadistic, disgusting, creepy ass pig. And Kimmy said it best. She said, "You're not Bobby the man, you're Bobby the total pig." Yes, yes he is. And so, like, all of this was his comeuppance, and that was great. But it makes a terrible Fear Street book. This is supposed to be Fear Street. Like, what am I reading at this point? So 1 star, like, it gets a 1 star. I'm so satisfied by the ending. This is the most satisfying Fear Street ending ever so far. And I hated this book. It just wasn't scary. It was just these twins pranking the awful popular guy at school who treats all the girls like shit. Which is, yes, amazing. I love that. But as a Fear Street book, no. Absolutely not. Oh, and the first thing that Bobby thought of when he found out about Jenilyn, the crazy third sister, all I could think about was like, wait until everyone hears that I've been dating triplets. Ugh. We found ourselves a Fear Street book that I kind of like. I like this one. And bear in mind, I gave this one 3 star, but I really did end up enjoying this one. It gave me some kind of like, are you afraid of the dark vibes of this? We do follow the Thrill Club. And we have Talia, who is our main character, but she reads scary stories to the Thrill Club members. And they each take turns hosting it in their houses. But Talia, her boyfriend Seth, he has been writing the stories for her the past couple of times that she has been telling the stories at this Thrill Club because Talia hasn't had time, so Seth has been writing them for her. And the story that we get at the start has their friend called Chandel, who is also in the Thrill Club. She's like stalked and killed. In Chandel, she hates her because she doesn't want them to use her name in a story. So there is some like tension between the members of the group. Talia is also like, oh, my boyfriend Seth, his father died 3 months ago. Why is he so different? Like, why is he acting this way? Like, I don't know if I love him that much anymore. Like, she's kind of awful in this, I'm not gonna lie. Like, she does get better as the book goes on, but like she also cheats on her boyfriend as well, by the way, and then has the nerve that when Seth is like flirting with, I think it was Mora or Nessa, one of them. Yeah, Nessa, she gets pissy with her. Talia and Rudy are hanging out, and Talia says, yeah, was Rudy so kind and caring? Yes, caring. He really cares about me, she thought. The next thing she knew, her arms were around his neck, her lips pressing softly against his. Rudy's lips pressed back. And then someone saw them. So, Talia, you have a boyfriend who has just lost his dad 3 months ago. And then Talia sees Nessa. She threw her head back and laughed again. Tossing her soft dark hair, she ran her hand down the length of the boy's arm. Nessa's such a flirt, Talia thought. But Talia's mouth dropped open, her books fell right out of her hand. Seth. How could he? And how could Nessa? I thought she was my friend. This is only like 4 pages after she cheated on her boyfriend, by the way. And she has the nerve to be all like, excuse me, like, how dare you do that to me? To her friend. Oh my god. And it's weird as well because Nessa says, oh, but you phoned me and told me that it was fine for me to go after Seth. And Talia's like, I never phoned you. What are you talking about? So there are times when people are saying that Talia phoned them during this book. And Talia's like, I have no recollection of phoning you. Like, I never did that. But getting back to like the main story, I just had to get that off my chest. I feel like every single book we need a counter of the cheating teens and animal deaths. I feel like those 2 things are a given at this point in every single book. But back to the story, Chandel actually goes missing and then she turns up dead, and a bloody knife is found in Talia's dresser drawer, and Talia also has a bloodstain on her shirt, and she's like, how in the world did this get here? So she thinks she's been like set up by someone. And then Seth is continuing to write stories for Talia, and these stories are like involving the people from the Thrill Club, and they're a little bit messed up. Like, there's a story about a ventriloquist dummy, which I thought, oh my god, is this a nod to Slappy from Goosebumps? Which, amazing if it is. When the story, Rudy accidentally hangs himself and the dummy is watching him. That was kind of a scary scene. I mean, it was only just a story that Seth had wrote that Talia had to pretend was his, but like that was still like a kind of terrifying visual, seeing Rudy hanging and then seeing the dummy like smiling up at him. That was kind of scary, I'll give it that. It had the good atmosphere. And then later on, Talia is like, oh Rudy, do you want me to help you set up before like a Thrill Club meeting? And then the next thing everyone knows, Rudy is hanging from the ceiling, and Talia's like, oh my god, what happened? And she has like these rope ends on her hands, and she's like, I have no idea how this happened, like, what in the world is going on? So like I was like, oh, is Talia like actually killing them? And she's like kind of bamboozling the reader, because that's actually kind of a really good story. It's a great way of like pulling the wool over our eyes, because Talia is so confused. And it turns out that R.L. Stine was like, yes, Talia is killing everyone, but it's not what you think. So the twist of this, so Seth, you know how his father died? Well, he says that he died while listening listening to this tape, and Talia listens to this tape, and it's like this weird chanting. She gets a headache, and it turns out like this tape thing, Seth uses it to kind of like mind control Talia, so that Talia is killing the friends at the thrill club, but she has no recollection of it because she's being controlled to do it by Seth. And that is like such a good angle of it. You know, when Seth's father was found dead, Seth mentioned something about he had transferred his mind into a different body or something. Like, that's never explained, it's never really brought up again. At the very end, the way that Seth is killed, Seth starts chanting as he's listening to his Walkman, and then he just dies. So, like, his minds must have been transferred somewhere else. But there's, like, no payoff with that. There is no conclusion with that. It's, like, a very, again, another abrupt ending. And, yeah, I wasn't really satisfied by the ending. But I did love the fact that the end scene had Seth trying to control Talia into killing the other two members with a hacksaw. Like, that was very, very good. Like, I will give it props for that. Seth, as well, his motives for doing it are disgusting. Again, like, more creepy men. That's another thing. So, creepy boys, cheating teens, and animal deaths. You will find them in every single book. But in this one, Seth, he is trying to control Talia because he wants her to depend on him. So he is making her do all of these awful things so that she will depend on him. How disgusting is that? So I was so glad he got his comeuppance. That was great. But no 3 stars, that's a great rating considering what I've usually been given some of these stories. The next one Evil Summer. I was reading these on Reading Spins with my patrons, and I showed this cover to my patrons. I saw the cat on the cover, so I was like, R.L. Stine's gonna kill this cat, isn't he? Like, as a joke. Like, before I started reading it, I was like, he's gonna kill the cat, isn't he? And then I started reading it, and what have you. Mr. Jinx, the cat, gets killed. Gets killed in a car accident, and I was... I'm just like, I'm so fed up. But this one, we follow Amanda and her siblings and her mum. They go to Sea Haven. So again, this is like another one that isn't set in Shadyside. There is some brief moments in Shadyside when Amanda rings up her friend and she needs help. Rather than that, it's very away from Shadyside and Fear Street. But Amanda, her siblings, who are much younger than her, and her mum. So they're in Sea Haven, and her mum is needing to hire someone to be a helper. And so we have this girl called Chrissy Minor. And Chrissy is like, oh, I want to apply for this job. And so she gives the references and everything. And the mother doesn't check the references out. Like, she'll ring up and she'll be like, oh, you know, one of them isn't picking up, the other one just keeps calling. So, you know, I'll just hire her. And even Amanda's like, Mum, don't you think that's like very irresponsible? And her mum was like, well, don't you think it was irresponsible to not get a good math grade? So now we're here. I was like, oh my god, you're a bitch. Like, the fact that it's another parent who puts her kids in danger in Fear Street is so comical to me. Like, these parents are awful. There's a really terrible parent in the next one as well, let me tell you. But yeah, we hire Chrissy. And one of the first instances of something happening is, well, one, actually, Mr. Jinx, the cat, hisses at Chrissy, and then Chrissy hisses back at the cat. And then a couple of pages later, there is like a car accident, someone's car goes out of control, Chrissy saves the two younger siblings, Kyle and Mary. She saves them, but the cat gets ran over and killed, which obviously devastates Amanda. She is like distraught over the death of her cat, and then she starts to suspect Chrissy had something to do with it. Chrissy also like starts randomly floating as well, so Amanda's like, oh, there's definitely something wrong there. And for some reason as well, Chrissy brings newspaper clippings and puts them in her room, and these newspaper clippings are all damning evidence against her. Why did she have them? Like, it's never explained why she had them, but these newspaper clippings talk about a girl called Lilith Minor who was in a coma. There's also newspapers of her parents having been killed. And so Chrissy has these newspaper clippings, and it turns out that Chrissy is Lilith. And Lilith was in a coma for a bit, but when Lilith woke up, she got these powers because she's awoken all of her brain, and now she's changed her name to Chrissy, and she is getting revenge. What is she getting revenge for? You find out later. So Amanda meets Dave at like a summer school place. Her and Dave get close, and it's actually kind of a cute little romance. Like, neither of them are in a relationship, so I'm rooting for this. Dave has the idea of just planting a knife in Chrissy's room to make her look dangerous, so her mother will kick her out. So Amanda goes to do that, but then when she tries to do that, blood starts like squirting out of this knife, and then it turns out that the birds, their throats have been slashed. So that's two more animal deaths there, by the way. Two of their throats have been slashed, so these dead birds are in the house, and they were pet birds, and Chrissy's like, oh my god, like, what have you done? So now it looks like Amanda has like killed the birds and like tried to plant the evidence in Chrissy's room. So no one believes Amanda apart from Dave. Dave is still trying to help her. Amanda finds more newspaper clippings. Again, like, just tell us everything in newspaper clippings, why don't you? But yeah, the parents of Chrissy were killed by carbon monoxide, and it turns out that months before there was a fire, like there was arson, and Amanda's dad was defending the person, like a homeless person who was accused of it, which meant that the Minor family were put under scrutiny because then it looked like they had done it for the insurance, like the dad had done it for the insurance. So then the dad tried to kill his family. So Chrissy's dad actually killed his wife, tried to kill her with carbon monoxide, but Chrissy, as Lilith, she does go in a coma. She finally wakes up and she wants revenge on Amanda's dad, because if it wasn't for him, then her family would have gotten away with the arson and the insurance money, and her dad wouldn't have tried to have killed them, or like successfully killed his wife and nearly killed her. So like that's the revenge aspect of it. There was an exciting moment when Chrissy makes the car that Dave and Amanda are in go over a cliff, and Dave dies. Like, poor Dave, like he actually dies. Amanda's heartbroken. Amanda does survive that, and Chrissy is like trying to kill her younger siblings. There's like this fight that ensues. There is a random kitten that comes into it, and I was getting worried. I was getting very worried about this kitten, and Amanda like protects it and looks after it, like away from Chrissy. Into the final climax, it's actually the kitten that saves the day, because Chrissy, she's making all this fire happen because she does have these powers, that she doesn't see the kitten and she trips over the kitten and falls face first into the fire, and that kills Chrissy. So the kitten saved the day. So that kind of made the earlier cat death a little bit redeemable in my eyes. I still think the cat death was so unnecessary at the start, like poor Mr. Jinx. Mr. Jinx still could have saved Amanda at the end, but no, instead we had to have an animal die. I want to give this one 2 stars though, because this is kind of a storyline we're kind of repeating now. Like, somebody is killing people or is suspicious and the other character's trying to prove it, kind of thing. I'm kind of sick of that storyline now. It's getting very old and repetitive. So 2 stars, like, at least it's not 1. If a book doesn't get 1 star, it's remotely good. Okay, the mind reader has one of the most stupidest explanations, and oh my god, I had to roll my eyes, and I'm like, do any of these books have editors? Did R.L. Stine just like throw in a first draft and they just went with it? Because how can anyone not see the amount of plot holes that are in these books? It just beggars belief. I have no idea how this past publication. Same with the Sunburn one. Same with some of the other ones where there's just been glaring plot holes. Anyway, in this one we follow Ellie Anderson, and she has visions, and her visions lead her to like this hand that's in the woods, and she finds like a shallow grave, and a body has been found after 2 years. Ellie's best friend Sarah, she had a sister from 2 years ago called Melinda, who went missing 2 years ago, and it looks like this body is Melinda's, her sister. And Lieutenant Wilkins is the dad of Sarah and Melinda, so it's his daughter who was being murdered, and it looks like Melinda's boyfriend, who she was supposed to run away with, has been missing for 2 years himself. And then Ellie randomly meets a guy called Brian Tanner, and Sarah also like meets him too. So again, like, this is another glaring plot hole that's going to come up. Ellie had a vision of her ex-boyfriend, who she dumped because she caught him cheating in her vision. He was kissing Janine. So again, cheating teens, don't just love them. I think one of the cats are shit. Is that what you think of this book, Ash? Is that what you think of this book? We also have a storyline of Ellie's mother. She died 14 years ago. She was murdered. She was stabbed to death. And this is actually kind of so sad. Like, one of the saddest moments in Fear Street. And I don't know how she remembers this, but when Ellie was 2 years old, her memory is jogged where, like, her mum is, like, walking down the street and she's just, like, stabbed to death in front of her. And her mother says to Ellie before she dies, "I love you." Oh my god, like, that was so sad. I was actually like genuinely upset about that. And like, as a 2-year-old, I don't know if she'd like really remember that, but like, I guess it was like traumatizing enough that maybe she could. I'm not going to read too much into it. Like, these books are not fact checked, that's fine. So Ellie is getting closer and closer to Brian, and Brian invites her to Fear Island. And I was so glad to have Fear Island back. I mean, we don't get that much of it, and I do wish we had more Fear Island, because that was a great setting in the overnight. We need to use it a little bit more. But yeah, they do go on like these dates and stuff, but Brian is very weird. He's very strange, and when Ellie kisses his cheek, he mutters Melinda, so he obviously knew Melinda. And it turns out that Brian is actually Brett, and Brett was Melinda's boyfriend who went missing 2 years ago. Lieutenant Wilkins, like, he is getting he's working with Ellie to try and find out what happened to his daughter. They then find a knife in the grave, and I'm like, surely they should have found this knife when they first dug up Melinda's grave, surely. And Wilkins is like, I know that knife anywhere. It was her boyfriend's. Like, he would flash it around town. I'm like, would someone really flash this knife around town? And on Fair Island, when Brian, who turns out to be Brett, I'm just going to call him Brett now. So Brett, slash Brian, Brett, he has this knife, and Ellie makes a comment about it because it looks familiar, and Brett is like, oh yeah, this is my favourite knife, my grandfather gave me it. It's just a little bit of a strange thing to say to someone on a first date, don't you think? So then Ellie tries to go to her friend Sarah, who is Melinda's sister, and Sarah's acting all upset, and she's like, you've ruined everything, Ellie. And Ellie's like, why? And Sarah's like, don't you see I killed Melinda, aka she killed her own sister. However, it's a lie. It's the stupidest of things. And this explanation again just doesn't make a whole lot of sense of like why this happened. But Sarah tells Ellie that on the day that Melinda was supposed to run away with her boyfriend Brett, Brett was going to wait for her at the mall, and while their dad was at work, Melinda has like packed up and stuff, and she was going to go over to see Brett. However, they get word that their dad is coming home early, and Sarah's very happy about Melinda running away, by the way, because she doesn't like her sister. And Sarah's like, well, I'll go to the mall and tell Brett that our dad's coming home early, so then you can pick somewhere else to meet. And so during this entire time, Sarah does go to the mall to tell Brett, oh, Melinda can't make it because dad's come home early, you're gonna have to meet somewhere else. She goes back home, Melinda's missing. But I'm like, why in the world did Sarah even go all that way to tell Brett that? Couldn't Melinda have just gone? Because her dad wasn't home yet, and she was going to tell Brett that the dad was coming home early. It doesn't matter, because Melinda could have just went to the mall right there and then. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, if Sarah had enough time to go all the way to the mall to tell him, that could have been Melinda instead. Like, I don't understand why she did that. Anyway, when Sarah comes back home, Melinda's missing and she never sees her sister again. So Ellie's like, well, I thought you said you killed her. And Sarah's like, yeah, I feel so guilty about it that I hated her so much I wanted her gone that I'm the reason she's dead, kind of thing. Like, she just feels guilty about it. Like, she didn't actually kill her. So, like, why in the world, you know, like, your sister's been murdered, like, actually murdered. Like, so what if you feel guilty about it? Why in the world have you been acting the way you have? Because Ellie's like, oh, you've ruined everything by finding her body. What, so you don't want your sister's killer to be found? Are you stupid? Honestly, it just felt like so forced and just so badly done. And so Ellie gets another vision about gold buttons. So they go back to Melinda's grave. They find a gold button. And again, I'm like, this is the third time they've been to this grave. It should have been excavated. It should have been examined. Like, Melinda's body was found there. That entire area should have been cordoned off, searched for evidence, everything taken out. And then Lieutenant Wilkins comes out of nowhere and he's like, oh, I heard from another officer that you guys were here, so I've come to protect you from Brett, who is obviously like the killer. Like, he's the one who killed Melinda. And Sarah's like, no, actually, Dad, you're the one who killed Melinda, because here's the gold button that you lost the day that Melinda went missing, and you were so worried about it. Like, she remembers her dad being worried about his gold button being missing. But then I ask, if the dad had killed his daughter and he was worried about his missing button, why didn't he go to her grave and take the button? It was right there. It was right there. And so that means that the dad had planted the knife in there as well, because he says that she died because it was an accident. He planted the knife because he wanted to frame Brett. However, for the past 2 years, he's been telling everyone that, oh, Brett was most likely murdered as well. So, like, if he wanted to pin it on him, why did he claim him to be another victim as well? He knew where the body was of Melinda, and yet 2 years have passed and nothing? What? Like, if he was trying to frame someone for his daughter's murder, why didn't he do anything for 2 years? Why did he let his gold button that he was worried about go missing stay in that grave? Like, you would have known where it was. If he was that worried about it, he would have went back and dug it back up. And it was obviously important enough that Sarah remembers that's what happened on the day Melinda went missing. Again, I'm so confused. Like, nothing makes sense. Brett even says that he went on the run 2 years ago because Wilkins went to arrest him after his daughter went missing. So, like, he was a suspect, but then why tell everyone that he was innocent for the past 2 years and he was another victim, most likely dead? I don't get it. So anyway, Brett, yeah, so he was pretending to be Brian at the start of this. Even Sarah met Brian, and she didn't recognise him. It's only been 2 years. He wouldn't have changed that much. He says, oh yeah, I've changed my looks, my hair is black now and stuff. I'm like, you still would be able to know it was you. Come on. How did Sarah not recognise him? Even Ellie says at one point, and you didn't recognise him? And she was like, yeah, he looks different. You've met him a couple of times in broad daylight. How different is somebody looking after 2 years? Especially at the age they are. Like, that just wasn't explained. Like, if it had to be explained, or he had, like, reconstructive surgery, or, like, he had orthodontistry work done that really changed his face, fair enough, I might have believed that, but nothing is explained. It's just, like, left up to you to pull in the work that R.L. Stine is refusing to do. We also end the book with Brett saying he's a mind reader, and that's why it's called the mind reader. I'm like, it was just the most random thing. So, like, Brett came back because he could read minds, but also have visions. Okay. book ends. The book ends, Lieutenant Wilkins accidentally shoots himself at the end. So I give this one 2 stars. Like, again, even with those glaring plot holes, at least like finding the body was a bit creepy, and the visions that Ellie was having was a little bit creepy. And the murder of her mother in front of her, oh my god. One of the most heartbreaking moments of Fear Street so far, honestly. Oh my god. Oh man, my expectations for Wrong Number 2 were really high, considering how much I enjoyed the first one. And I think, like, on a surface level, you might still be able to enjoy this one a lot. And you know what? I kind of did. I gave this one 2.5 stars, which is pretty decent, but there is, like, so much that is repeated from the first book. So many scenes that were kind of regurgitated. Even certain plot points were copy and pasted from the first Wrong Number book that I was kind of a little bit frustrated, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, I'm like 27 books in at this point. I just have to take the wins when they come. So this one is set a year after Jade and Dina were almost killed by Faberson. And remember, we also had Chuck, who was Dina's half brother. I'm trying to like remember the original dynamics a little bit. But yeah, in typical Fear Street fashion, you know, with Jade dating Chuck, Chuck is off to college, but Jade is currently cheating on Chuck. Dina literally asks Jade, does Chuck know you're going out with Teddy? And Jade says, I don't know what Chuck knows. I mean, what Chuck doesn't know can't hurt him, right? But why is this like the mantra of every single teenager in Shadyside? And if not every teenager, at least 95% of them. So they start getting these phone calls, which are just like very random. The very first one they get, like this deep voice says, this is your wrong number, I'm coming to disconnect your line real soon. And like there's other like little threats. There is a message that was like sent to them by post. There is this random car that's following them. And you know who it turns out to be? Chuck. And he's doing that because he realizes that Jade is cheating on him. And despite the fact that Jade and Dina were traumatized after almost being killed by Faberson in the first Wrong Number book a year before, he decides to do the whole, oh, I want to like prank call them. I'm going to make them feel like they're being stalked and followed and that Faberson has escaped. Like that was like the main mystery of like the first half of this book. And it was so frustrating because I'm like, and the reason why Chuck was doing that was because Jade was like seeing other people and he wanted Jade to be scared that Faberson had escaped jail, that she would move with him to LA because Chuck has dropped out of college and he wants to go to LA and he wants Jade to go with him. And so he wanted to scare her into going with him. And it's just like so manipulative, so abusive and awful and toxic that I just couldn't like the characters after that. Well, especially Chuck, because that's just like absolutely disgusting scumbag behavior. Like, why would you traumatize them like that? But anyway, it turns out that Faberson does actually get let out because of a whole like technicality, even though he was proven to have murdered his wife and almost killed these 2 kids. Like the police actually had to stop him from, you know, cutting down that tree with that chainsaw and killing the kids. So okay, he gets out. He gets out. And they keep changing how long he's in jail for. So they originally say, oh, he has life in prison, and then a little bit later on it's like, oh, he has 20 years, and then a little bit after that they're like, oh yeah, he had life in prison. And that's when Linda from the first book, the one who was Faberson's like mistress, yeah, she says that yeah, he was supposed to have life, but you know they found a technicality and now he's, you know, being released, and that's why Linda's trying to move. So before that, we have Jade and Dina trying to figure out what's going on, and they end up going to Linda's house disguised as real estate agents. And what I love about the first book was the whole sleuthing and trying to solve the mystery, and you know they take these disguises in the first book as like assistants, and in this one they do the exact same thing, but with Linda they pretend to be real estate agents and they just slap wigs on and they're like, oh yeah, we're real estate agents, we can't evaluate the house and stuff. And that's exactly what happened in the first book. So I was like, like, yes, there was so much I loved about the first book, and it is kind of nice to see it happen again, I guess, just to like keep that wrong number spirit alive, but it just felt so repetitive. And when they first initially think that Faberson's escaped, Jade, Dina and Chuck, they go to Faberson's house that they almost died in, and they see a light on in the window, and then they're chased by someone, and like it's a proper car chase, and Linda is the one who turns out to have been the one driving the car. And Linda's reason for that was, oh yeah, I, you know, loaned that car, it's not my car, I didn't know how to turn the headlights on. Even though like she chased them and like ran them off the road and doing all this and the other, it was because she couldn't see. She couldn't actually see what was going on. So that's why they were run off the road. Like, I'm sick of like really intense scenes happening, and then the reason being like, oh yeah, it was because I couldn't say. Especially since there's other times when, you know, a character's being chased by someone, and then when that person catches up with them, they're like, wait, did you not hear me calling? I was calling your name. Why were you running? Why were you scared? You know what I mean? Like, that happens all the time too. So anyway, yeah, Faberson does get out, and Chuck and Linda are both looking for the money that was left there, and Chuck goes to Faberson's house, and he's knocked out when he finds the money, and then Jade and Dina, when they find out that Faberson's out, they go to the house, they try to get Chuck, and while they're in the house, Faberson comes back, so I'm like, oh, here we have the really intense kind of climax like we did in the first book, where Faberson is home, and they're trying to hide. Well, this time, like, Chuck, Jade, and Dina, they're hiding in the basement, and Faberson finds them. He gets one of them to tie the others up, and he pours gasoline everywhere. There's a candle, and then before anything can happen, Linda comes, and she has a pistol, and she says, Faberson, get away from my friends. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. Like, Linda's actually, like, saying they're her friends. That's kind of sweet. Especially since she's been saying this entire time that she's been scared of Faberson. And then Faberson ends up tripping over a can and kills himself with a chainsaw, essentially. And nobody has to, like, do anything. Like, oh, okay. But then Linda turns around to her friends. She's now, oh, we're not friends, sorry. I'm about to kill you guys because you know too much. No one's going to believe that this was an accident. So I'm going to kill you too. And also, apparently Linda was the one who convinced Faberson to kill his wife in the first book. So Linda could have gotten away with everything had she just let the kids go and not, like, said anything, because the main threat was killed and everyone saw that it was an accident. So, like, she made it worse for herself. So she lights the candle and everyone escapes. Like, nothing really happens. They all escape. And then it jumps to, like, 6 months later, and Linda's on trial, and Jade, Dina, and Chuck get, like, a reward money. And that's about it. Like, not really a whole great deal happened. I will say that there were a lot of exciting scenes and moments. So that's why it gets a 2.5, because I don't want to be, like, overly negative all the time. I am desperately looking for the positives to talk about. There was a lot more to enjoy. There was a lot more excitement. And I don't mind bad Fear Street books if they excite me and there's some level of enjoyment throughout. And this one was that for me. It was enjoyable still, despite the repetitive nature of it. And despite how much I hated the fact that it turned out to be Chuck doing the prank calls and leaving the threatening notes and following them in the car. Like, that was just so stupid. I didn't like that, but this book was fine. Truth or Dare, we have another kind of Scalodge situation where April is the main character. We have Jenny and Ken, they're a couple, and Jenny is best friends with April. They meet a guy called Josh. Oh, like, so many characters called Josh. They meet a character called Josh who they don't really know, but Josh knows Dora, and Dora is the person who's invited them to this, like, ski lodge. And there was also Tony and his girlfriend Carly Rae, but they weren't supposed to be there because Dora's parents were supposed to have the lodge, and they share with Tony's parents, so, like, they each have their turns. But Tony's there with his girlfriend, so he's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna stay. And they decide to play Truth or Dare. Like, Ken is like, oh, let's play a game of Truth or Dare. Dora does truth and they say who's the worst kisser, and she's about to say Josh because she, like, went out with Josh, and Josh, like, flips off the handle. Like, he goes at her with, like, this hot poker, and that's the cliffhanger to one of the chapters, and then he just, like, calms down after it. He was just like, I don't like being made fun of. And it was like, okay, so you have some anger management issues. Okay. So then Dora asks April, oh, what's a dark secret you know of someone else's that you wish you didn't know? And then April says, oh, I wish I didn't know about the girl on Sumner Island. And then she looks at Ken. And now Ken is in a relationship with Jenny. So that makes me think, oh, he's been cheating on Jenny with this girl at Sumner Island, and April saw it. But April hasn't told her best friend about it. So that is kind of scandalous. Absolutely. But again, cheating teens. And she looks at Ken as well. She's like, I don't think he knows I know. And, like, so, like, there's, like, a weird dynamic. Anyway, Dora and Josh then go missing, and they find Dora's body, and she's had this hatchet through her, like, shoulder blade. The deaths in Fear Street are gruesome. Like, I do love the deaths and stuff like that. Is very real, and, well, when they don't get them taken back, of course. But, like, that is very brutal, and oh my god, like, so, like, awful for these kids and these teens. But yeah, they find Dora, hatchet in her shoulder blades, and she's also wearing April's parka. And there is a note as well left by Josh saying, oh, I killed Dora. Like, I didn't want her to say that I was the worst kisser. And then, like, yeah, he's gone. Like, we don't know where he is. And then he ends up coming back. We have this really stupid cliffhanger where April is like, oh, that's Josh's frozen body against the window. dun dun dun, and then very start of the next chapter, oh sorry, no, Josh isn't dead. He's just trying to get in. Oops. Josh is like, I didn't write that note, like that isn't even my handwriting. So Josh is trying to find the pen that wrote that note, because he thinks that that will prove that he didn't write the note. And then this is when April gets a realization that maybe she was the real target of the hatchet and she was the one supposed to die. So she tries to like run, she puts on Ken's parka and she finds the pen in the parka, and so she's like, oh shit, it was Ken, wasn't it? But she doesn't know how to like tell anyone, like she has to go back because there's a blizzard. The next day, April and Jenny, her best friend, are on the scale lift thing, and then Jenny starts to like try and push April off, and she's like, I'm the one who killed Dora, but I was wanting to kill you. April's like, excuse me, like what, why? And so Jenny's like, well, I knew about the girl on Sumner Island, and when you said the whole truth or dare thing, I thought that was a hint to me, because it turns out that Jenny killed the girl on Sumner Island. So she found out Ken was having an affair. She asked the girl, Barbara, to get away, like leave them alone. Ken continued to see Barbara, and so he was lying about cheating on Jenny. And so Jenny ended up killing Barbara. So again, we have another plot line where the girls are jealous of one another, even though it's the guys who should be the ones paying the price, but being the cheating scumbags. And so Jenny killed Barbara, but when April this is so like confusing, when April mentioned that she wished she didn't know about the girl on Sumner Island, April meant, oh, she knew about Ken cheating, but Jenny thought that that was a hint that April knew that Jenny had killed Barbara. So there's like this whole thing going on that I'm trying to like wrap my head around, and now Jenny needs to kill April because now she's accidentally told April about what she did. And so like she pushes her off the scale lift, and it's so funny. So the chapter ends with April being pushed off the scale lift, and April's like, okay, the darkness hit me. Wait, why don't I feel pain? And then she looks up and she's fallen a few feet. Like she's only fallen a few feet. Like it reached the top of the scale lift thing. By the time Jenny told her the full story, they'd reached the top and there was no like distance for her to fall. So that was kind of funny. Ken also comes and the scale lift thing hits Jenny on the back of the head, which I think either knocks her out or kills her. It doesn't really say. I think it just knocks her out. And that's the end of the story, essentially. Like, again, like another very abrupt ending. And it was, like, I hate that kind of plot where the girl becomes jealous and kills when it really should be the guy who like pays the price. So like Ken gets off scot-free. And yeah, so I mean I guess I wasn't expecting Jenny to be the one to do all of that. So I'll give it props there. So I'm going to give this one 2 stars because that did surprise me. I do like a good ski lodge remote setting. This can't hold a candle to Ski Weekend though. But it was fine though. It was still fine. Just made me laugh a few times with how bonkers it went. So the next one is Dead End. This is another book where the main characters, the teens, commit a crime and then they need to cover it up. This one was pretty stupid, so I'm only going to give it a 1.5 stars. I didn't really love it all that much. It was quite boring. This one we have Natalie, and she has a boyfriend called Keith. Keith gets wasted at a party, so Natalie goes into a car with Randy, Talia, Jillian, and Carlo. While they're in this car, like they're driving home, it's quite foggy. They reach this dead end, and the car goes a little bit out of control. They hit another car, and instead of checking to see if that person is okay, they drive on. And Carlo's like, we should go back and check. And the others are like, no, you know, it's senior year. We don't want an accident to ruin our senior year, blah, blah, blah. So they don't go back. We find out the next day that the woman died. The woman who was in the car died, and now like Carlo was like, oh my god, I feel so guilty about this. In our main character Natalie as well, she's like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. And it turns out the woman who died as well was the mayor's sister, so that adds even more pressure because the mayor is like, I'm definitely going to find who did it. Your ass is going to jail. You know, like the repercussions, we're going to like bite them in the ass essentially. And so Carlo starts to feel pretty guilty, and they all go, apart from Keith, they all go to Carlo's uncle's lodge. And Todd, did I say Todd was in the car? Like there's Todd in the car. He's like, oh, maybe there should be an accident that puts Carlo out, because Carlo was saying, oh, I'm going to go to the police, I'm going to tell them everything. And Todd's like, yeah, maybe Carlo should have an accident. And then as they're out hunting, Carlo gets shot in the face and killed, and the police rule it an accident, even though it's definitely not an accident. Again, the police in Shadyside are incompetent assholes. So Natalie's now scared. She tells Keith everything. And then Jillian's also like, okay, well, I'm going to tell the police now because like I know things, and she is feeling very paranoid and guilty about it. And then Jillian ends up dead. So Natalie and Randy, they're both like, okay, we're going to go to the police together and tell them what happened. So they go to the police, and the policeman says, why are you confessing to a crime you didn't commit? So it turns out that the car that they were were driving was not even the car that killed the woman. It has like this sky blue paint on the car and the tires don't match up either. And okay, so during this entire book, Keith, you know, Natalie's boyfriend, he has a car that has sky blue paint, and also his tires, like one's bigger than the other, and also his driver door doesn't really open. He has to like crawl through the passenger side to get in, and Natalie knows this. And then when she sees Keith later, she's like, oh crap, Keith has a sky blue car. I probably should have known that earlier. And so she like gets in the car with him and she like tells him, yeah, well, I kind of know what happened. That's when Keith tells her that when she left Keith at that party because he was too drunk, he followed them in the car, and then obviously they hit the woman, and then he ended up crashing into the woman as well, but he's the one who killed her. And then when Carlo found out, because Keith was like, I can't just have this on my chest, I need to tell someone, so he tells Carlo, and then he kills Carlo, and then he killed Gillian as well because Carlo told Gillian, and now he needs to kill Natalie. And so his plan is, in his car, where his driver's side door keeps getting stuck and he can't open it, his plan is to drive over a cliff but jump out before it goes over the edge. So he's heading towards this cliff. Natalie jumps out of the passenger side. Obviously he can't get out, so the car goes over the cliff. He ends up killing himself, just like Faberson did in the previous book. Or was it the book before? That's the end. Like, I was so underwhelmed again. Not only are these teenagers absolutely stupid, they're the ones who keep committing these weird ass crimes, making things worse for themselves, and that's all this Fear Street series is. There's like nothing really about Fear Street in this one, and not really much about Shadyside. It's just filled with just terrible teenage characters. That's all this series has kind of amounted to at this point. Oh, final grade. It was actually a mix between the dare and the cheater. So the cheater was when, you know, the main character's blackmailed by a guy who wants to date her. And then the dare was about the student who was dared to kill her teacher. So in final grade we have Lily, and she begs her teacher, Mr. Rayner, to change her grade. And he won't change her grade. And she's like, oh, I could kill him, I could kill him. And then he does actually end up turning up dead pretty early on, like 30 pages in. And people do think it might be Lily. And Lily also works for like the school newspaper. She also works at her uncle's drugstore. So she does a lot. And she's very competitive. There is another guy called Graham who is very competitive as well. Graham is the cousin of Julie, her friend, and Lily also has a boyfriend called Alex. There is another character called Scott who runs the school like newspaper magazine thing. Oh, and there's another character called Rick who is like the delivery guy at the drugstore, and he keeps trying to get Lily to date him, and she's like, I have a boyfriend, and he's like, what, are you stuck up or something? And it's like, I'm just taking a breather. I'm having a breather. So yeah, Graham is killed. It's quite bloody and gruesome. And then it turns out that Scott actually did it. So Scott, the one who's running the newspaper, because he loves Lily. He is obsessed with Lily. He wants Lily to date him. And so he's like, I killed them for you. I killed them for you. So now he's blackmailing her to be with him, because he is like, oh, well, if you tell anyone, I'm going to tell everyone that you're the one who told me to do it, and you're the one with the motive. And again, he's so creepy and awful. Like, if I try to do a ranking of all the creepy, awful guys in Fear Street, he would be very, very high up in like the worst of the worst. Like, he's demanding kisses from Lily. He's blackmailing her, and it's just so done to death already with Fear Street. I'm like, surely we've already cycled through all of the pieces of shit in this town, but no, like another one just crops up in every single book. So Julie is like still trying to find out who killed her cousin. Lily ends up telling Scott, oh, well, Julie's close to figuring it out, and I feel like she wanted to say that as a way of like deterring him, like, oh, Julie's gonna figure it out and she's gonna stop you. Why would you tell him that? He's just killed 2 people. And so now he's obviously going to talk at Julie, and Lily's like, oh damn, why did I do that? Oh no, you stupid care. You stupid care. So at the printing press, Scott gets Lily to get Julie there, and so Lily does. Scott shoots Julie, but it was like a dummy gun that was from Lily's uncle's drugstore, and so Julie isn't actually dead, so they think she's dead, and then Julie comes up, she kind of saves the day, and the end. Barely anything happened. It was boring. It was the plot line that I just genuinely despise and don't like. I'm just sick of the blackmailing. I'm sick of the creepy guys like forcing girls to kiss them in every book. Where is the fear? Is the fear in the room with us right now? There is no fear in Fear Street. This should just be called Street. 1 star. 1 awful, awful star. I hate the fact that I'm sounding so negative. I'm sorry. I do apologize. This one was awful too. This one did a cardinal sin. This one had an ending that will make me give any book an automatic 1 star if it has this kind of ending or explanation. So it got a massive 1 star from me. I was actually really liking this for a good chunk of it too. Like, this was going to be like a 3 star for a good long time. And then that ending, that explanation, pissed me off so much. I really do love the premise though. I love the premise. We have two friends and they decide to swap bodies because each of their lives are just terrible. Which again doesn't make sense, because if both their lives are terrible, why would you switch bodies with them? You're trying to escape your bad life, but you're going into someone else's bad life? I don't know. So our main character is Nicole, and it's her friend Lucy who convinces her to go to the changing wall in like the Fear Street Woods, and if they go on top of the wall, they hold hands and they jump off, they will switch bodies. So they do that and it works. And so now Nicole is in Lucy's body and Lucy is in Nicole's body. So Nicole, she goes to Lucy's house because obviously that's her like new home for now with Lucy's parents. But when she goes through the doors, she sees Lucy's entire family has been slaughtered. They've been killed. And there was a confession from Lucy that she killed her parents. So Lucy did do the switch because she murdered her family, and she wants Nicole to take the fall for it because now Nicole is in Lucy's body. I find that so clever, actually. I was like, what a good way of getting away with murder. Who would believe Nicole if she says, oh, I'm not actually Lucy, I'm Nicole, we switched bodies? Like, who would believe that, you know? So I thought that was pretty good. Lucy has a boyfriend called Kent, so Nicole goes to Kent as Lucy and is like, oh, this is what happened, I found Lucy's parents dead. And Kent is like, okay, don't worry about a thing, you stay here, it's gonna be fine. And then Nicole overhears him talking to some officers on the phone, and he's like, yes, I've got her here, don't worry. And so Nicole is like, okay, well, he's gonna rat me out, so I'd better leave. So a lot of this book, like this one, it was starting to lose me. It was getting pretty repetitive. It kept being Nicole running away from these two officers. And they keep screaming, Nicole, Nicole, we just want to help you, we want to help you. So even they're calling her Nicole, even though she's in Lucy's body. So I found that interesting as well. So I was like, oh, they know that she's Nicole in Lucy's body? Like, okay. Nicole then ends up finding Kent with his head torn off. And then another of the friends is like murdered at school. Like, Lucy keeps kind of killing them, and it looks like Nicole is the one doing it in Lucy's body, but it's not. So it seems like Lucy is like this murderer, the serial killer who just wants to get away with murder. And again, I think that's so good. So Nicole ends up going to Lucy's grandmother's house, and this is when we find everything out, essentially. So Kent appears, even though he had his head cut off earlier on. He is still alive, which is honestly so weird. Nicole manages to find Lucy in Nicole's body, and she's like, let's switch places, I can't believe you did this to me, why would you do this to me? And then Lucy in Nicole's body says, I'm not Lucy, I swapped with Lucy. Like, Lucy said we should swap bodies. I'm Nancy. It seemed like at this point Lucy was committing all these murders and then switching bodies with people so that she, again, like, she would get away. Like, I really found that quite fascinating. I was like, that's actually pretty good, like pretty genius. But then it turned out that she was lying. Like, she's still Lucy but in Nicole's body. But then we have Lucy go up to Kent, take his head off, and I was like, okay, what's going on now? Like, are they all dummies, or like maybe living mannequins, and they're just kind of, you know, walking around, and like people aren't actually dead because they're like mannequins or something like that? Like, that was my first thought. Well, no, it just turns out, and again, this is why I gave it 1 star. It turns out that this was all a hallucination. This is all in Nicole's head. So Lucy died 3 years ago, and now she is just imagining Lucy being alive again, and this whole like switch of bodies thing was just all a hallucination. The family being killed, Lucy's family being killed, all a hallucination. Kent getting his head torn off, hallucination. This entire time didn't even happen. We've just wasted my entire time reading this book because all of it was just in Nicole's head. It is a little bit sad that she had this response to her best friend's death, and at the end of the book she's saying, oh, she's better now, but she's like still talking to Lucy, so like, will she ever get better? Like, that can be quite scary. But I just hate books that waste my time. I hate books that end with it was just a dream or was just a hallucination or anything like that. I hate that. Don't waste my time like that. Oh my god. And I feel betrayed because I was actually enjoying this one until the ending, which just ruined everything. College Weekend is the last book I just like kind of binge read. These are so good to binge read, by the way. Like, I am enjoying myself reading these. I can read them about like an hour and 10 minutes ish. Like, they're quite fast and quick to read. But College Weekend, again, we have another creepy guy who's obsessed with a girl, and will do anything to be with her. So we follow Tina in this one. She has a boyfriend called Josh. He's at college, and he's invited her to a college weekend, and it's like spring fling, and she's excited. But Tina has to bring her cousin Holly with her. So they get there, but then Chris, who is Josh's roommate, he says, oh, Josh went on a camping trip yesterday with his friend, and they're delayed. Like, they're having car troubles, like, they're not back yet. So you're just gonna have to, like, wait it out with us, and I'm sure we'll be back in, like, a day or two. So, one, why in the world do we have another character called Josh? We've just had one, like, before, like, a few books ago. I need, like, more different names. Like, we haven't run out of names in the world at this point. There have been so many repeated names, and they're different characters. To begin with, they were the same character. Like, Lisa's appeared in a few books, and Suki and what have you. I can't remember people's actual names now. There have been so many of them. But they were, like, actual recurring characters. Now, they're just characters of random-ass people. This is not the same Josh as the Josh in Truth or Dare. It's not the same Josh. Tina wants to be a model, and Chris's uncle is a photographer, famous photographer. And so, despite Tina being so in love with Josh, they've been together for 2 years. Tina, Chris, Holly, they're at this, college party, and Holly goes off with people on this motorcycle, and Carla, who is also like another friend, tells Tina, oh, it was just Alyssa, like she's gone off with Alyssa. And they know Alyssa from Shadyside, so Tina's like, oh, okay, then I don't need to be worried. So at this party, Chris is with Tina, and Tina's like, oh, I really want Josh here, like, where is Josh? But she finds herself getting attracted to Chris. Tina felt her heartbeat quicken. For a few seconds they stared at each other, then Chris bent down and kissed her lightly on the lips. Tina felt her body tingle. She wanted him to kiss her again. He did. These teen relationships, how am I supposed to feel that they actually do care and love one another if they're just constantly cheating? I hate it so much. And so you might think, oh, maybe there was just at a party, it was just one time. Later on, they're on a Ferris wheel, and Chris and Tina start kissing again. She says, not now, she thought. I can't kiss him up here. I can't kiss him at all. I have a boyfriend. Then he pressed his soft lips on hers. She didn't want to, but she couldn't help herself. She gave in and returned the kiss. I like this, she thought. I know I shouldn't, but I really do. And then she stops, and he acts like an actual brat. She says, Josh and I have been together 2 years, and he's like, kiss me, and then tell me how you feel. Go ahead, kiss me now. No, Tina shouted. Chris used his weight to swing the car. So he's on this Ferris wheel, he's like shaking this car, he's scaring her, and he's like, kiss me now. And again, like, what is it with these spoiled, immature, awful, creepy guys demanding kisses of girls when they don't want to? I don't care if she was just kissing him like 2 pages ago. If she says no, it means no. And he's having this temper tantrum because she won't kiss him. So anyway, Holly hasn't come back, and she runs into somebody else who's from Shadyside. And this guy tells her, oh, Alyssa doesn't go to this school. Like, she went to a school in Seattle. So now we have no idea who Holly went off with. Josh is still being held up, and Chris is still being like, oh, like, he's getting his car repaired, blah, blah, blah. So it's all very suspicious. And then Chris tells Tina, my uncle wanted some, like, photos of you, and he wanted me to take them. Like, do you want to come to my studio, and we'll, like, get photos of you? Like, this was after the Ferris wheel incident, by the way. And Tina's like, yeah, sure, I'll come. So they get to his studio, and he starts, like, taking photos of her, gets her to dress in these clothes. And something we found out a little earlier on is that Chris used to have a girlfriend called Judy, and she died a few years ago. She died when she fell overboard of a boat. And the clothes that he's making her wear belonged to Judy, and he also wants her to wear like this wig thing, and it does turn out that she does look pretty much like Judy who died. And then Tina tries to push him away from like kissing her, and he's like, what's the matter with you? Do you want to get anything in return? And Tina pleads like, no, please don't. And he says, how about a kiss, Judy? How about a kiss? It's so nice to have you back. So it seems like he is now thinking that she is Judy. And that is a little bit creepy. Definitely a little bit creepy. She had died. And then when Tina tries to run away, Chris says, oh, Judy, don't you dare run away. Don't make me kill you again. And so it turns out that Chris did actually kill Judy before, which I was like, okay, that's a cool twist. And then Tina tries to get into like this room with like lots of photos, and turns out that he's been taking photos of her sleeping. Again, very, very creepy. I'll give it that. These stalker storylines are very, very creepy, don't get me wrong, but they're just like a little bit done to death. And then she finds Josh's body. So Josh has actually been murdered by Chris, and like that is kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Even if, Tina was like cheating on him since coming to, his place. And then we have another like fake cliffhanger where she also finds Holly. So Holly's being taken by Chris. She rested her hand on the knob, she pulled open the door. Holly, Tina shrieked, her cousin lay dead on the floor. And then dun dun dun, end of chapter. Start chapter 21. Dead? No. We just got that chapter ending. Oh, Holly's dead. Oh, wait, actually, no, I take that back. Do you know how many times R.L. Stine takes things back in his cliffhangers? Way too many times, if you ask me. So Holly is actually fine. Holly's alive. And then Carla and Carla's boyfriend, they like save the day. Essentially, they save the day. Oh, Carla was also cheating on her boyfriend as well, by the way. So, I gave this one 1.5 star because some of the storyline was exciting, but I'm tired, sick and tired of creepy stalker guys blackmailing, threatening, throwing temper tantrums with the girls, and I'm just so sick. I'm sick of that story. And I couldn't feel anything for the relationship between Tina and Josh because one of the first things Tina did was cheat on her boyfriend as soon as she got there. So, unfortunately, not a good one. Terrible characters, terrible pacing, terrible plot. Oh, we're just not having a very good time at the minute. I feel like it might be too late now to start a Fiesta bingo board because I feel like it would be so funny to do that. But I do have 5 more Fiesta books that I've read and I'm ready to talk about. So let's talk about the first one, the Stepsister 2. I was a little bit excited to read this one because I remember giving the first one 3 stars, which is a great rating for a Fiesta book. And I was excited to see like how we would further develop the characters. So we have Emily again, and she is very nervous about her sister Nancy coming back home because Nancy did try to kill her a year before. And it's like a normal reaction to be scared of your sister who just tried to kill you. But obviously like her parents, are really terrible parents by the way, they're just like, oh, you need to make an effort, Emily. Do you forget that Nancy killed their family dog and also tried to kill your other daughter? Like, come on, parents, wake up. But no, like, as soon as Nancy comes back, weird things start happening again to Emily, such as, like, super glue getting put in her toothpaste, her dress being torn in half, the brakes of the car being, like, taken off, you know, stuff like that. And they're like, oh, you should stop accusing Nancy, you know, she has feelings too, like, she's obviously nervous about coming back. I'm like, everything that happened a year ago to Emily where she nearly died because of Nancy, and you're telling her to, like, suck it up? And the other stepbrother, Rich, he is acting really weird too. And he's almost threatening to Emily as well. Like with the scissors stuff, he's like, snip, snip. So you don't really know if it's like Rich or Nancy who's doing all of this. And like Rich like straight up threatens Emily. And so Emily tells her mother and her stepfather. And they're like, yeah, Rich is a very troubled boy. It's probably best you stay on his good side. Bad parents are going on the bingo board. And the first time we even see Nancy when she comes back home from the hospital, she's holding a bloody knife. And so the chapter ends with her holding it, and Emily's like, no, no. And in the start of the next chapter, we find out the knife is just a prop from Rich's horror movie, and Nancy found it outside, so she decided to pick it up. Her first time back from the hospital, her first time seeing her sister, who she nearly killed, she thought it was a good idea to pick that up and show this bloody knife to her. There was also another moment as well when Nancy just suddenly starts strangling Emily. And Emily's like, wait, what are you doing? And then Nancy's like, I was just trying to prove a point. I wasn't actually squeezing. I just wanted to show you that you're scared of me. And that was the point she wanted to make. She wanted to make the point that Emily was still scared of her. So she thought, oh, you know what? I'll pretend to strangle her so that she can realize she's scared of her, even though Emily knows she's scared of her. Why would you randomly strangle your sister who's terrified of you to prove a point that she's scared of you? This entire time as well, Nancy is painting a mural in her room and she won't show anybody what it is. It's the most dumbest of like B plot lines I've ever read. There's also Cora Ann, who is friends with Jessie, and she's like a new friend. And Cora Ann actually resembles Jolie, who Jessie was friends with when she was at school. And it's the girl that Jessie was accused of killing back in like however long it was. And Cora Ann is like a new girl, and we find out that Cora Ann is from the same place. So we find out that Cora Ann is Jolie's cousin, and she was spying on Jessie to find out if Jessie actually killed her cousin. But Cora Ann is actually good, like she isn't the person behind all of this, even though for a time it did look like she was. In the end, it does turn out to be Nancy again. Nancy is trying to kill her sister again, and she starts like straight away trying to kill her. Like she is back for 1 day from this hospital, and she can't wait to kill her sister. In this entire time as well, I think Stine tries to make us feel sorry for Nancy, because Nancy seems remorseful. She is saying our blame is poison, so yeah, like, I totally understand, Emily, like, why you're so scared of me, but I want you to know that you shouldn't be. So this entire time, yeah, it just turned out to be Nancy. Oh my god. And the most unforgivable thing again, which again, I fucking hate this. I lowered my rating because I was going to give this a 2.5, but I'm giving it a 2 star now. This is a 2 star, which again isn't like the worst, but this really pissed me off. So you know how in the first book, Nancy killed the family dog? Well, in this book, Emily gets a new dog called Butch. Butch is only 1 year old. And guess what happens to Butch? Butch gets murdered. I'm like, please, at this point, just leave the fucking animals alone. Just leave them alone. It's just annoying at this point. It's not even scary. It's just fucking annoying. At least this book didn't have cheating, though, so that's probably also why I gave it a 2 stars. Like, it doesn't have cheating in it. Also, I do love the relationship between Emily and Jessie, like being stepsisters, considering how they got off on the wrong foot in the first book. But their friendship actually continues in this book, and they're actually really good with one another, and they kind of protect one another, and it's really nice to see, actually. Oh, and Nancy's mural turns out to just be the word hate written in red paint over and over and over again. I'm like, why? Like, seriously, Nancy, why? Was she trying to get away with it after trying to kill her sister? Again, like, what is the point? What is the purpose? It was, again, like, not really a great thing, but and Rich was also fine as well, even though he was, like, the most threatening of all the characters. Just a fucked up family. I guess we've all got him. What Holly Heard was actually my 300th book that I've read this year, and I really wanted it to be something special, and unfortunately it wasn't. So this one follows Miriam, and she has a friend called Holly, who is the gossip queen. There is also another friend called Ruth, and remember Ruth, remember Ruth. Holly is dating Gary, but she has her eye on Noah, and Noah is dating May. And May and Noah have a party. May's mother doesn't approve of May and Noah, and Holly really, really, really wants to get with Noah, even though she's with Gary. And they get a little bit closer during the party, and then Holly overhears May saying, oh, I could kill my mother. And this is another thing that will be on the bingo board. Characters saying they're going to kill someone else, and they're using it in such like a frivolous way. Like, oh, I didn't actually mean it. Like, it's just what everyone says. Like, oh, I could kill her. I will kill her. I'm going to cut her head off and put her in a blender. You know, that's usually said a lot in the Fear Street books, like every Fear Street book. So Holly overhears this, tells Miriam about it. So then May's mother does turn up dead. May's mother apparently fell down some stairs. So now Holly's like, oh my god, they know that I've overheard them and they're going to kill me next. And Miriam is like, oh, don't worry about it. Miriam also has a boyfriend called Jed, and Jed is very violent. Jed is like a player. He is on like it's some kind of sport that they're playing, but he keeps getting violent with the other players, like to the point where he's like strangling them and punching them and stuff like that. He even grabs hold of Miriam at one point and hurts her. And what I love about Miriam is that she goes to him, if you dare touch me one more time, if you dare lay your hands on me one more time, we are through. And I was like, Miriam, yes. What a fantastic protagonist. And what a great message to send as well. So yeah, there's something weird with Jed, and then Holly calls Miriam, and Holly tells Miriam, I'm at the school, I found something out about Jed, come down and I'll tell you what it is. And Miriam's like, why don't you tell me over the phone? And Holly's like, no, you have to come down. You have to come down and find out. And then I knew, as soon as a character says, if they're on the phone, oh, I found something important out, come here to find out what it is, you know they're going to die. Because it happens in the next book. Is it the next book or the one after? It happens in another book I'm about to talk about. So yeah, Miriam goes to the school and she finds Holly dead. So Holly has died before she has a chance to tell her. And Jed is also there. Jed was at the gym late, apparently. So now the suspicion is on Jed. Absolutely nothing happens for the majority of this book. There's just like a whole lot of suspicious stuff happening. May and Noah are upset because, you know, there's that rumor that potentially they killed May's mother and stuff. But it does turn out May's mother's death was actually an accident. But what happens is, like, to set off the end of this book, is randomly Ruth gets Miriam to come to her house and she says, oh, May and Noah were here and they killed my hamsters. So yes, we have 2 hamsters who have had their heads smashed in with a hammer. You see their bodies, you see everything. And Ruth says it was May and Noah. And then Miriam finds a bloody t-shirt in Ruth's cupboard, and it's a hammer, it's a bloody hammer. So it does turn out that Ruth did actually kill her own hamsters. And she says her hamsters are her only friends. And now she doesn't have them anymore. So the reason why she killed her hamsters, and the reason why she ended up killing Holly, so it does turn out that Ruth is the one who killed Holly. She killed Holly because she saw Gary first. Now, if you remember, Gary is the person that Holly was saying, the person that Holly didn't quite appreciate. So Ruth killed Holly because she wanted Gary. So again, we have girl-on-girl violence, girl-on-girl murder for a boy. That's also going on the bingo board. And yeah, Ruth killed Holly because of that. And then she also killed her hamsters because of that too. I just don't understand. I do not understand why there's so many people killing people over boys. It's not worth it. Girls, it's not worth it. Oh, and Jed was only violent because he was taking steroids. So that was what Holly found out. And the only reason Holly was at the school was because she was finding out about Jed taking steroids. That is what Holly was about to tell Miriam. And then Jed blames himself for Holly's death. And so we also have the fake confession. So this happens a lot in R.L. Stine too. Jed says that he killed Holly, but he only feels guilty about Holly's death. That's why he says it. So we have time upon time upon time again a cliffhanger where it's character confessing to killing someone, and then the next chapter, oh, I feel so guilty about it. They would have been there if I hadn't have said or be there. You know what I mean? So like we have that again. And so yeah, this is a one-stop book because like literally barely anything happens. It was the weakest of plots. Not really big fan of the characters apart from Miriam. Yeah, just very underwhelming for it being my 300th book of the year. Next, we have The Face, and this must have the most gruesome Fear Street death we've had yet. It actually gagged me. And I'm giving this one 2-star because of it. I'm not gonna lie, like, I wasn't really the biggest fan of what happened at the end because, again, we have that kind of ending, just like the previous book, of like a girl going insane for a guy. But in this one we follow Martha, she loves to draw, and there was an accident that happened and now she can't remember what happened, and it involves her friends. So she has a friend called Justine and she has her boyfriend Aaron. So Martha's boyfriend is Aaron, and Justine and Aaron keep flirting with one another and they have been cheating with each other. Aaron ends up breaking up with Martha at the end, saying, oh, me and Justine have been seeing each other for months, so screw you. There's also Laura, there's also Ivan, and Adriana. Adriana and Ivan are brother and sister. So like they were all at this snow cabin thing, which is what like the accident is that Martha can't remember. I'm just going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you. Because like a lot of this book, it circles the drain a lot. So we have Martha, she keeps drawing the face of a boy and she doesn't know who this boy is. Turns out this boy is Sean, and Sean died during the accident at the snow cabin that all of them were at. And what happened? Oh my god, I need to read this out. So at this like ski run, there's like a silver line, and Sean is about to ski down it first. And it took Martha so long to realise it was a wire. No time to warn Sean. A second later, maybe less, Sean skied into it. The wire caught him at the throat, cut through his neck. A straight line, a silver line, it cut through his neck. Bright red splashed on both sides of the silver line. It still didn't move. I didn't believe it. No one moved. We all stood at the edge, staring down in silence. The silver wire sliced off Sean's head. I watched his body continue to ski. And then, yeah, the snow is now dark red. How messed up is that? That is what I read Fear Street for. I read it for, like, these gruesome, grisly details. And I kind of love that. Like, as sick as it probably makes me, I love that. That was a gruesome, awful death. And so someone put the wire there. It turns out that Sean had forced himself on Martha beforehand and tried to kiss her, but she pushed him off. And so now Martha thinks that she killed Sean, and for some reason nobody was telling Martha what had happened, so everyone remembers the accident except Martha. Even the doctors told the others, don't tell Martha what happened, it's too much for her. So now she's remembered what happened. We also find out Adrienne hypnotizes herself to fall asleep, so we know Adriana can hypnotize people. And so when Martha goes to Ivan and Adriana, she says, oh, I'm the one who killed Sean, because she finds the silver wire in her bag. But then Ivan is like, no, it wasn't you, it was me, I killed Sean. But Ivan says, I put the wire at his ankles. Like, they should have only, you know, stopped him and slowed him down. They shouldn't have taken off his head because he didn't put it that high. Someone else must have put it that high, but he assumes it was the wind. But like, even then, like, putting the silver wire at ankle height would have taken off his feet. Like, Ivan, whatever you were planning, that would have killed him anyway. But he only just wanted to scare him because Sean was blackmailing Ivan. Ivan just wanted him to stop. However, Adriana caught Martha and Sean kissing, even though Martha pushed him away. Adriana is like, I'm the one who killed Sean, but I didn't mean to. It was supposed to be you, Martha. I wanted to kill you. So yeah, Adriana moved the wire up. She wanted Martha to go down the ski ramp first, but Sean did instead. Adriana did that because she was in love with Sean and she saw them kiss, so she wanted to kill Martha for it, even though Martha was like, I pushed him away, like I didn't want him to do that, he forced himself on me. And then Adriana's like, yeah, you just pretended to be angry at him. And again, girl on girl violence, girl on girl hate, girls killing other girls because of a boy. So yeah, Adriana loved Sean, she wanted Sean for herself, ended up killing him by accident, which is tragic. But yeah, Martha was the real target of all of that. Oh, and also Adriana was the one who was hypnotizing Martha Why? Like, isn't actually explained why she was hypnotizing her and making her forget, because Martha never knew that Adriana did that. So, like, you would think, oh, maybe Martha found out that Adriana killed Sean and she was about to tell, so she was, like, hypnotizing her to keep quiet, but that never happened. Martha never knew what Adriana had done, so why was Adriana hypnotizing Martha to make her forget when there was nothing really for her to forget in the first place? So that didn't make a whole lot of sense either. So that like lowered my rating and enjoyment as well. It was just like so weird and just unnecessary. It was just like to add another element of fear, I guess, with R.L. Stine, like the hypnotizing thing and the memory loss thing. But like it just comes to absolutely nothing, and in turn it just adds this big plot hole. Why? Why was she hypnotizing her? There's no need. And Adriana only stops trying to kill Martha because she sees the drawing of Sean's face that Martha drew, and it hypnotizes her. So at the end of the book, Adriana just stops. And that's the end. Next is Secret Admirer, and this one I was enjoying for a good chunk of this because it was feeling a little bit Phantom of the Opera. You know, we have Selena, she is the main star at school because she is great at acting. She does a lot of the stage shows and she's currently doing a stage play, and it kind of follows the drama club a little bit. We have Alison, who is her friend, we have Katie, who is her friend, as well as Jake, who is her friend, and also Selena's ex-boyfriend Danny, who is a creep. By the way, he's another creepy asshole who wants to try and get Selena back. And when Selena says no, he's like, what, you stuck up now, aren't you? You're stuck up, you don't want to go back with me. So that's our cast of characters. We have Mr. Ryden as well, actually. He is the drama teacher. And we have Eddie as well. So Eddie, he is an intern and he starts dating Selena. But Selena, she is getting these really threatening messages from a stalker saying like, oh, I'm kind of your number one fan, so it's like a little bit misery. I see you every day, you don't see me, but someday that will change. Someday I will be the only person in your audience. Yours forever, the sun. And there are like these sun stickers that are left in places. So Selena starts getting like dead flowers. She gets like poison ivy, a dead rat. Someone pushes a filing cabinet thing over, which almost kills Alison. And that has a sun on it too. So yeah, these random weird accidents happen. Eddie starts dating Selena and he knows a little bit too much about her. So he's kind of the prime suspect. But Selena ends up finding the sun stickers in Jake's locker. And Jake is like supposed to be her best friend. And Jake calls her up and he's like, I can explain the situation. Come to school and I will tell you everything when you come to school. Puts the phone down. You know what's going to happen next. He dies. He falls off the stage. He breaks his neck, apparently. And I was like, what in the Pretty Little Lies season 5 episode 1 is this? Selena finds his dead body, so he can't say what he knows. And so it turns out that Katie is the secret admirer. She wants her and Selena to get close again because they used to be best friends. But ever since Selena became the star, she kind of left Katie on the wayside. And now Katie just wants to be like closer friends. And so now I don't understand the motive because now she's trying to kill Selena at the end of this book. So I'm like, okay, you did all of this to get close to Selena and be best friends again. And now you're trying to kill her. Okay, so like there is this little scuffle on like a catwalk that was like raised, and it was actually really good because Selena conquers her fear of heights and she like gets up onto it to like save Danny. Like Danny's been knocked out and he is up on the top there and she like saves him, and then Eddie comes as well. They tie Katie up the end. I did for a while think the whole Phantom of the Opera / Stalker storyline trying to stop this stage show from happening was interesting, but you know, this is like the 10th or 11th book with a Stalker storyline now. Just wasn't as entertaining as I wanted it to be. So 1.5 stars for this one. Not really that much that I loved about it other than Selena conquering her fears, but other than that, not much to say really. And also, I believe R.L. Stine did a very similar book in Phantom of the Auditorium in the Goosebumps series. And so the last review from this batch is The Perfect Date. And again, this is like follows a male main character. And I know I was complaining a little bit like earlier on about like, why don't we get more male main characters? And after the awfulness that was Double Date with that male main character, I hate him still, we have another terrible, terrible male main character. One who has a girlfriend called Ali, and he is called Brady. He's called Brady. His best friend is called John. And Brady, he wants to date other girls. And John says, you want to go out with other girls, right? Sure, why not, Brady asks. I mean, why not? Because you're in a relationship? Because you have a girlfriend? Also, this book starts off with Brady and his girlfriend, then girlfriend, Sharon Knowles. Sharon Knowles, like they are on this like ski ridge thing. There's a lot of skiing in the Fiesta series, oh my gosh. But like they're doing like this ski mountain thing and Sharon does not want to do it. Brady forces her to do it. So they go down this thing, and then Sharon falls off, her face hits the like ski runner thing and some thorns, and her face is all like scarred up and messed up, and she ends up dying. And that was Brady's fault essentially. But like he moves on, he's dating Ali, and then he sees this girl called Rosha Nolan, and she's apparently the most beautiful girl he's ever seen, and he needs to be with her, like to the point where it's obsessive. Like I don't know why this happens with all of the like Fear Street male main characters. They get obsessed with the girls, like to a very creepy and unnerving level. Even in the very first Fear Street book, when that guy got really creepily obsessed with that girl, like that was just a taste of things to come. So he approaches Rosha and he's like, oh, do you want to go out? And she says, yeah, but she spills coffee on his hand, which like burns him. And then when they're on the date, she asks to drive his car, just like in Double Date. She starts to like drive it way too fast, and they end up crashing the car. They switch places because Rosha doesn't have a driver's license, and then she vanishes when a policeman comes, and you know, he finds her bag in his car, it's empty. So there's something off with Rosha, right? But Brady is still like, oh, I want to see her, like she's the best thing that ever happened to me, I love her. And Ali is like, oh, we're gonna like do a date on Saturday, and he's like, oh, you know, I need to like babysit. Like he's lying to his current girlfriend to get out of spending time with her so that he can go off with this new girl. And then there's also another point where Ali approaches him and he groans. Like he has her voice and he groans. And even John, his best friend, is like, look, if you don't want to be with Ali, just like let her know, like stop this thing, like it's gonna end up hurting her in the long run, and if she finds out from someone else, it's gonna be awful. And Brady's just like an absolute coward, like he won't do it. So Brady ends up getting like Rosha's contact details, a phone number, and her house on Fear Street, but apparently he goes to the house, it doesn't exist, the phone number doesn't like actually work, and when he sees Rosha again, she's like, oh, can't you read, like it was actually this one and this number. And then she accidentally stabs him with a letter opener when Ali comes to the house, and Ali sees him get stabbed, and so they take him to the hospital, and it was apparently just an accident. And Ali is like, oh, Rosha told me everything, I'm breaking up with you. And Brady feels relief. Brady is relieved because he's like, oh, now me and Rosha can be together. She burns your hand, crashes your car, she's being very suspicious, and she also stabbed you with a letter opener. And you still want to be with her over all else? Like, what is going on here? So John phones up Brady and he says, oh, I've got some information about Rosha. You need to come here because I'm not going to tell you it over the phone. You need to come here and I'll tell you in person what it is. And then Brady gets another call, and then when he gets back, like John's not on the phone, and then when Brady goes to John's house, John is dead. John is dead, of course he is. He has had his throat crushed. So then Rosha reveals that she is Sharon. And so Rosha's full name, Rosha Nelson, is an anagram for Sharon Knowles. And that's how we should have figured it out. And then also, there's a scarred girl who keeps appearing and is kind of messing with Brady and like warning him about Rosha. And then it turns out that Sharon, I don't know how this happened, like it isn't explained, because Sharon's been dead a year apparently. So this scarred girl, I have no idea who she actually is, but apparently I think Sharon must have inhabited her body, and then Sharon switched bodies with Rosha's body. So now Sharon is inside Rosha's body, and the scarred girl has Rosha in her, even though it can't be Sharon's body because Sharon's body has been buried for a year, and this scarred girl just has, like, she doesn't look dead. She's just like very scarred face and stuff. So, you know, that does give you the indication that is Sharon, but it doesn't make sense. Sharon's body should be... Anyway, Sharon and Rosha get into a fight because the real Rosha wants her body back, but Sharon won't give her it back. So they have a fight. They pull each other's heads off somehow. Rosha also like strangles Brady for a bit, and then Rosha says, oh, he's dead, and then that's when like Sharon and Rosha fight and pull their heads off. So I'm like, what is going on here? Again, like that's so weird. They should have had the ability to pull each other's heads off. So none of that's really explained. And then the epilogue, Brady goes up to Ali and Brady's like, please take me back, I made a mistake and all this, that and the other. And Ali's like, okay, I'll take you back. And I was like, Ali, you deserve better. And then Brady kisses her and Ali's like, oh my god, you're so cold. And he's like, yeah, it's because I'm dead. Rosha killed me. And I need your warmth. Like, please, I want your warmth. You're so warm. And Ali screams. And then that's the end. Which I kind of love that ending. I was going to give this book 1 star, but that ending has made me give it 1.5 star, even though it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But this is what I read Fiesta for. I read it for the gnarly deaths and the weirdness. So that was good in a way, even though it didn't really make a whole lot of sense, which is why I'm not giving it more than a 1.5, because there's so many plot holes. Again, I still don't understand the Sharon and Rosha thing and how that happened. happened when Sharon's been dead a year. You know, it doesn't make sense. And I just hated the main character so much. I now really hate when we have a male main character because it's all about getting girls and making sure it's like the most beautiful girl and cheating on their partners. And it's, I'm so glad I didn't start taking a shot every time something like this happened because I would have been dead myself. So in the confession, we follow Julie. She's our main character. She has friends Hillary, Taylor, Vincent, and Sandy. And there is this guy called Al who used to be friends with them all, but he's been hanging out with the wrong crowd for months, and so he isn't part of their friend group anymore. However, Al continues to pester and annoy the main characters. Like, he literally threatens them just so that they will give him like $20. He's like very misogynistic again. He's a disgusting pig. He actually physically assaults Hillary at one point. Like, he knocks out her tooth, and he's like trying to get money off them. He blackmails them for money. And like he borrows Vincent's car and trashes it. Well, actually, it isn't even Vincent's car, it's his mum's car. So why in the world would Vincent give him a car when it's not even his car, when he knows what Al is like? They're not even friends anymore. He knows what Al is like. Al drinks, he's violent, he's just an awful person. And at times, all of the friends are like, oh, I could kill him, like, I want to kill him and stuff like that. And Sandy ends up killing Al, or at least he confesses to killing Al. So Al is found in an alley, and he's got like these skates around his neck and like one of the boots in his mouth, and he's dead. So one of them definitely killed him. But oh my god, I was reading this during reading sprints, and I was getting so frustrated with some of these cliffhangers. Let me just read some of them off for you. So before we find out Sandy killed Al, Julie says, the next night, Friday night, I killed him. And then that was the end of that part. And then the start of chapter 8, well, some people thought I killed Al, but of course I didn't. So that was just one of them. And I was like, okay, like, obviously this happens in every other book, but if I just take this book on its own, it just did it the one time. And then the next one, after we find out Sandy had killed him, you know I'm not a killer, Sandy repeated, his eyes moving around the room. You know I'll never ever kill again, right? Right? A week later, Sandy killed again. End of chapter. Start of chapter 13. Sandy killed again, but this time it was in a dream I had. So I was like, okay, two strikes. 2 strikes, but it's not the end of the world. End of chapter 14. There's someone back there, I whispered. Someone following us. I know, she whispered back. I heard the hedge rustle again, heard the soft thud of a shoe against the ground. I could feel Hillary's arm muscles tense. I saw her jaw clench. We both spun around quickly and gasped in surprise. End of chapter. Start of the next chapter. No one there. The wind rattled the tall hedge at the corner. So she heard the shoe. There was someone following them, and she says, there's someone following us. There's someone following us. No one there. She turns around and gasps at no one. And then at the end of that chapter, the police come and they're asking Julie about like the death, the murder. And Julie says, listen, Officer Reed, forget about rumours. I can save you a lot of time and trouble. Al's murderer was a boy in my class named Sandy Miller. He confessed to us all last week. Done. End of chapter. Start chapter 16. That's what I wanted to say. That's what I was dying to say. But could I do that to Sandy? No. They were pretty much almost back to back. And I'm just sick of being lied to. I am. It's a terrible narrative choice and I'm fed up. I'm so fed up. But anyway, yeah, Sandy confesses to killing Al. And even Sandy like starts like scaring them and stuff because Julie and Hillary, like they don't really want anything to do with Sandy anymore because they're kind of scared of him. So Sandy starts to like scare them even more so that they will be friends with him again. And then Hillary ends up going to Sandy's house. And then Hillary phones Julie up and she's like, I killed him, I killed Sandy. So she gathers Taylor, Vincent, Julie and tells them, yeah, I killed Sandy, it was in self-defense. And I did it because obviously killed Al, we couldn't trust him. And then Taylor, she pipes up and she says, why did you kill him? I was the one who killed Al. And then Sandy, who was supposed to be dead, walks through the door and then it turns out to have been a trap so that they could get Taylor to confess to killing Al. And Sandy, well, he said he confessed to killing Al to protect Taylor. So why would he then turn around and throw her under the bus? Because even when Sandy comes back into it, he says, I owe everyone an apology. I want to protect Taylor, but I don't know why I started treating you guys so badly, following you around, trying to scare you and everything. I guess I didn't want you to find out the truth, and I guess I wanted to show Taylor that I could be as dangerous as Al. And then he says, I know the whole thing was crazy and stupid. I never should have confessed to the murder, never. But like, okay, so why did you want to protect Taylor in the first place? And then, yeah, why would you terrorize your friends and scare them? To make them actually think that you're a bad person when you don't want them to think you're a bad person. You want things to be the way they were. And then, like, there's no connection really there with Taylor anyway. Apparently, like, Al was being violent with Taylor, so she killed him because of that. Then it was self-defense as well. You know, like, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, why in the world would Sandy protect her and then throw her under the bus trick her into confessing. It just doesn't line up. The plot of this one has been done before anyway. There has been somebody murdering someone in the friend group and then they have to like try and find out who did it. Like, this has been done to death. Another time, this is so repetitive. 1.5 stars for this one. I just kind of want something a little bit new and a little bit different. But every time we get a plot that maybe kind of might be a little bit new, it just devolves. It devolves back into the same old, same old. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, R.L. Stine had such a hectic schedule. He had to like write so many books per month. That's not my fault as a reader. I'm just judging the book as it is. The book as it is terrible. Next, I have The Boy Next Door, and this is essentially exactly like First Date, which happened books upon books upon books ago. And so in this one, we do sometimes get the POV of the guy. He's called Scott in this one, and he wants to punish women. He wants to punish girls because they're evil and they're temptresses and they wear makeup and they wear dresses, and so he needs to punish them. This is the kind of character, and obviously that is terrifying. That is genuinely scary because people like him exist, but we've already had this storyline before. We even have an almost copy and paste part where he kills an animal just randomly. So he gets some garden shears and he like cuts a dog, and like apparently it was like some kind of dream, but then he wakes up and the dog is dead at his feet. So he definitely killed the dog. And I'm just like, again, like, this is another thing that R.L. Stine is doing, trying to make us hate and loathe this character. We already hate and loathe them, but we just have to throw in another animal abuse, animal cruelty, animal death story part of it, just to make us hate him even more. But this one we do follow Crystal, Lynn, and Melinda. Crystal and Melinda are sisters. Crystal and Melinda live next door to Scott, like he's just moved there. His previous girlfriend died. This doesn't make any sense either. His previous girlfriend died. He got her to dive into a swimming pool, and there was nothing in the swimming pool, so she hit the concrete. But what doesn't make sense is, I knew the swimming pool was empty, but I didn't push Dana. She dove in all by herself. But she did a perfect swan dive, hit the cement bottom of the pool head first, which honestly, that sounds awful. Like, that sounds really painful. How did she not say there was no water in it? Like, how do you get up to the top of a swimming pool, do a swan dive into a swimming pool with no water in it? So he's like, oh, I don't want to have to kill again. But then Lynn, the friend, so Lynn, Crystal, and Melinda, they have this bet to see who will get asked out by Scott first, which we have had before as well. So they're trying to get Scott's attention. And Scott is obviously a misogynistic hater of women and animals, that when Lynn kisses him, he decides that he is going to kill her. So he ends up making her write a suicide note and then puts her in a car, turns the engine on after knocking her unconscious, and she dies. It makes it look like she did that to herself. And then in the note that Lynn leaves, there's some kind of language like, it's no way to behave, something like that. And then later on, Crystal does overhear Scott as he's like having this like little temper tantrum in a locker, that he's muttering, this is no way to behave, no way to behave. She kind of connects the dots there, but Scott actually ends up asking Melinda out, Crystal's sister, and Crystal, before she even realizes that Scott is a bad guy, she helps her sister, even though she's jealous. I do love the fact that this is more of a healthy female relationship, because they can be very few and far between in the Fear Street books. But yeah, in this one, Crystal is, you know, jealous, like she's home alone and she's kind of sad and lonely about that. And yeah, she's kind of jealous of her sister going off on these dates with Scott, but she still helps her sister. She's still like, oh, I'll do your makeup, and like, I'll try and make you look this way and that way, which does end up being bad for Melinda, because Scott doesn't like the whole like makeup stuff, and he honestly hates the way that Melinda's changed. And then when he realizes Crystal is the one who's doing that, he tries to kill Crystal instead. There is like this big confrontation at Crystal's house, and it was two sisters working together against this awful pig, and they win in the end. It was a bit of a silly thing because he chases them into the attic and then he falls through the attic door, and that's how he's taken out. It was silly and ridiculous, but I loved seeing Melinda and Crystal try and confuse him, and so I kind of like them working together. This was still a 1.5 star because it was essentially just first date again. And also this had one of the most stupidest cliffhangers I've ever read yet. Crystal is alone, she's looking for Lynn. She tucks open the door, saw someone standing there, saw someone staring back at her, and started to scream, dun dun dun. Scott chapter 12. Who stood there staring at her? Crystal cut her scream short, her whole body trembled. It's me, she realised. I'm staring at my own reflection. That was one of the stupidest cliffhangers I've read yet. I was actually very excited to read Night Games because this has a premise that really excites me. So it's a group of kids who go out at round about midnight and they play like the night games, which is supposed to be like these fun and mischievous things. And I thought, ooh, what could possibly happen in Fear Street, where, you know, they have the Fear Street Woods and the Fear Street Cemetery, and like it's supposed to be spooky, and like they're going out at midnight when no one else is up. Like, oh my gosh, the potential of this one was so high and so right. I was so excited to read it. But then this one just ended turning into let's terrorize our maths teacher story. And I'm fed up with that. I'm so fed up with that. Like, the premise was there. The premise was there. So Diane's our main character. She has her friends Cassie, Jordan, and Lenny's her boyfriend. And there's also Spencer. We do get some flashbacks from last winter where, well, okay, so here's some more cheating. Diane and Lenny are a couple, and Lenny catches Spencer kissing Diane, and then, you know, at that point I was like, okay, well, Diane's not cheating because Spencer's the one who kissed her, so like, don't take it out on Diane. But what they actually do is Jordan and Lenny, they end up burying Spencer under the snow, and then they just leave him, and then the story is, you know, set months and months and months after Spencer's come back to Shadyside. And he is the one who kind of starts the night games. He's the one who's like, oh, you know, I sneak out at midnight. You should join me. Let's have some fun. But they just terrorize their maths teacher. So the maths teacher, they hate him. So it felt a little bit like The Dare in a way. And what was the other one? Like Final Grade? Felt a little bit like that too. They like smash up his property and stuff. They go into his house one day when they think he's not there, and he isn't there. In Diane, she sees like pajamas on his bed. She thinks it's his body, but it's not. It's just his pajamas. So that was like a bit of a silly cliffhanger as well. But I didn't hate that one. Like, sometimes the fake cliffhangers can be good. Like, I could understand, like, when you're in the dark, you could see those pajamas spread out. You might think it's a body. So like, I didn't mind that. It's just a story of these teens committing crimes, breaking into someone's house, trashing it, using spray paint. They do actually end up finding his body, like, the third time they break in or something, the second or third time they break in, and he's had a heart attack. And yeah, now they're like, oh my god, we feel so guilty. There is somebody who knows about the night game, so they're threatening them. And then we end up finding out that Spencer has been dead since the cabin getaway, and this is his revenge. Like, he has gotten his friends to, you know, be there. He's the one who scared the Mr. Crowell, the math teacher, to death, and now he's getting revenge on his friends because they left him. And then he starts strangling Diane, and then the chapter ends, and then in the next chapter, Diane hugs Spencer, and so does everyone. Like, they hug Spencer, like, that's how they stop him. There's just like this massive group hug. And that's exactly kind of what happened in the Stepsister too, when the main character hugs her sister to stop her from like killing her. And it works. It works again. I was just like, okay, we're having another ending where the person is stopped because they were hugged. Okay. So yeah, he ends up, you know, melting or whatever. And then it turns out that Diane actually died when Spencer strangled her. And now Diane's like, hey, my friends don't realize I'm dead. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. This beat is sick. So that was that story. I gave it 2 stars because, I mean, it could have been higher if we had have actually had some fun night games and they weren't just terrorizing that teacher. And the ending was pretty much exactly the same as the end of The Perfect Date, when the guy turned out to be dead by the end. So I could see this book ripping that one off a little bit. And I'm just sick of the whole let's terrorize the teacher kind of storyline as well. I really wanted more of Fear Street at midnight and Shadyside at midnight and seeing more of that, but we didn't get any of that. None of these characters you could root for because they were literally terrorizing an innocent man. We also have like another really stupid fake confession as well. Like, someone says, oh yeah, I killed Mr. Crowell, and then dun dun dun, end of that chapter, and then the start of the next chapter, I also am the Easter Bunny. I've also done this. So they were obviously joking. I hate confessions where it's like, I just hate it, okay? Arthur Stein has now triggered me for every single trope that he overuses. So it's very hard to now get to this point in the story, but I think this is the 40th Fear Street book, and not be annoyed by like nearly every single chapter because he's done every single chapter before. And then finally, out of this batch of books I need to review, Runaway. So this one does start a little bit differently, and I kind of liked it. We have Felicia. She's making her way to Shadyside. She's never heard of Shadyside. She's hitchhiking, and someone called Lloyd picks her up. And then this Lloyd person is like, oh, my nickname is Homicide, ha ha ha. Pulls out a knife. And then she's like, absolutely not. So she manages to get out and escape. She gets into someone else's car, and this guy is called Nick. And Nick is taking her to Shadyside, and he seems pretty nice. She ends up kissing him on the lips as a thank you, and he drops her off at Fear Street. And then, this is really convenient, she overhears a boy saying, oh, I have to look after this person's house while they're away. And then she's like, oh, you know what, I could do that for you. And you can, like, split the money, and that's fine. You don't have to do anything. I'll look after the house for you, so that she actually has a place to stay. Which, you know, it's kind of smart, kind of clever. So as convenient as it is, It was pretty smart as well. So she ends up, staying there. There's a cat to look after. She somehow enrolls in Shadyside High so easily. She just like appears at the office and she's like, oh yeah, my paperwork's like on its way. And then she's enrolled. The safety of the students, honestly, like anyone could enroll in Shadyside High and be allowed to at this point. I'm so scared for these kids. Their safety. Especially considering how many of them died each other's hands as well, I'm telling you. Anyway, she meets Nick again. He works at a burger place, gets her a job there, and he also has a girlfriend called Zan, or Alexandria in long form, but Zan is her nickname. And so yeah, Zan is Nick's girlfriend. So you already know where this is going, don't you? We have flashbacks of before Felicia came to Shadyside, and she was part of these experiments because Felicia has telekinesis. And I was like, oh, that's actually really interesting. Like, this makes it feel like a little bit more of a sort of like Stephen King-esque novel. And I found that kind of exciting. So in the flashbacks, there was like a Dr. Shanks who's doing experiments. And she also has a best friend called Debbie. In one of the flashbacks, Debbie goes to Felicia because Debbie's very jealous of Felicia. Remember this, because Felicia has powers and Debbie doesn't. And then Debbie goes to Felicia, oh, I bet you couldn't tear down that house. And Felicia's like, well, watch me. And so she does it, thinking that it's an abandoned house, but there's two people inside. Two people who go to their school who are a couple. They end up dying, which is so awful. And then Felicia decides she's going to run away, and Debbie, like, encourages her to run away. Debbie loans her car, and then as Felicia's driving, the car blows up. And so in my mind, I was like, oh, Debbie was trying to kill you. Felicia, she's so oblivious to that. She was so oblivious to that, she still ends up leaving, and that's when she gets to Shadyside. So in present day, she's getting closer to Zan as a friend. Like, she even goes to Zan's house, spends the night there, finds out that Zan had an ex-boyfriend who died, called Doug. She pushed him off a balcony and he got impaled by spikes, which was awful. And apparently it took him a while to die too. Which again, like, that is the kind of stuff I'm reading Fiesri for. Like, that was very brutal and gnarly. But yeah, Zan was the one who pushed him, and they were having an argument. He was cheating on her, so things happen, I guess. And then yeah, Nick and Felicia start like kissing and seeing each other and cheating on Zan. And then Zan is like very suspicious of them, and they start gaslighting her, and Zan ends up getting a little bit crazy with it all. So she tries to kill Felicia in like the spare room. So there's like a light bulb and a loose kind of wire. I don't understand like how it all happens, but there's like some kind of loose wire. And Zan asks Felicia to go fix it. So Felicia's like, yeah, sure, okay. And so Felicia goes in, realizes what's happening, but it's too late because somebody else comes in and they get like electrocuted, and then the whole place goes on fire. And then it's quite exciting actually. One of the reasons why I kind of do like this book is because that was quite an exciting scene. Seeing the fireballs happen and Felicia trying to like save everyone from the burger place by using her powers and getting everyone out. She does end up on the news, but she like tries to escape because she doesn't want to be seen on the news. And like, so there was some things I liked about this, but I hated the gaslighting of Zan, getting her to the point where she felt crazy about what was going on, to the point where she felt like she had to kill Felicia. And even Nick, like, this isn't this just like so scummy of Nick? He says to Zan, oh, Felicia means nothing to me, and then later on he says to Felicia, you mean everything to me. And Felicia's like, yeah, you do too. Did you break up with her? And Nick's like, no, I haven't, no. She's very fragile, like she's been through a lot, but it's okay still to cheat on her, okay. And then Nick is like, Zan, let her go, you promised. And Zan laughed, are you kidding, Nick? I was just lying the way you do. Both of you, how long have you been going behind my back, Nick? Since the day she hit you in a town? And then Nick replies, it doesn't matter what I do, you only want to hurt people. If it wasn't Felicia, it would be someone else. You need help. Like, imagine saying that to someone who, you're cheating on, who has been paranoid that you've been cheating on her. Turns out she's correct, you are cheating on her, and you're saying that she's the problem? I mean, obviously it is going too far trying to, like, kill someone. But, like, oh my god, like, these people, I didn't realise when I started this Fear Street journey that the main chunk of this video would be me talking about people cheating on each other. And that's the dilemma, that's the drama, that's the main problem in every single book. That is the main mystery, that is the main thriller aspect of it, the main horror aspect of it. I'm sick of it. But the book ain't over yet, so Debbie returns, and she is like, I saw you on the news, how dare you be like a superwoman, and you're gonna die, I'm gonna kill you, and like, I'm gonna successfully kill you this time. And Felicia's so confused, she's like, what are you talking about? So then it does turn out that Debbie has powers, so why in the world she was even jealous of Felicia in the first place? Because that was the whole thing about it. The whole thing about the dynamic between Debbie and Felicia was that Debbie was jealous of Felicia because Felicia had powers, but Debbie has powers, so why is she even jealous? Why? And then the whole thing about the house and Felicia making the house fall down and killing those two. Debbie was like, well, I don't want people to find out about the house thing because I was the one who told you to do it. But like, even then, Felicia was still the one who did it. So like, why in the world would Debbie go through all this trouble getting to Shadyside, trying to kill her, when she has like absolutely nothing to do with it anymore? You know, like she could have just stayed off doing her own thing. Nothing would have happened. But no, Debbie had to come to Shadyside, try and kill her. They have this like telekinesis battle thing, which was actually kind of exciting. And then she ends up going in a trance, and that's the end. Debbie's in a trance. She can't get out of it, just like at the end of The Face, by the way. So another ending that was repeated. And yeah, Nick and Felicia are like, well, Felicia's saying, oh, I'm going to leave town, and they promise that they're going to see each other every weekend, so they're now like a couple. So yeah, that was this book. I'm going to give it 2 stars because, again, like, I'm just like trying to find positive things now, and I know I'm complaining a lot, but I know I'm getting repetitive, but these books are repetitive. I'm so sorry. There were aspects I liked, but so much of it I also didn't like. I honestly just want a book where there's just no relationship drama, like just none. Please, I'm begging, just one book. Just one book. But at least I only have 10 now to go. We are almost at the finish line. Hey, it's your favourite Fear Street hater right now. Okay, I've read another 5 books, starting with Killer's Kiss, and I kind of just knew from the cover, the title and everything, that this would not be a Fear Street book that I would like, because I'm sick of like the romance plot. So in this one we have Vincent, who is two-timing Delia and Karina, and the main character is Delia. The very first chapter of this is Delia being at Vincent's house, and Vincent saying that he wants Delia to go because there's plenty of time before Karina arrived. He might as well enjoy himself while he waited. So he's playing both of them. And Delia's like, I can't believe I was ever dumb enough to think that you liked Karina. It figures Karina would want my boyfriend. And Vincent, he never felt guilty about anything, and he wasn't about to start now. It's all like, obviously, like the problem is Vincent, isn't it? Because he is two-timing these girls, and he is making them both believe that they are like his girlfriend. And the level of manipulation and gaslighting when it comes to that is just so tiring at this point. I'm so sick of reading books like this. I just want horror. I want something scary. I do not want these petty teenage dramas anymore. Karina does arrive after Delia's gone, and she's like, Delia, she was here, wasn't she? You kissed her. And he was like, oh, you know, she just showed up at my door. She needed help with her homework. And Karina's like, that doesn't explain the kiss. And Vincent says, you know how Delia is. She does what she wants no matter what. It is like putting the blame on her, and it's like always the guy pitting the girls against one another in these books, and so leads to them being so like violent against one another and hating one another. It actually leads to a physical fight. So like Karina and Delia have a physical fight at school because of it. And this is something else that has been coming up quite a few times now, is that a character pulls something out, and the narration, the main character says, oh, they pulled out a pistol. And then in the next chapter, it's revealed to be something totally different. It's happened quite a few times now. Karina pulls out a pistol, and then in the next chapter, Delia realizes, oh, it's just lipstick. And then that all turned out to be a dream anyway, which is probably the scariest thing to happen in this book. And so Delia now thinks that Karina is trying to sabotage her, and Delia has a talent show that she thinks Karina has sabotaged because her guitar strings were cut and there was a dead rat stuffed in the guitar, leading to Brit saying, oh, we should kill Karina. End of chapter cliffhanger, start of next chapter, oh, I was just kidding. Vincent then starts to kiss Delia's 15-year-old sister, and he's like, oh, you know, she just wanted pointers, like, there's nothing to it and stuff like that. Again, like, continuing to gaslight and manipulate and just be an awful human being. So I was praying for his death. I was praying for his death. One day, Vincent is having a birthday party at like a mansion on Fear Street, because again, we have to remind ourselves, oh yeah, this is Fear Street, sorry. I keep forgetting that this is supposed to be Fear Street. So yeah, we have the obligatory 1-sentence reference to Fear Street in this. And yeah, there's a party happening there. Delia comes late and she's covered in blood. She says, oh, Karina tied me up in her bedroom. She was going to try and kill me. I escaped. And Karina's denying it. She's like, I never did that. I did not do that. What are you talking about? And I kind of felt like Delia was lying at that point. I was like, there's something like not quite adding up with this. Like, you go to this party to convince everyone Karina did this to you, and you didn't go to the police first. But anyway, Delia has set this emotion now that Karina is, you know, crazy. And then Vincent ends up turning up dead with a lipstick print on his face that is, you know, Delia's lipstick. It's like a purple lipstick. Well, somehow, just based off a picture, the police know that it matches Delia's lips. Even though I feel like most lips are pretty much the same-ish. Unless there was something like really, really unique about Delia's lips. Like, why would you just automatically assume those were her lips? They're like, yeah, we've got a perfect match. Like, do you want to analyse that first? And anyway, Delia, when the police show her the photo, Delia's like, oh, well, that can't be me, because if it was me, the lipstick is like the wrong way around. Like, that looks like someone's just pressed something on his cheek. because then my lips will be reversed kind of thing. You know what I mean? It was really convoluted. But yeah, it was a print. It wasn't even a proper kiss on his cheek. It was a print. And someone must have planted that on Vincent's cheek to frame Delia. And so Delia's like, oh, I know exactly who did that. That would have been Karina. So the police go to Karina's house. They find loads of the lip prints in her drawer and then decide that she's guilty for murdering Vincent. And so the last chapter of this book is Delia talking to her friend Gabe while they're visiting Karina in the psychiatric hospital. And Delia's like, I did everything. I'm the one who planted those lip prints there. I'm the one who killed Vincent. And she says all of this in front of a freaking doctor. And so the last line of this book is the doctor saying, I heard everything. I'm getting the police. The end. So Delia framed Karina, trying to make her look crazy. She ended up killing Vincent herself, which I was kind of all on board for because he was scum of the earth, like most of the male characters in Fear Street are. And I'm just like, Delia, why? Why? Like, you've made... I mean, if you're going to do all of that, don't confess everything in the actual hospital in front of people. Are you silly? Are you silly after all of that? But it was just like a very convoluted thing, like the whole lip print thing being on his cheek and it being reversed because it was on a print first and then placed on his cheek. That just... lips are mostly symmetrical, so does it even matter if it... Like, that's why I kind of suspected Delia, because I'm like, only somebody who actually did that would notice that in the photo. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, it was so ridiculous. So I gave this one star. I'm just automatically going to give any book 1 star in Fear Street if it's going to be all about girls killing other girls because of a guy, and it's just all about cheating. Because this is all that this book was. It was just all about cheating. I didn't like it. So that you know I'm not being overtly negative, this book, All Night Party, is getting a 2.5, which isn't too bad. I do still have my gripes, of course I have my gripes with all of them, but I did dig deep to look into some of the more enjoyable aspects of this one. And this one brings us back to Fear Island, which is a setting that I always do love. I love it when we do finally get that brought back into it, but we haven't had like a good story set there since The Overnight. And like, I don't like the characters in this one, I will say, because what they do at the very start of this is just like, why? Why would you do this? So we have Gretchen and Hannah, and Gil is Hannah's boyfriend. We also have Jackson, and they're talking about a surprise for Cindy. So what they're going to do is kidnap Cindy in the middle of the night and take her to Fear Street Island for like an all-night party. There's also Patrick, and Patrick is the son of a cop, and he brings a pistol with him. And this is an actual pistol, it's not like turns out to be a lipstick. It's an actual pistol, it's not loaded, but then he tells them about how there was like an escaped convict and he killed 3 teenage girls. Everyone's like, oh, should we still do this? And they're like, yeah, we should still do this. We should still kidnap Cindy, take her to this island with this killer on the loose. I will say that that does turn out to be a lie. Like, there isn't actually an escaped prisoner. It's the actual real killer's kind of cover-up story that they told them. But, you know, the other characters don't know that. They actually go to this island thinking there is an escaped convict who has killed 3 teenage girls, and they still go to this bloody island. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Cancel it. And the fact that they kidnap Cindy as she's in her bedroom and take it. I mean, Cindy's all for it, to be fair. Like, she is like, oh yeah, like this sounds like so much fun, let's do it. So I can't fault them too much for that. Gretchen has a boyfriend called Marco who she didn't invite, and he just randomly appears. He's so annoying. There's so many cliffhangers. Well, 2. There's 2 cliffhangers where Gretchen is like surprised by someone and she's scared, and then she turns around and it's Marco and he says gotcha. And that happened twice. I was like, please, R.L. Stine, I could tell you were running out of steam writing this one if you have to use the same cliffhangers twice. All in the space of 10 pages as well. So page 26 was when the first cliffhanger happened, and then page 36 was when the second cliffhanger happened. I was like, could you not at least space it out? Gretchen's like, Marco, I don't want to be with you. We are breaking up. Like, I don't want to see you. And in response, Marco pulls out a switchblade or a knife from his pocket and he starts stabbing a tree. Jackson is also pretty creepy. Jackson continues to like watch Gretchen like from a distance, and he just like creeps her out. Does turn out though that Jackson does like Gretchen, and that's why he keeps looking at her. But I'm also kind of sick of characters acting really sketchy and really like violent, and that turns out to be nothing. So like, Marco doesn't turn out to be the killer. He's just violent and angry, like all of the men in Fear Street are. So like, imagine breaking up with someone and they start stabbing a tree like 3 times. He says, what's the matter, Gretchen? Scared of me? He pulled out a slim shiny metal object, a switchblade, What are you going to do with that thing? Gretchen said. I need it, Marco answered quietly. I need it. If they don't turn out to be a killer, then why? Why are we having this dialogue? Like, this happens all the time. Stein makes us think that, which I guess is like a narrative choice, but it's a bad choice in my opinion, because he does it all the time. He overuses it. And Marco says, I've used this knife before, and I'm going to use it again tonight. Like, who the fuck says that? Yeah, he swings the knife at her chest, cliffhanger. And then the next chapter, no, he didn't, swing it at her chest. That was like a cop-out cliffhanger. He instead stabs it into the tree. He had stabbed the switchblade into the bark of the tree behind her. Gretchen spun around and watched the knife tear through the soft wood once, twice, 3 times. I'm angry. I'm really angry, Gretchen. So then they end up finding Cindy's body in the kitchen. Someone's killed her, and there's like flour everywhere and stuff, and they don't know who did it. And one of the reasons why I do give this like a little bit of a higher rating is because there are some creepy moments, which I'm looking for those creepy moments. I'm looking for the scares in this. And one of the creepy moments is they think that the escaped prisoner is inside the house. So we do have this kind of little bit of a heart drop moment when they kind of think that. And I admit that was effective. That was really good. The other thing is Patrick, because I don't know how they missed this, but like they say Cindy's body, they go off doing their own thing, and then they come back and they say that Cindy has this baseball cap in her hand. And everyone was like, oh, how did we not say that before? I'm like, yeah, how did you not say that before? If you see a body and they're holding on tightly to this baseball cap, which isn't a small object, by the way, how do you just miss that? So that apparently belonged to Patrick. Patrick also has blood on him because he cut his hand off the window. They also find the knife in his sleeping bag. They find a note that was apparently forged from Cindy to Patrick about, oh, I can't keep the secret anymore and stuff like that. So, like, it does look like it's Patrick, but it looks a little bit too much like it's Patrick. And this is kind of why I kind of like this as well, is that even the characters are kind of smart enough to catch on with that, oh, there's like a little bit too much evidence. And Patrick's like, hey, if I wanted to kill, then I wouldn't have put everything, in my stuff, like, would I? And so what I kind of like about this is that it does actually turn out to be Patrick, and he was trying to shift the suspicion off him by putting the suspicion on him. So I kind of like that. That was new. That was a little bit different. A couple of things that I really do despise, though, is that we have a character who claims that someone is dead when it turns out they're not. So, Marco and Jackson, they just go and investigate something, and then Gretchen suddenly starts shouting, oh my god, the killers killed Marco and Jackson. And then the next chapter, Marco and Jackson just, like, come back. And she only shouted that because they were taking too long. And again, I just hate the lies and like the really fake cliffhangers that we have. Then we have another cliffhanger where Hannah's like, I killed her. Have I even mentioned Hannah? I think I mentioned Hannah at the very start, actually. Yeah, Hannah's like, yeah, I killed her. End of cliffhanger. And then start the next. I've killed at least 20 people, Hannah declared. Now I'm going to kill all of you. Then I'm going back to Shitty side and kill everyone there. Gretchen stared at Hannah in shock. But then she realised that Hannah was being sarcastic. I hate when that's overdone as well. We have a character who confesses to killing someone, and then cliffhanger, start the next chapter, they're just joking. They're just being sarcastic. You know what I mean? It just happens all the time. It happens all the time. Gretchen realises that Patrick actually did it. Like, Patrick did do it. He was trying to get the suspicion from him, but, like, he was the one who did it. And he confesses. And the reason why he does it is because he wanted to give Cindy a birthday kiss, and she laughed. So he killed her. The police do randomly come as well, which like came out of nowhere, and they're like, oh yeah, Patrick stole the gun off his dad. There isn't an escaped convict. So like that part of it was kind of a little bit clever, that Patrick was trying to shift the focus from him. Like, I can appreciate some of that, but that also means that Patrick was going to kill Cindy all along. So his explanation that the reason why he killed her was because she laughed at him doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because he planted the story about the escaped convict before they got to the island. So it wasn't even just a spur of the moment thing, it was planned. It was premeditated. So again, like some loopholes, but I'm giving it 2.5 because I'm sick of being overtly negative, and I just want something exciting, and part of this was exciting with it being on Fear Street Island. So yeah, sorry, 2.5 stars. The Rich Girl, I'm giving a 1 star for this one because it's another one where it's just teens committing crimes, killing one, well, not killing, there's no death in this one. We have Emma and Sydney, they're best friends, and Sydney is kind of rich, Emma's kind of poor, and one day they find this bag in the rubbish bin, the dumpster. I didn't remember these are American. The dumpster, and there's a bag in it filled with $50 notes. Firstly, the most stupidest thing that they could have ever done is not actually take a good look at these notes, because for the longest time in this book I was thinking They haven't even checked the notes. What if it was all fake? And I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually thinking about this for a Fear Street book. And so they hide the money. They're like, okay, we'll wait 2 weeks, see if anyone claims it. If not, we'll keep the money. And then Sydney tells her boyfriend Jason about the discovery. It seems like Jason is trying to kill Emma so that Sydney and Jason can keep the money. So like Emma falls down the stairs and the brakes are being cut, you know, all the typical things that happens in Fear Street books. There's even a moment as well when Jason is like, let's kill Emma so that we can keep the money. Cliffhanger. Start next chapter. I was just joking. I can't believe you would think I would actually be serious. Oh my god. I also love it as well that Emma and Sydney are like, oh, there's $100,000 in there without actually counting it. Again, they don't even open it up to take a proper look at it. They just bury it in the Fear Street woods and they're saying, oh, we're gonna like spend it if no one claims it. They take Jason to the woods where it's buried because they're like, okay, we'll put Jason into, like, we'll have him in the equation, we can split it with Jason so that he stops trying to kill Emma, essentially. So Sydney goes off and does her own little thing, and then Emma suddenly kills Jason with the shovel, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna throw him in the lake, and she says, oh, it was because he was gonna take all the money himself and he wasn't gonna, you know, split it, and it was self-defense. And Sydney just believes all of that. So, you know, she puts him in the lake. They use Sydney's belt, like they tie the belt around him with a rock, and I don't know how Sydney thinks that's a good idea. So Emma pretty much does all that work, and then Sydney ends up feeling like she's been haunted by Jason. And I was like, okay, like this could be a good ghost story, and the guilt of what happened will be overbearing. So yeah, the shovel is in Emma's car. Randomly it appears there is a note in Sydney's locker. There's like the ring that Jason was wearing is given to her. The belt is tied around her teddy bear, and then so like it's just like a whole bunch of things that have already happened before in Fear Street when people are getting blackmailed and stuff like that. So then Sydney goes downstairs and she sees Jason outside the door and he looks decomposed, he looks rotting, and he comes into the house and Sydney is frozen and fried and she's like screaming, and then that kind of ends, and then the next chapter it has Emma and Jason in the hospital and they're like, oh, you know, like we can't believe that she has like had a psychotic break. Obviously Jason wasn't actually dead the entire time, he was just messing with her, and it's caused Sydney to have like a mental breakdown, and it kind of proves Emma's and Jason's point because they're in on it. They're together. They have been together for weeks, by the way. They've been cheating on Sydney with each other, by the way, for weeks. And they decided to split the money between them, and to get rid of Sydney, they did the whole like faking Jason's death, pretending that he got, you know, thrown into the lake. All of the blackmailing stuff was all them so that they could keep the money. And I'm like, all of that for what though? Because you didn't actually need to go through all of that, like at all. You could have just kept the money. You didn't have to do all that to Sydney. Sydney probably would have been fine with you taking it. All you had to do was take it. The level that they went through to keep this money was just absolutely ridiculous. But I was just like furious as well because yeah, we did have Emma and Jason working together to exact all of this violence against Sydney and make her seem crazy like we've had before in Fear Street. Remember in Killer's Kiss, like literally 2 books ago, there was like a similar plot line as well where Delia was making Karina feel crazy and put her in a psychiatric hospital. So I'm like, I'm just sick of that kind of storyline happening as well and that kind of twist. Like, can we please change it up? So what I do love with the ending is sweet justice, because when Emma and Jason go to spend the money, the cashier looks at it and he's like, haha, funny, where's the real money? And it turns out that on these dollar bill notes, not only is United States of America spelled wrong, but also Benjamin Franklin has a backwards cap on. And I'm like, how the fuck do they miss that? How did they miss that? This entire time, they go through all of that to make Sydney feel crazy, and they don't even look at the money? They don't even look at it? What? I'm glad that it did turn out to be fake at the end, because they deserve it. It's so dumb. It is so dumb. Bad book again. Again, give me a scary Fear Street book, please, I beg. I'm always scared when an animal is introduced in Fear Street, and for kind of good reason in this one. The main character does end up killing a cat pretty early on, but there is a little bit of a twist with that, so it's not kind of accurate in a way, but there is animal abuse, there is animal cruelty. Marty and his friends, well, Marty's the main character, he has 2 friends, they're called the Three Musketeers, so this is like another male main character. And I didn't fully hate Marty. I do feel like he goes on a bit of a character arc, which is good. And like kind of different for Fear Street and kind of refreshing. But yeah, Marty and his friends Barry and Dwayne, they do have this thing against cats. Like they hate cats, and there's like a lot of talk about hating cats. And they do like basketball. And there's a cat that kind of runs out from under the bleachers. And, you know, they talk about throwing it in the bin and like kicking it and stuff like that. And at one point, a cat is kicked across the woods. But this particular cat that's under the bleachers, there is another instance where Marty picks it up and he's on top of the bleachers and he apparently trips and drops the cat, and this like kills the cat. But I will say, like, it doesn't stick, if you know what I mean. Like, you know how cats have like 9 lives ish, and there's like a twist for this cat anyway. But that does happen, and we have Gail who like runs the animal rights club, and like she goes off it on them. Like she's like, I can't believe you were cruel to animals, like you killed this cat, and she does put posters up, and like everyone at school then ends up hating Marty and his friends, thinking they're abusers. Even the teachers are like, oh my god, I can't believe you did that. And so there's like this really random moment where he's put towards student court. Like, he actually goes to student court, and they're like, oh, we find the defendant not guilty of murder, but we find the defendant guilty of animal cruelty. And so he has to do 30 hours community service at an animal shelter. And I just found that so bizarre. I mean, I'm glad it happened because, yes, justice. I honestly hate all of the animal cruelty in this. But I'm like, do people actually do that? I mean, I'm not from America, and like, this was in the 90s. Did they used to have like student court, and they would actually put students on trial when they did something bad? Is that something that happened? It was like portrayed as so serious. I was laughing at that. But what I like about Marty is that he accepts his punishment. So when he does his community service and he's talking to the coach, and the coach is like, I'm going to try and get your sentence lightened, Marty turns around and says, I'll be okay, coach. Besides, I've been thinking about it. I didn't kill that cat, but maybe I was a little cruel to it. I should take the punishment and serve the full 30 hours. And I was like, this is the first time in, what, like 48, 49 books where a main character has like actually accepted responsibility and is fine to pay the price of their actions. I was like, that's so refreshing. I actually got chills. I was like, are we actually getting like a character development? Are we actually getting a character who's more than just like a 2-dimensional caricature of what R.L. Stine thinks a teenager is? Oh my god, I was actually like really impressed with that. I was like, okay, Marty, I'm liking you now. Even if you were like awful to cats to begin with, I'm glad you're accepting punishment. And this is good. This is good development. There is a girl called Kit at school as well. And he asks Kit out. And I was kind of thinking there, I was like, Kit is such a obvious name for something cat-like. So I was like, I wonder if the cat is Kit. Especially since I've been watching Charmed. I love Charmed. Charmed is my favourite TV show. There is a cat called Kit in Charmed. And I was like, yeah, there's something there. Marty's friends end up getting killed, and they're getting like clawed to death, and so it seems like a cat is killing them. And I was like, you know what, justice. Again, justice. I don't mind this. This is actually pretty good. There's a lot of just like typical teen stuff happening, like people getting together and just random scenes of like animals being loud around Marty and stuff. But then the twist at the end is that Kit is actually the cat that Marty killed at the start, and so she wants her revenge. However, there is a dog in the animal shelter that ends up killing Kit for Marty. So that's how the book ends, essentially. Yeah, honestly, I gave it 2 stars because, like, I didn't fully hate it, and there were some parts of it I liked. I liked Marty accepting responsibility. Didn't really like all of the mentions and talk of animal abuse. At least it was kind of informing the actual story, and it isn't just like a random thing that happens. At least this was like part of the plot, rather than it just being animal cruelty for the sake of R.L. Stine trying to scare his readers, you know? And then finally, in this batch of books, I read Fear Hall: The Beginning, and this had such high potential. I loved the, because it's different, like, it's a 2-parter. I was like, oh, we've got a 2-part Fear Street book, like, that's kind of different. And yeah, so the summary of this book is like, come with me to Fear Hall, that's the creepy college dorm built many years ago by the cursed Fear family. And you do get, like, little mentions of, like, history with Fear Hall, because it is a dormitory, and I'm like, oh, we haven't had this setting before, like, this is brand new, like, this is great. And then we have Hope, and it's like, oh, Fear Hall can be a real scream. And so I was like, oh, Fear Hall, like, this sounds like it could be some kind of supernatural horror, or like something about like a curse, or something with Fear Hall that's going to be like really terrifying and really creepy. So I had the highest of hopes. Oh boy, is this one of the worst Fear Street books I've read so far. And again, like, it has a twist that has been done at least 2 times before in Fear Street. If anyone remembers, Switched happened in that one. This is essentially a full story of domestic violence between a boyfriend, a very violent boyfriend, and his girlfriend. Probably some of the worst depictions of mental health as well. I'm not gonna lie. There was some of that too. So if you want to read a book with a whole lot of abuse, then sure, go for Fear Hall: The Beginning. I'm terrified to read the conclusion, honestly. Read this. But I'm telling you, like, it was absolutely terrible. I had the highest of expectations and it just completely dashed it. I don't know why Orville Stine can't just write a scary Fear Street book. Why can't he just stick to a really good plot? Why do we have to go the route of domestic violence in teens committing crimes? I'm just sick of that so much. But yeah, we follow Hope and she has three friends, Eden, Jasmine, and Angel, and her boyfriend, Daryl. Her boyfriend is Daryl, and the book starts with Daryl waking Hope up in her dormitory room, saying, "Oh my god, I did something terrible, I killed him." And it does turn out that he's killed a boy called Brendan because he thought that Hope was, like, talking to him that day. So, like, he is one of those possessive, jealous, angry, awful boyfriends who killed a boy because his girlfriend talked to him. And Hope was like, "I didn't talk to him. That was Jasmine, or it was Angel, or someone. Like, it was someone else who was talking to him, apparently." All of this will make sense by the end of it, too, by the way, because there is a twist that kind of negates a lot of this, but we're going to go through the book as it is before we get to the twist. So yeah, we have Daryl being like, "Oh, you know how I get sometimes, Hope." So he's like genuinely like a really violent and abusive boyfriend, and he warns Hope not to go out with the boy again. Otherwise, he'll kill again. Hope won't let her friends go to the police either about Daryl, you know, having just like dismembered and cut up this boy that he left on like the Fear Hall campus. And so Hope tells him a story about her mother. And I feel so awful about this. That this is tragic. It is tragic. But her mother, Hope's mother, would make fun of her weight, and she forced Hope to eat all of this ice cream in front of her friends. And she even like got Hope's head and pushed it into the ice cream and stuff. Like, oh my god, like that is traumatized. That is awful. Honestly, like that really made me feel bad for Hope. Eden says that she's decided to kill Daryl. Cliffhanger. Wait, sorry, I was only joking. There is a weird moment. This should have been a clue for me. There was a weird moment when Eden goes to her class and the teacher is like, "There isn't an Eden in this class. There is a Hope, but there isn't an Eden, and you're in her seat." And so, like, there must be some kind of mix-up. So go to the office, get it checked out. But even Eden's like, "But I've been here this entire semester. Like, what's going on? Like, this is weird." So, like, that should have been my first clue of what was going on. Eden also goes out with a guy called Dave, and then Daryl randomly appears, kills Dave, because, like, he just is that awful. Like, oh my god, he kills Dave. And then Eden goes to Hope and she's like, "Oh, we need to call the police. Like, he's killed Dave. Like, he's killing people." And Hope is like, "No, we can't call the police." So Hope is saying to Eden, "Let me tell you a story, Eden. It's a very short story." And then she talks about how she had a squeeze into her clothes. "When I was a 6, my mother bought me all 4s. When I was a 10, she bought me 8s. And then Eden's like, "Why are you telling me this? Like, Daryl's just killed someone. We need to tell the police." And then Hope is like, "Well, haven't you guessed? I told you that story because Daryl is the first person in my life who doesn't care that I am overweight. He's the only one who's ever liked me just the way I am. I can't give him up that easily." I was frustrated. I was absolutely frustrated by this point. Hope ends up tying Eden up and putting her in the closet. But then Hope turns around and Eden's lying in bed. And so I was like, "Ooh," because it wasn't a dream apparently. Like, Hope was like, "Oh, this isn't a dream. Like, what's going on?" So I kind of thought, "Ooh, I wonder if there's like some kind of time slip thing going on here," because that would have been so interesting. I would have loved some kind of like sci-fi element to Fear Street, and you know, having like that kind of time slip thing, or like a time jump, or some kind of time loop. Like, that would be so cool to explore, wouldn't it? Doesn't turn out to be that at all, of course. Jasmine also goes to work and she gets fired because she can't remember where she was the day before, which again, like, is another clue to kind of the twist that's about to come up. Hope then finally decides that, yeah, maybe it is time to turn in Daryl. And honestly, this is again like terrible. This is absolutely terrible. So when Jasmine is asking, "Oh, what did he do? What did he do?" Hope says, "No, he didn't hit me. He did much worse, Jasmine. He called me names. He said I was fat. He called me a cow. He's never done that before, Jasmine. Never. I was so hurt." And then Jasmine was like, but at least he didn't." And Hope cries, "I'd rather be hit. I'd rather be slugged unconscious than be called horrible names by him." And again, like, considering so many people go through domestic violence, and like there's domestic violence in every single book, I honestly hate this. Like, this is terrible. Like, I'd rather be slugged unconscious. I was lost for words. I am lost for words still. I just find that just so awful. And just awful to write as well. Like, I hate the fact that Orville Stine wrote that. I hate the fact that he's even writing this storyline in the first place. He doesn't have the nuance or the skill to pull that off successfully, to pull off a domestic violence storyline that has, like, hopefully some kind of empowering message in the end. But no, like, he just uses it to create drama. That's all he's doing. He's trying to create drama, and it's lazy. It's being done to death already. And it's just terribly written in that regard. And then Angel's making out with someone called Billy. Daryl appears out of nowhere to kill Billy, but Billy gets in his car and drives away. and leaves Angel behind. So I was like, oh god. Because we do get a perspective every now and then. Like, we get Jasmine's perspective, we get Hope's, we get Daryl's, we get Angel's and stuff. So like, it switches between them. And then they all get back to Fear Hall. And Daryl comes in and they're all scared of him. And then he picks Eden up and he cracks her back on his knee, drops her on the floor, picks her up again, and then throws her out the window. And obviously everyone's like mortified and traumatized by it. They've like, the police are coming, and then they overhear the police talking to one of their dorm people, Melanie, who lives across the hallway. And that's when we get the twist. That is when we get the twist. So as the police are talking to Melanie, Melanie is like, Hope lives alone. She talks to herself a lot, and we're concerned about her because she seems to be acting crazy. And the police are like, oh, we must have a loony on our hands. So it turns out that Daryl, Eden, Angel, Jasmine are all a figment of Hope's imagination, and she must be suffering trauma from, like, I don't know yet because I haven't read the conclusion, but she must be suffering trauma, which again is heartbreaking, from her mother. And that is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, heartbreaking. But oh my god, we had this storyline before a couple of times, and I had such high hopes for this being scary. But no, all it turns out at the end is that Hope is crazy, and she's made up her friends and her abusive boyfriend. She's made all of them up, and so she must be the one who's been killing people and just like forgetting about it. I hated it. I did. I hated this so much. I really wanted to love it. I was so excited for it. It let me down. It let me down dramatically. I don't want another abusive boyfriend storyline. I do not want another, oh, the girl turns out to be crazy storyline. I don't want any of that. I don't want hallucinations. I don't want, oh, it was all in her imagination storylines. I don't want any of that. Why did nobody tell me the Fear Street series was actually just about teen drama and teen violence and teen cheating and animal abuse and terrible mental health depictions? Why did no one warn me? Why no one warn me? 1 star, 1 star. Terrified to read the conclusion. I hope it's somewhat better. I do. I hope it's somewhat better. Hallelujah! I have finished the Fear Street series. Let the history book show I finished reading them on October 13th, exactly 3 months after I started filming this vlog. You can probably tell by the fact that I haven't even cut my hair this entire time as well, so it's gotten pretty long. So I have finished the last 5 books, and I will say I actually have a favourite book in this little selection here, and I cannot wait to talk about it. So at least we have something really, really, really positive to talk about today. But firstly, Fear Hall, the conclusion. As you know, I didn't like the first book in this series. I thought it was really terrible. And I do think Fear Street could have benefited from having like 2-parters that were back to back, rather than like, say for instance, Wrong Number 1 and 2 being so far apart, and then like Best Friend 1 and 2 being so far apart, because there is like that time jump. I kind of like the idea of a longer 2-parter, and unfortunately I just felt like this was just so completely underwhelming. So yeah, the twist of the previous book was the fact that everything is a hallucination for Hope. She made up Daryl, she made up her friends, and so like she is the one who is crazy, and she's the one who is going around killing people. And it's no different in this book, and I will say like maybe 1 or 2 of the kills in this one was a little bit creative, and I kind of like that. In this one we do have Hope and her friends and boyfriend. They go to an abandoned sorority house, and that's where they stay for the duration of this book. Hope ends up putting on a wig, and she mingles in a party, and she meets Chris there, and I just don't understand like how people wouldn't recognize her. She says that her name is Karen, and that no one is looking for a brunette, they're all looking for a girl with blonde hair. Changing my hair colour was the smartest thing I ever did. But like, just putting on a wig doesn't really change your face, you know, like especially when you are Hope and, you know, she's been killing people. You would think, yeah, people would keep an eye out for her. But no, she meets Chris, and he is like the love interest for this book. And obviously Daryl gets pretty abusive and possessive. There is a random black cat called Lucky that appears in the house, and it has no purpose in the story whatsoever, other than the moment when Daryl kicks it across the room. So the kills I mentioned, so the 3 girls from the previous book, like Melanie, Margie, and Mary. So Mary, she's like at this like swim meet thing, and Daryl, Hope, pours 6 gallons of chlorine in a jacuzzi, and I would think that you could smell that if there was like 6 gallons of chlorine in a jacuzzi, but apparently Mary does not. She gets into the jacuzzi and it burns her, and she gets out of it, but she's screaming, it's burning her skin. And the swim coach she sees, and then Daryl / Hope pushes the swim coach into the jacuzzi as well. But I think the swim coach survives, but Mary doesn't. Mary dies from the burns. And But like, if it was that strong enough to burn Mary and burn her to death, surely she would have smelled it before she went into the jacuzzi. That's what I think. But I mean, it was a creative kill, I guess. And then the other friend as well, Margie, she works at like this laundromat place. And then Daryl slash Hope, she kills her with a steam press. So I've got to give her like kudos for like a little bit of creativity there. So at this point as well, Hope is getting closer to Chris. And she is saying, oh, Chris is the man of my dreams. And again, like my heart does go out to Hope because I feel like she has went through so much trauma in her life, especially from her mother. And there was a guy called Mark. It was mentioned in the first book very briefly that Daryl was protecting Hope from Mark, and we see what happened with Mark. So her mother handcuffed Hope to her one night when Mark had asked her out and she wouldn't let her go. Like her mother is again like very, very abusive. And then it is actually revealed that Mark was only asking Hope out as a prank, like as a joke, which obviously devastates Hope. And that's when she kind of creates Daryl. And then Daryl and Hope run Mark over with a car, like backwards and forwards. Like they run him over, they reverse onto him, they run him over again, they reverse onto him. So obviously that's just Hope because Daryl isn't real. But like it was kind of a coping mechanism, which again, like I do think could be done very, very well if it was written by anyone else. Daryl slash Hope also manages to break into Fear Hall very easily to kill Melanie, since Melanie was the one who talked to the police. But like how easy it was to get in. Like seriously, the security guard is asleep, and she gets into Melanie's room. I mean, the girls are different. I think Melanie had moved out after everything that happened, and very smartly so. But like, when you have so many murders on this campus, why is there not better security? Come on. You really do have to suspend your disbelief for some of the stupidest of things in the Fear Street series, honestly. You have to think that adults are like non-existent in this world. Like parents are terrible, security guards are terrible, teachers are terrible, like every single adult is terrible, and the teenagers are terrible too. You know, and whenever we have a child, they're terrible too. Like, everyone's terrible in Fear Street. I just want, like, some believability there that there would be some precautions to the fact that, yeah, there was, like, a killing spree on this campus. Get more than one security guard who isn't asleep at the time the killer comes back, you know? And when Daryl slash Hope is running away, the kids who are at Fear Hall, they chase her out, and they're calling her, even though we have the POV of Daryl. And I don't understand, like, what Orelstein is trying to do with this book, because it's like he's trying to present it as if we don't know what happened in the first book. We don't know that Hope made Daryl up and Angel and like her other friends, because they're being presented as like actual real life characters again. And you have like this whole section of Daryl like, why are they calling me her? Why are they calling me her? And then you have like the cliffhanger of, oh, you know, I can't escape myself. I must be Hope. And like she has that realization. I'm like, we've already had this realization. Like none of this book is in any way suspenseful because we already know everything, and yet the story's being told again in a way that we aren't supposed to know, or like we are supposed to forget that Daryl is Hope and Angel is Hope and all of that. I will say the ending of this is very heartbreaking actually, especially since, you know, like Hope has created all of her friends and her boyfriend as a coping mechanism, but when she is caught by like Chris and Melanie in the abandoned house and the police come, it felt very copy and paste from Switched, like some of it, like especially with what the police say. So the police are like, don't run away, Hope, like we're here to help you. So like that felt very Switched to me. But then Hope does run upstairs with her friends and boyfriend, and they get on the balcony. Hope hugs her friends and she's like, you guys were the best friends I could ever have. And then the railing snaps and then Hope falls and Hope dies. Like they see her body on the floor and she's dead. But like that was so touching actually, to see Hope talk to the figments of her imagination as like, you were the best friends I ever had. Like, oh, like that is genuinely heartbreaking. I will say I shed a little bit of a tear for that. It's just so tragic. Like Hope's story is definitely tragic. I just feel like it was written in such a terrible way, and I just wanted something totally different in the Fear Hall duology. I really wanted something that would add to the Fear Street lore, and one of the books that I'm about to talk about does do that. So like I know Orelstein does do it every now and then, but yeah, I wanted this to be more of an exploration of like Shadyside and Fear Hall and stuff like that, but it turned into a plot that we've already had before. So unfortunately I want to give this one another 1 star. I just really did not like the Fear Hall duology. I thought it was really a missed opportunity in so many ways, but the actual conclusion itself was a little bit of a tearjerker. I will give it that. Next, with Who Killed the Homecoming Queen, I was starting to feel like this might be a retread of the Prom Queen. And I was actually pleasantly surprised that it didn't go that route, even though it was kind of steering in that direction. And parts of it did feel like the Prom Queen. Our main character in this one is Eva, and her best friend is Tanya. Tanya, she is like the popular girl. She is the one who has pretty much everything that she ever wants, and she's about to be named Homecoming Queen. There is a girl called Leslie who is very jealous of Tanya, and she thinks that Tanya just gets everything she ever wants, even when she doesn't deserve it. So we have that kind of little bit of a rivalry there. I really like some of the exploration of like the family dynamics. So Tanya has a stepbrother called Jeremy, and Jeremy's like so thankful to have a family. And I thought, oh, like that's actually like quite beautiful to explore like his many firsts as a family. And Eva has a crush on him. Sometimes she gets these feelings that something bad is going to happen. Like it's not exactly a psychic vision or anything, but she does have like a gut instinct a lot of the times, and sometimes that guides the story. There are again a lot of things about this that annoys me, like, you know, Eva at one point he has a gunshot, there's a cliffhanger, and then the start of the next chapter always just a soda can. Like I'm going to mention those things like less and less now because we are nearing the end, and I'm just like kind of sick of repeating myself with so many of the repeated tropes. But just know that even though I'm talking about them less, they're still in there. And also like the repeated cliffhangers as well. So Tanya has low blood sugar, and we had a cliffhanger like in 2 chapters in a row essentially where Tanya faints, and I was like, oh my god, no, like what's happened? And then it turns out it's just low blood sugar. But it happens again at the end of the next chapter, and like we know it's just low blood sugar, and she gets something, yeah, it's low blood sugar. Like why would you repeat that cliffhanger twice? It's been happening again like a little bit too much over the past few books. So Sandy, well, we have so many characters called Sandy, oh my gosh. We have another character called Sandy who is dating Tanya, and Eva catches Sandy kissing Charisse. So Sandy is cheating on Tanya, and like there is a little bit of a twist with that later on, but again, like tick off the teenage cheating thing. We have the usual, oh, I'm gonna kill that person. I'm just kidding, of course I wouldn't do that, who do you take me for? We have that again. Both Jeremy and Eva see Sandy kissing Charisse in like a restaurant, and then Tanya comes and they like steer her away from it. And at the same time as well, there's a guy called Keith who is filming a sort of student film called Who Killed the Homecoming Queen, and Tanya and Sandy are the main characters, and they are shooting a scene where Tanya gets like strangled by Sandy, and at the end of the scene like she doesn't get back up, she's dead. And during all of this chaos, and I don't know how nobody sees it, but like Tanya's body is taken, like it's not there anymore. So they're like, wait, hang on, what's going on? They get the police, and they're like, okay, well, we don't really have a body or anything, so like what can we really do? And Keith, who should have been like recording the whole thing, realizes that the camcorder had jammed, so like you can't see like what actually happened. Sandy does say that it was supposed to be a joke, that he was supposed to like strangle her and she was supposed to faint, and they was supposed to pretend that she was dead, but she was supposed to get back up, but she didn't get back up. So Sandy was so confused, he's like, wait, hang on, like this isn't how it's supposed to go. So he was confused about that, and then her body goes missing, and Sandy's like, oh my god, like what actually happened to her? But at the same time, Sandy is still going behind Tanya's back and kissing Charisse like in the next scene. There are phone calls saying like, you're next, you're gonna die next. And then they do actually end up finding Sandy in a locker, stuffed in a locker, stabbed to death. And I was like, you know what? It's what he deserves. You know, the cheater. The absolute cheater. Again, like scum. And I was honestly thinking at this point, I was like, okay, Tanya's body is missing. We don't know where her body is. And someone's just killed Sandy. It has to be Tanya, right? And I thought, oh, this is going to be exactly like the Prom Queen, where the first person who dies isn't actually dead, the body goes missing, and then they come back and they are revealed to be the killer. Well, Tanya does come back, like she wasn't actually dead, and like it was her and Jeremy's idea to pretend that she was dead, and she didn't kill Sandy though. Like she came back, like she was supposed to like leave for a few days and then come back after like a sort of joke, like a joke she's played on her friends, because they kept the affair secret from her and she was getting her revenge, which is, I feel like is so silly to do. Like why would you fake your death just because your friends and your boyfriend like know about the cheating, and you are going that far to get back at them for that? Like I do agree that the cheating is awful, and like they should have said something to her, but to fake your own death, make your body go missing for a few days, like that is just ridiculous, man. But yeah, she comes back, she's like, I didn't kill Sandy, so like I came back because like I heard what happened with Sandy. Even though after Sandy died, she still made a phone call to Eva saying, you're next, I'm gonna kill you. First it was Sandy, then it was you. And then she comes back and she's like, oh gosh, I heard about Sandy, like, I'm so sorry about that, like what's going on? And even Eva says to her as well, how could you put us all through that because your boyfriend was cheating on you? Like It is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Fast forward to them going to Charisse's house, and Jeremy has a knife, and they think that he's about to kill Charisse because Charisse is like, he's gonna kill me. Jeremy's gonna kill me. He said he was gonna kill me. But then it turns out that Charisse actually was the one who killed Sandy, and she was trying to make it look like Jeremy was about to kill her. And the reason why she did that was because, and like, I feel so sorry for her, honestly, because this is really cruel. But Sandy was actually pretending to like love her and care for her, and he was like kissing her and stuff because it was for a secret filming project that Keith was doing. Like, Keith was recording every interaction and like recording him kissing her and like loving her and stuff, and it was like without Charisse's consent and like all of that. That's just so cruel. Like, that's so awful and mean that you would pretend to care about someone and get someone to secretly film it. What is wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you? Death to all of them. So am I saying Charisse was in the wrong there for killing Sandy? I mean, she does confess, and Keith says, oh, I got everything on videotape. The police take her away, and then when Keith reviews the footage, he's like, oh crap, the camera jammed again. So they didn't actually get the confession. So Charisse could potentially get away with it, and I kind of hope she does. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that poor girl. What they put her through, like, that was, again, just so mean. So 2.5 stars for this one. I didn't mind it as much as other books. And I'm so glad it didn't go the same way as the Prom Queen, because I was scared that it would. Into the Dark has a blind main character, and I actually really love the depiction and portrayal of Paulette. Paulette is blind, and you know, she has her friends Jonathan and Cindy, so we have like another character called Cindy. And I believe there's another character called Sandy in this one too. It was either this one or the next one. And one day Paulette has her cane, and she's like, she just gets out of the car that Jonathan has like just dropped her off, and someone pushes her out of the way because the car was about to run her over. And the person who pushed her was called Brad. And Brad is pretty new, and he ends up wanting Paulette's number. And so Paulette is like, there is a romance afoot. But the one weird thing is, and Paulette even picks up on this, is that like by page 18, Brad is like, oh, you're the one I'd be looking for. And Paulette is like, wait, what? Paulette literally says we hardly know each other. I freaking love that. Like, I do like Paulette as the main character. I feel like she's like one of the stronger main characters that we've had. Although there are some like flaws with Paulette as well. So Paulette, she doesn't want people to treat her like a baby, which is honestly fair enough. And like, she is like very headstrong, and she is capable. I love when she says things like, people assume that I'm not capable, but I am. And she wants to take like self-defense classes and stuff, and her parents are like, but like, she is capable. Like, she is really good as a character. But there are some times when things get like too dangerous, and she is like so unreasonable there. So later on, when there is writing in her bedroom above her bed, it's like, you die next, blind girl, or you're dead, blind girl, or something like that. And Cindy is like, oh my god, like, we need to phone the police, like, this is awful. And Paulette is like, no, don't phone the police, it's not going to happen again. And Cindy's like, what are you talking about? Like, you've just been threatened in your own home. And Paulette is like, why you treat me like a baby? And I'm just like, Paulette, I understand, like, you are very independent, you are capable, but like, come on. Someone broke into your house, left you a threatening note on your wall, and you don't want to call the police? Why? Pride? Is it because of pride? Like, so there were some weaknesses with his character, but on the whole, she was a really, really good character. There was some shady stuff about Brad from the past. Apparently he was a suspect for some robberies, and like, he'd moved from Springfield to Shadyside. Someone on the street pushes Paulette as well, and then Brad comes up to her and he's like, oh my god, are you okay? And Paulette's like, did you see someone push me? And Brad was like, no, there was no one here. And so like, that was a little bit suspicious. And then randomly, there is a hostage situation where things like do get like a little bit ridiculous as well. But yeah, someone holds everyone hostage, and it turns out to be Brad, okay? So everyone's like, oh my god, it's Brad, like, he's the one who is like holding hostage. But Paulette's like, no, it can't be Brad because it doesn't sound like Brad, and plus he doesn't smell like Brad too, which was, you know, a little bit strange. But yeah, everyone's like, no, but it was Brad, like, we can see him, like, it was Brad, he shot Jonathan. And Paulette is like, damn it, no, it's not Brad, it's not Brad. At the same time as well, Brad is inviting Paulette to an abandoned house on Fear Street where he does like these piano lessons almost, like he teaches himself piano, and he uses this abandoned house. And he says, oh, a teacher used to live here, a music teacher. Him and his family were murdered, and his piano was left behind. And I found that kind of creepy. I love that story. I just wish like that was explored a little bit more to add to the lore of, you know, Fear Street and Shadyside. And this is awful as well. So Brad, he just leaves Paulette in that house. Like, they hear a noise upstairs, so he goes upstairs, and then Paulette is like, well, where is he? Like, he's taking ages. And then Jonathan comes and he's like, oh, I was worried about you because I followed you here. I saw you come in. And Brad is just gone. Like, Brad has just left Paulette in that house. And when Paulette questions him about it the next day, Brad is like, yeah, there's no excuse, something came up and I had to leave. It's like, but you left a blind girl in an abandoned house on Fear Street that you took there. You just left without saying anything? What are you talking about? Yeah, so that's like never really explained. He's just like, yeah, I've got no excuse for that. So like, what an arsehole, am I right? Brad also tells her, oh, I think of you all the time. And then Paulette's like, what's wrong with you? And then he just like kind of runs away. Like, it's really weird. And it reminded me of, has anyone ever seen the Pretty Little Liars Sims parody thing? Where Paige is like, I love you, Emily. And then she just like runs away. It like just so reminded me of that. We do actually find out that Brad has a twin brother called Ed. And I kind of suspected that because when Paulette was like, oh, that doesn't sound like Brad, like it can't be Brad, like the voice is a bit different and stuff like that, I thought, okay, there's probably going to be another one, isn't there? But what I don't understand is when we get to like the climax of this book, Paulette has to like choose which is the real Brad, but like she can tell which is the real Brad because of the way that he talks and the way that he smells, and yet in this moment she has no idea which is which. And yet she made a whole point of it earlier on that Brad was innocent from the hostage because it didn't sound like Brad. So like, how do we get from that to there? It just felt like a big plot hole so R.L. Stine could have that whole which one is the real person kind of plot twist that we've had done to death by this point as well. But I do actually love the climax of this. It is very exciting. So yeah, they are in the abandoned house and Brad asks Paulette if she will help him tie up Ed and like trap Ed. So Ed comes, they tie him up, and then Paulette realizes that the Brad who told her to tie up Ed was actually Ed, so she's actually just tied up Brad. So there's like a lot of scary stuff that you can do when the main character can't see. And what I love about Paulette is that when she is like fighting Ed, she breaks the flashlight and she's like, okay, now we're on an even playing field because now he can't see. And I love that. And then she also uses her self-defense classes that she was taking at the start of the book to save herself as well. I was like, oh my god, like, this is brilliant, like this is great, like this is an actual character arc, a character journey, and like things from earlier is coming back to like help her and stuff. It was great. Ed does fall downstairs and breaks his neck, and then Brad has to help guide Paulette out of the house. And it was just like very exciting. Like I really did love that ending. There was also a moment as well that was actually kind of intimate and quite sweet earlier on when Brad was like, look at me, and he takes her hand and like puts his hand on his face so that she can look at him. Like she feels his face, she feels like a scar that nobody else can really see, so that's like how she ends up finding out which one is the real Brad at the end. And like I just found that like so intimate and so sweet. And Paulette as well is like, nobody ever lets me like see them, and I just feel like that was just such a nice touching moment. So 2 stars for this one. And you're probably thinking, Gavin, you just sang its praises pretty much, and I was like, yeah, but I don't really again want stories where teens are committing crimes. That hostage situation was like really bizarre, all the robberies and stuff, well, barely any of it was scary. I just loved the ending and I did love the main character, but that's about it. I didn't really love the plot, and the whole, you know, twin kind of twist thing as well, also done to death. So I can give it its due where it's deserved, but there is still so much like holding it down from it being higher than a 2-star. Okay, next we have The Best Friend 2. So this is the final sequel of any of the earlier stories in the original Fear Street series. And this was so interesting because it says on the front here, the book you demanded, the contest-winning story that answers question, what should happen to Honey? And then at the very start as well, there's like a sort of author note, and it's R.L. Stine saying, hundreds of you wrote to tell me how unhappy you were with the ending of The Best Friend. You thought Honey Perkins should pay for her crimes, but I needed your help. I wasn't sure exactly what should happen to Honey. So we held a contest to let you decide. I got thousands of great ideas. It was hard to choose, but I finally picked my favourite. A girl named Sarah Bickman from Grafton, Wisconsin sent in the winning entry. Thanks, Sarah. And so this is the sequel that was guided by a contest winner, and I find that so fascinating. Like, that is so cool. I do believe there was like maybe a Goosebumps competition at some point in the 90s, but I kind of love the interactivity of that. And yeah, Sarah Bickman, if you are watching this, amazing. Go you! Like, that's so cool. That is so cool. So the thing that I love about this one is that we start off the first part of this book. We have Becca. She's enrolled at Waynesbridge, and she is like starting to make friends, and she's becoming a little bit creepy with her friends too. She is showing so many like Honey traits. Becca is going to the school counselor person, and the school counselor asks about Honey, and like Becca has to go through like her trauma again. She's seeing Bill everywhere. So Bill was the boyfriend who was stabbed at the very end of the first book. Facebook, and Honey tried to make it look like Becca had stabbed him. Becca is seeing Honey everywhere. She is seeing Bill everywhere as well, and she's like trying to get a new start. So she's made some new friends, but she's starting to be a little bit weird with one of her new friends, Glynis. She's starting to like wear her clothes, and then she like takes her clothes without asking. And Glynis is like, yeah, that's okay as long as you bring it back at some point. So then one day they go to the mall, and well, actually a little bit before that, Becca runs into Eric, and Eric was an ex from Shadyside, and Eric is very confused to see her there, and Becca just throws her arms around him and starts kissing him. And I'm like, that's so weird and out of character, because she's talking about all this trauma about like her boyfriend dying, Bill, and she just throws her arms around this guy and starts kissing him right there and then. It just felt a little bit weird, and I was like, okay, something's off here. She later sees him again at the mall, and then her friends are like, okay, Becca, we're going to like the food court, we'll see you over there. And Eric turns to Becca and he's like, why are they calling you Becca, honey? And I was like, oh my god, stop. Stop. Turns out that the entire start of this book, from Becca's POV, is actually Honey. And Honey's going around telling everyone that she's Becca. It's like a year later. Actually, wasn't expecting that. Like, I thought something was fishy when she just threw her arms around Eric and started kissing him. But like, I was not expecting that. I was like, you got me. You actually got me. So I really enjoyed that. Then randomly, this is when it starts to like jump the shark a bit. Becca actually turns up to this exact mall and exact shop and sees Honey. And then Honey starts to strangle Eric with like these beads and kills him, which I don't understand like how that would happen, because like he could easily have overpowered her, or someone could have like intervened, because like strangling someone to death isn't that quick. You know what I mean? So she ends up killing Eric in this shop and runs away and makes it look like Becca did it. But then, you know, a little bit of a time jump to Eric's funeral. We have the real Becca and her friends from the first book at his funeral, and she's like, yeah, Honey is back and she killed Eric. She tried to make it look like I did it. And also, Bill isn't dead. So he was stabbed at the end of the first book, and he isn't dead. He just lost a lung. So now he only has one lung. And one thing that I didn't love about Becca in this one is how she treats her friends. So Lila, she was pushed down the stairs in the first book and put in the hospital for quite some time. And Lila even says, oh, Becca, you never visited me in hospital. And Becca was like, yeah, I was going through things. Like, I was so upset and sad about what happened. But then Bill as well. Bill's trying to talk to her, and he lost a lung for her, by the way. And she is now with a different guy. Like, Becca's now dating Larry, and she doesn't want to talk to Bill. Like, she treats him like dirt in this book. And I was like, that's just no way to treat someone. I understand that Becca had some trauma about what happened, but like the way that she treats her friends and her ex-boyfriend now, it's just so awful, considering what they all went through themselves. Like, all of them went through it. Bill lost a lung, and she literally looks at him like dirt. She runs away from him. But it was still unfair of Becca to not even like visit her friend in hospital or even talk to Bill. Like, he just wanted to talk to her, and she was just like, no, and she's just like running away. It was just awful the way that she treated them. Anyway, that does come back into it. So Becca, she works as a waitress now. When she goes to her car, she sees that her seats have been slashed and there's a dead rat. Of course, there is a dead rat there. And she thinks it's Honey. She also thinks that Honey might have gone back to her dad's house. So Honey did used to live next door to Becca. So randomly, Becca just breaks into the next door house to see if she has come home, despite Honey's dad still being there. And like, he wakes up and he like throws her out. Also, Lila is with her. Did I get Lila and Trish mixed up, by the way? So Trish was the one who went to hospital. I might have called her Lila before. And so Lila, she follows Becca into the house, and like when they get caught by the dad, they get thrown out. And then Lila shows Becca a newspaper article about a murder-suicide that happened years ago, and we find out that Honey is called Hannah, and that she had a twin brother, in that her dad murdered his wife, aka Honey's mum, and also murdered her twin brother. So like, she was the sole survivor, which reminded me a little bit of One Evil Summer a little bit. And also, like, this kind of backstory doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because they're like, oh, so that's actually how we know Honey. She's actually called Hannah, and she did used to go to our school. However, we had in the first book the backstory. We had the characters go into a yearbook, and they find a 4th grade photo of all of them together with Honey, and they even mention about Honey, about like how she was like really annoying and no one really liked her, but at least they like tried with her and stuff. And that was actually mentioned in the first book. And then this one, they pretend like they never knew Honey again from, you know, years ago, and now she has this backstory about her family, and she was in their class until the murders, and she got pulled out of the class. And they also pulled a prank on Honey as well. They told her there was a cool club, and the only way to get into it is to get on the stage in front of an assembly and bark like a dog. And Honey does that, and then they turn around and say, oh, this is not actually a cool club, you're not invited. And it's just like very cruel, of course, but they think that is why Honey is doing what she's doing now. I'm like, okay, that's like very contradictory to the first book, I'm sorry. And I thought, oh, maybe other people have noticed this on Goodreads. Nobody else notices that on Goodreads. Everyone's like, oh, we finally get a backstory on Honey. I'm like, did you read the first book? Like, we did get a backstory. We saw her in the Air book. So anyway, Honey randomly attacks Becca in a parking lot and then runs away when she thinks she's killed Becca. And I guess that was convenient because, you know, Becca obviously survives. And then Becca's sheets get slashed and stuff like that. She gets like a horrible phone call. And so Bill comes into it and Bill is like, oh, let's run away to my uncle's cabin in the Fear Street woods and it will be safe. So they do that. And I was getting suspicious of Bill at that point. So at the cabin, Becca gets a phone call from Lila and Lila says, oh, Honey was arrested 2 days ago. And so Becca's like, hang on then, who slashed my bed sheets? Who put the blood there and who gave me the creepy phone calls? And she turns around and Bill is like being weird. And Bill is like, put the phone down, Becca. And then Trish comes into it as well. And they're like, we wanted to scare you because you have been a terrible friend to us after what happened. Like, you treat us like dirt. It's been very unfair. And so we wanted to scare you. However, Trish then pulls out a knife. And then Bill is like, hang on, Trish, we only just want to scare her. Like, we didn't say anything about killing her. And then Trish goes to lunge for Becca. And Bill gets in the way and gets stabbed again. So this book ends pretty much the exact same way that the first book ends. Trish has stabbed Bill and Bill is lying on the floor dying, and then Becca is like on the floor with Bill and she's like, don't worry, I'll be your friend, I'll be your friend. So it was like pretty much the exact same ending as the first one, and we don't even really get a satisfying end with Honey either. The whole thing in the author's note about how hundreds of you wrote to tell me how unhappy you were with the ending, you thought Honey Pickens should pay for her crimes. Do I really think like Honey paid for her crimes in this one? Not really, because she got randomly arrested off screen. And then that was the end of it. Like, it turns out that it was Trish and Bill who were trying to torment Becca in the end. So it didn't really feel that satisfying either. So, like, what R.L. Stine set out to do with this one, with the whole, like, contest winner as well, it just kind of fell flat again. We didn't get to see Honey pay for her crimes still. I do not want a Best Friend 3 though. Like, let's keep this in the past. This is getting a 2-star, mainly for that twist at the very start where it turned out that the Becca POV at the start was actually Honey. I thought that was actually really well done, but everything else was just like almost a repeat of the first one, and it wasn't very interesting and not very scary either. So yeah, 2 stars is actually not too bad. Leading to the very final Fear Street book, Trapped. Oh my god, I loved this book. I'm so shocked. I was reading this and I was like, R.L. Stine, where has this kind of book been this entire time? If more books in Fear Street had been more like this, I would have loved the series as a whole. This was genuinely so good. It had an exciting plot. It had more building of the lore around Shadyside. It had really good characters and character arcs and journeys. It had really terrifying moments. It was just so freaking good. It had an actually like formidable and scary villain in a way, like that kind of beautifully tied into the overall story too. And it like wrapped up so nicely as well. I was like, why did we wait until the final book for this? Why? Why? I can safely say this is in my top 3 Fear Street books. I'm being totally serious. I'm so shocked. I went into this expecting tripe. I was like, okay, it's the last one. Probably didn't put any thought into it. Oh my god, like this had like some of the most thought put into it than any other book. Like, I loved it. I loved it. And I love that we're ending on a high. See, this is what I wanted to feel for like so many of the books. Like, I was so excited to read Fear Street for this reason. For like the kind of supernatural element of this one as well. And like just the scariness of it. And it was actual danger that the teens were in. And not just like teens committing crimes against one another. But like actual danger. Oh, it was so good. So this one we follow Elaine, and she is doing Saturday detention at school that Mr. Savage has put like some kids in. So we also have Jerry, Bo, Darlene, and Max. And Bo is a little bit creepy. And I was thinking at this point, oh, we're going to go the same route as every other Fear Street book. We had Mr. Savage leave the room, and Bo just throws a switchblade at the door, and it just misses Mr. Savage. He doesn't even notice, and like he literally could have killed him right there and then. So I was like, okay, we're gonna have like some kind of teacher revenge story story or something in this one. And Bo is so annoying too. One of the reasons why this isn't a 5-star is like a lot of the early scenes was just like so annoying. So like there is a cliffhanger where Bo's had his throat slit, and then the next chapter, oh, it's just ketchup, gotcha. So like things like that really annoyed me. But anyway, they do escape the little detention place, and Elaine like takes them to the auditorium, and then Elaine finds this corridor behind, you know, this curtain, and she walks down it, and then she falls through the floor, and there's like this whole network of corridors underneath that were used in the 50s as like a bomb shelter thing. So like it's connected to other places in Shadyside, and I'm like, this is so cool. And they were talking about a story about like how kids used to party down there, and like there's right on the walls like let's party, let's party. And at first it seems pretty cool, and then it gets a lot more sinister as it goes on. So yeah, Elaine's fallen down, she's hurt her ankle. The rest of them like come down as well to like kind of help her, and they decide to explore for a little bit. And like it was actually genuinely creepy and scary. There was like the sound of rats, it's like very dark, and just like knowing more about like, oh, they used it as like a bomb shelter in the 50s and stuff, and like kids died down there as well, so all the entrances are sealed because a lot of kids died in there. So again, like this was genuinely scary information that comes back into it. Like it isn't just thrown in there because R.L. Stine just remembered, oh, I'm writing Fear Street, I need to write something about Fear Street in this. Oh, let's mention Simon Fear's burned down mansion again without explaining anything. The deaths of the kids in the tunnels and stuff comes back to it. It's actually important to the plot, and I freaking love that. I wanted more like this. I really wanted more like this. They come across this weird bricked wall, and they touch it, and then it like kind of explodes, and this red mist comes out, and it starts like killing them. So it gets Max. Max is the first one to get it, and it like surrounds him, and it's like pulling his bones, and like you can hear his shoulder popping out of his socket and stuff. It's like really gross, but like really scary. Like it's genuine danger. So like they're running, they're trying to get out and stuff, but they can't get out. The ladder thing like is eroded, and as they're like climbing up it, they kind of fall off it. And Jerry, who was like probably like the nicest one out of them, he gets taken next. The mist surrounds Elaine as well, and it like burns her, but she manages to like get away. Darlene, you would think Darlene would be like the bitch of the group, and Darlene does say at one point, I'll leave Elaine, because like Elaine was slowing them down. But what I love about that is that later on Darlene actually comes up to Elaine and apologizes. She's like, I'm so sorry I said that to you, and like obviously I didn't mean it, I was just scared. And Elaine's like, it's okay, like I totally get it and stuff, and like they make up and stuff. It was so good. Like I was like, oh my god, like this kind of character interaction, it's just the kind of character development that I want from every Fear Street book, honestly. Why do we wait so long for stuff like this? Even in the book Cat, when the main character accepts responsibility for his actions, I'm like, damn, we've nearly the end of the Fear Street series, and characters are actually becoming likable. There's a random corpse as well that they think is Bo, because Bo runs off after Max. There's a point where Elaine has to like put her hand in the pocket to see if there's like something in there that will help them. I think the flashlight that Bo had, because they think the corpse is Bo. But then Bo comes, and he's like covered in Max's blood. And just like that whole interaction of like trying to put your hand in the pocket of a corpse is like so scary as well. So now we are left with just Elaine, Bo, and Darlene. They end up going back to the wall that the mist came out of. And yeah, they even say like, oh, it looks so out of place here. And they go inside it, and they say like there's like a kind of hole at the top, so they go up to like see if they can like get through that way, and in there they find 6 skeletons, and it turned out to be like the kids that died there. And on the wall it says Scott Savage knows, so the kids that died there mentioned something about Savage, and then Darlene's like, who's that? And then they're like, Mr. Savage, like their teacher from the start. They're like, oh my god, like what? So that was like kind of mysterious. I was like, oh, like did he have something to do with this? Like what's going on there? The mist comes, it animates the skeletons, and like makes them like, you know, do this with their fingers and like turn their heads to them. Like honestly, it was genuinely scary stuff. And again, I was like, where has this been this entire time? I would rather read about this than seeing people, you know, gaslight their loved ones and make them crazy by the end of it. Like, this is what I want from Fear Street. They do manage to escape into a corridor, and the mist does get Darlene, and I was actually like, kind of sad about that. I was like, oh, we had this great character development with her, and now she's gone. Like, I was genuinely sad about it. And this emotion that I was feeling for the characters was just so good. I was like, this is what I want. They run into Mr. Savage, and Mr. Savage is like, yeah, years ago, like back before you were all born, when he was a freshman or senior at Shadyside, there was a party down in the tunnels, and him and his friends got drunk, but then there was like a cave-in, and his friends got stuck, and he assumed his friends were dead, and because he wasn't supposed to be down there, he like bricked up where they had like died. However, it does turn out that his friends didn't actually die straight away. They were trapped there for a while. It was like a slow death. And Mr. Savage was like, oh my god, I didn't even realize. Like, he's mortified by that revelation. And like, he only did it because he knew that they weren't supposed to be down there. And it was just like, well, I mean, it does make a whole lot of sense, but he does say, I was just a kid and I was drunk and like he didn't mean it kind of thing. And I was like, you know what? Fair play to you. I get it. I get it. And then the red mist comes and it has like the faces of the dead kids, and Mr. Savage, he tells Bo and Elaine how to escape, and then he faces the red mist and he's like, I have some unfinished business. And so the red mist with the faces of the kids surrounds Mr. Savage and kills him, and then the red mist disappears and Elaine's like, they've had their revenge, it's over. And I love that. That was like such a great storyline because it tied into pretty much everything with this book. Like, the teacher from the start comes back into it. We have like that resolution where, you know, we have that unfinished business with the ghosts and like, this red mist thing that's killing because it was trapped and it wanted revenge for being trapped in that slow death. And it was like resolved by the end. Obviously, it's so upsetting about the deaths of their friends as well. But like, it was just beautiful. Like, I loved it. Very scary in the tunnels as well. Oh my god, I can't sing its praises enough. An actual intense, suspenseful survival story. And I've said all of this praise and I'm giving it 4 stars. I'm not giving it 5 stars. I can't give any of the Fiestre books 5 stars. I'm not gonna lie. There's always something to drag it down. And unfortunately for this book, it is the start. I do think like the first 40-ish pages do drag it down a bit, but this is definitely up there with some of my favourite ones, without a doubt. But that is all 51 original Fiestre books that I have read. Oh my god, I feel like I've ran a marathon. I'm so glad it's over. It didn't go exactly the way I wanted it to go. Honestly, I was genuinely expecting something a lot scarier. I totally understand that R.L. Stine was on deadlines and he had to write these books in like 10 days and he had to like churn them out. I totally get it, I understand it, but I'm reviewing these books as they are. So I can't take any of that into account when the books I'm being presented, the books that I'm reading, are rather terrible. Bar some. So I would say like my top 3. I do want to do like a full ranking of the Fiestre books at some point and like go through it. And I do want to sell on it a while as well. Some of my ratings might change. But at the minute, my top 3 books are Skate Weekend, The Overnight, and Trapped. That final book got me. Yeah, I think it's my 3rd favourite, although these might be interchangeable. I don't know, but I gave all 3 of these ones 4 stars. These were my highest rated books. And there were some like good other ones as well that I really enjoyed, like The Secret Bedroom, The Wrong Number. Oh, The Wrong Number will probably be my 4th favourite. The Prom Queen was really, really good too. I don't want to tell you my top 10 right now. I feel like I will wait for a full-on ranking video of the 51 original Fiestre books, so do keep an eye out for that. I also managed to get the Cheerleader series of Fiestre, so I've got the First Evil, the Second Evil, the Third Evil, the Evil Lives, and the New Evil. And so I think early next year in 2025, after like a little bit of a break from R.L. Stine and Fiestre, I want to give these a go. So do stick around to see more Fiestre on my channel. If I haven't already put you off, I do apologise if you're a diehard Fiestre fan and you just listen to all of my negativity and stuff. There are positives to be had, absolutely. Unfortunately, not like the best experience I've had personally in 2024 as a 32-year-old adult, but I'm so glad I did it, and I can say I've read all of the original Fiestre books. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Don't forget to leave this video a like if you enjoyed and subscribe if you haven't already. Leave all the comments down below. Let me know what your favourite Fiestre books were. Do you have any opinions on my vlog? Do you have any opinions on my opinions? Let's chat down below, but keep it respectful and I will keep it respectful too. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons for supporting my channel. If you'd like to join my Patreon, then the link is in the description box. But yeah, I hope I will see you in the next video. Bye!